Oh, Ruby. There she goes. Sorry about that. I had to reset the live. It froze on me. I could not control the live at all. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even press any buttons. I had to actually turn my phone off. What's up, everybody? Hey, I hope that person comes back in. I wasn't trying to cut off our conversation. Just the whole app froze up on my end. Hello. The one thing I would like to say, though, if it's okay, I wonder why people who feel differently than another person can't come in and be respectful. So, for example, let's say that I was encountering somebody who's on the other side of this issue, and I said, "Hey, this particular issue, I think it's wrong what you said because of X, Y, and Z." So I'm not going to impugn the person's motive and say that everything you do is based on either no work, no education, or that you did it on purpose. Because if there's something that anybody gets wrong, whether it's my assessment of October 7th or whatever, who cares? So what? The point is that if it is wrong, let's get it clarified, let's get it straightened up. So to that extent, I think he said USA Today. So I will look that up. And if the article in USA Today says that it was something that was done well before the October 7th thing, it wasn't done, it was a franchisee only, it wasn't the company, those are fair things to bring up. I agree with him. But he didn't give me a chance to even say that. He's talking down to me. Do you know how McDonald's operates? No, dumbass. I don't know anything about business. I know nothing. I've only had 4 companies in my life. That's all I've ever done. And I have an MBA in finance. So I don't know shit. And just so you know, the words, I'm a military expert and I'm an expert on the Palestine, those words have never left my mouth. So I'm somebody who talks about it a lot. I've learned about it a lot about it, but I'm just a guy. I'm just a person, like anybody. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Everybody can do the research to the best of their ability and then talk about it. If you get something wrong, which is going to happen, hopefully somebody's going to correct you in at least a relatively decent way, and you fix it and you move on. That's it. And I guess he's right that we have these little specks of sand now that make up this new media landscape. People like me. I mean, you have people on here that have, like, Russell Brand has, like, 12 million followers. Joe Rogan has like 19 million followers. I have 118,000 or something. So basically, I don't exist. Best I can do down here. I know it's not perfect, but it's what I can do. But I don't remember the name of that user if he's back in here, but he's welcome to come back in. I just couldn't control the live anymore. All my buttons froze up. I couldn't do anything. I was tapping the screen and I had to restart my phone. I couldn't even close the app. My whole phone froze up. Anyway, yeah. So here's what I would hope that people would do when they come into a live like this person did. So first of all, instead of making assumptions, which assumptions are always kind of bad to make, and instead of making sweeping statements about somebody, whatever it may be, like people always say you lie all the time or something like that. Well, let's just go through an example. Okay, this particular thing I think you lied about or you got wrong, and then go down the list. But to say that everything you do is wrong because one thing might be wrong, I think is a little bit ridiculous, right? Yeah, I have a mod here named Maz who's in here, so I'm sure she's doing a good job. Maz always does a nice job. Yeah, there's Maz. She's sharing the live. She does a great job. Anyway, and Maz, I don't know if you're up a little later. I think we were supposed to talk tonight, so maybe I'll give you a call on WhatsApp and we can talk a little bit. But again, one of the things I really try to do on these lives is to have a civil exchange. And I don't know what it is about Zionists. There's just something about the way they carry themselves. They can't help but be sort of mean-spirited, angry, try to step all over somebody and kind of prove that they're right and everybody else is. It's like, dude, what the fuck? If this is something that's right, let's fix it. Let's move on, right? So it is possible that that story about the rappers that McDonald's supposedly created specially for Israel, which was what in the story that I read, and it is possible that was done well before 10/7 or whatever. Maybe even if they're just giving free food, if it is a franchisee, but that's the brand name. So when a franchisee makes a decision, they have a relationship. They signed a franchise agreement with the corporation. And usually, if you're going to do promotions like that, especially ones that are potentially politically sensitive, you're supposed to run it by corporate. Now, maybe they just did it, and that's for corporate and the franchisee to work out. But if something like that does come back to the corporation, they're going to go to that franchisee and say, "Hey, we're being boycotted because you made the individual decision without conferring with us to give free food to a foreign military." So it's literally the brand is responsible for the brand's behavior. When you give somebody a franchise agreement, you're taking your system and licensing it out to them as a sole proprietor. And then it's their responsibility to use your system and pay a royalty and adhere to the agreement of the franchise. If they do something, let's say the owner of a franchise decides to come out behind the counter one day with a shotgun and eliminates 15 customers. That's going to reflect negatively on the brand. Hey, dude, you hear about it? 15 people got unalived by a franchisee in a McDonald's, right? That's going to reflect negatively on the brand. And so the responsibility of every franchisee is to protect the brand. It's everybody's self-interest, right? Nobody wants to have a brand be tarnished or be boycotted. But that's why the McDonald's name is on the list, and maybe other things that I'm not aware of. But again, I didn't create this list, by the way. That was one of the things that I've heard that would support a reason to boycott McDonald's. I'm not even familiar with all the reasons if there are more, but there may be more. Remember that nobody. Listen, it's so hard to have knowledge about every little nook and cranny in the world, right? So you learn what you can. I try to be responsible. I don't spend an hour on everything I read going into triple and quadruple check it. I'd have no time to live if I did that. But if you pass something along and it isn't correct, as long as you're not knowingly passing things on that are incorrect, that's the key distinction. And that's something I would never do. Just because it makes the Palestinian side look good. In fact, I've been criticized for acknowledging things that don't make the Palestinian side look good, and people think I'm pro-Israel because I'm doing so. I do it because it's honest, and I think we all have to be honest. That's if the H group does something horrible that is worthy of being called out, so be it. I'm not looking at them as if they have no right to resist, but I don't think you should be boom boom civilians if you can avoid it, right? So anyway, that's that. So you know, it's so funny when I go on. I've been on. I'm probably not going to do it again, but I've been on so many pro-Israel panels, and I can count on one finger how many times I've been treated with any sort of dignity at all. It's really bad. And so I try to bring somebody up here and be polite, ask them what they want to talk about, and of course they just come at you that way and talk, 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 and never take a break, and it's disappointing. Yeah, I'm in a place where my signal is a little spotty, so people keep saying for some people it's freezing. It's the best I can do. I'm at this little dog park we go to. It's in a little bit of a valley, but it's the best we can do. So welcome in. So we started the live earlier talking about boycott and divestment and sanctions and what that's about, what the BDS movement is. And it's frustrating because there's not much we can do. At least it feels that way to try to stem the tide of these atrocities. And we kind of look at this stuff with horror and frustration. We know that the political class is just status quo. It just keeps on happening, right? The money keeps flowing, the weapons keep flowing. It's like a bad dream. But I think what we can do is what we should focus on, and we can choose what we do or don't buy, right? That's a simple one. It doesn't really take any extra work. You just don't buy something. So in that vein, I talked about some companies, Pizza Hut, Burger King. And by the way, I don't know. I didn't put this list together. I don't know the exact reasons of what the transgressions are of every company. I do know that Wix is an Israeli-owned business, so that's why it's the website one where you can build your own website. SodaStream is a brand that's out of the West Bank. It's an Israeli-owned business that operates out of the occupied territories. So those I wouldn't support ever. I'll never go to Starbucks again as long as I live, knowing that Howard Schultz, the founder, is such a pro-Israel hack. And the New England Patriots. Robert Kraft, who's the owner of the New England Patriots, is one of the largest donors to AIPAC. So I'm never watching a Patriots game again. F the Patriots. So anyway, and I've heard he's a nice guy. People said he's a good guy to be around. But if you send money to AIPAC, in my mind, you're not a good person. You're supporting the co-option of the U.S. government to the benefit of a small foreign nation that's potentially getting us into a world war. Somebody says I'm boycotting Starbucks because it's too expensive. Yeah, I agree. Shit is expensive. You go in there to get like a latte and a snack, and you're like, $12? What? It's ridiculous. Yeah, and by the way, food prices, man, wow. Inflation in the United States is raging out of control. Literally raging out of control. If the guest that was here earlier, I don't know where he went, if he's back, you're welcome to come back up. I would invite you back up, but I would ask you, to not make assumptions. And if there is something that's incorrect, give somebody the benefit of the doubt and don't think they did it on purpose. I think that's a fair thing to do. I'm not, I don't know much about you. I'm not condemning you. I know I probably have more followers than you do and I talk more, but making assumptions about people I think is really bad. And the best thing to do is ask questions. For example, hey, did you know that that was done well before 10/7? No, I didn't know that. There's an article that explains it. So I'll send you a link to it. Why don't you check it out and maybe correct the record if you find that out. Did you send that out unknowing? Did you send that out knowing it was false? No, I had no clue. That's the kind of stuff you do. I don't mind. Listen, he may just be trolling me. Who cares? But again, that's the way to approach. By the way, I love asking people questions because it's like the Socratic method. You can kind of wind them down a path into a sort of a checkmate corner by asking the right kind of questions. But yeah, so I mean, and listen, asking me if I understand how businesses operate. Oh man, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. This is all I've ever done is run companies. So yes, I know how McDonald's works. I know how the franchise industry works quite well. Somebody saying, Shaq says the huge profit loss figures are being released by McDonald's corporate, not franchises. Yeah, remember that McDonald's makes its money off the sale of goods. So the franchisees buy the stuff from the corporate office. They have to buy all their supplies from McDonald's, and then they get a royalty. So you initially have to give them some money to buy the franchise. It's close to $1 million, and then you have to give them, I think it's like 2.5 or 3% of all your total line revenues, which is a lot of money. But they're very profitable businesses, so people who run those franchises tend to do quite well. But yeah, it's a relationship, right? You, the proprietor, are doing the work on the front lines. You're taking the goods and you're doing all the labor and you're handling all the local stuff, the property. McDonald's owns the real estate, by the way, if you don't know that. They're basically like a real estate company with burgers flipping out. And they make most of their money from the appreciation of real estate on their balance sheet, if you don't know that. So that's the model there. And again, so when I put out these lists, I'm not the one coming up with them with all the reasons behind them. So it's fair to say, how do you know for sure what they did? Yeah, that's fair. I don't know for sure everything. I can research it and find out that company X did this transgression and then tell you that. I don't know if that really matters because somebody else did that. They wouldn't be on the list unless somebody else did it. I would imagine. But I don't check everything everybody else does. I don't go to the dictionary and try to source 800 years ago why a word's in the dictionary because I don't want to report it inaccurately. That standard gets a little silly. But yeah, we'll see. So let me see if I can bring up those photos again because some people may have drifted in. I put up a couple pictures earlier that show the companies to be boycotted. So let me bring those up real quickly. And if you weren't in here, this is really sick. We talked about something the Israelis are doing right now in Gaza, which is just beyond disgusting. Okay, here's some of the companies. So when we talk about divestment, that's like the opposite of investing. Divesting means removing your money from investments. So you can see the companies like Chevron and Barclays Financial, Volvo. There's another shoe manufacturer named Puma who's big in Israel. And of course, the food companies, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's, Burger King. And then Wix, it's not a food company. It's an internet website building tool. It's an Israeli-owned business. Okay. Well, I'm not sure about the cell phone chips, Mustang Sally. There are probably other companies that are on here. These are just ones I found quickly online. Hello, little doggy. Oh, you're so cute, man. Damn. Okay, so there's that one. If you want to screenshot it real quick, I don't know if you want to screenshot that, but if you want to, go ahead. You can find these by going to Google and type in boycott Israel or BDS, boycott divest sanction. Okay, let me find the other one here. Hey, what's up? Pretty good. Okay, effects, picture. Oh, hey, little pup. Such a cute little doggy. Okay, here's some other ones. So we talked about, there's SodaStream. SodaStream is that company that makes that little thing that you can make your sodas with, like the flavors and I guess carbonated water. Siemens, of course, they make a ton of stuff. They're out of Germany. Remax, the real estate company. Carrefour, that's like the Walmart of Europe. Huge retailer. Puma, the shoe manufacturer. AXA, financial services. And I'm not sure what Caltex is. I've never seen that company. Or Ahava, I'm not sure. And again, every person can decide for themselves what they do or don't want to do. But I personally don't want to be within 1,000 feet of anybody who supports Israel financially. That just makes me sick to my stomach. Now, if Israel was not doing this crazy shit, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm not saying it because I hate the people. I'm saying it because I hate what the government does, obviously. But so many people conflate disdain for Israel as disdain for Jewish people. We heard this line. This is why I was trying to slow the roll of this last person. They were saying just like, by the way, I lost my ability to control the live, so I couldn't do anything. The buttons weren't working. I couldn't like get involved. So he got. I couldn't stop him from like just rambling on. So what he said is that the H group wants every Jewish person unalive. That's a common thing we hear from the Israeli side. No, they don't. Now, they did say in their 1988 initial charter that the entire Palestine region should be Arab, no Jewish people. They since revised that, and they talked about oppression rather than expelling people, which I think is a good thing. And they talked about the main issue being the fact that it's Zionism and the impact of Zionism on the region in terms of its, supremacy and land dispossession and unaliving, all the brutality. And that's what they want going. They want that ideology going, not necessarily the people. The people are fine. Who cares what your religion is, your ethnicity? Who gives a damn? As long as you're not doing something bad to others, who cares? You all live together. It happened before in the past. Israel has 400 nuclear weapons. Nothing is going to change. This is from Rich Florida Man. In the short term, you're probably right, unfortunately. Right now, the political and military dynamics are such that Israel has protection at the UN from the United States. So anything that comes up as a resolution, the U.S. just vetoes it. And so the U.S. is basically Israel's wild card, if you will, like in poker. And then, of course, militarily, the U.S. supplies all the weapons that Israel needs, without question, continually provides ever-growing amounts of money to help support the efforts of Israel. And of course, it provides military support. Literally, the U.S. has a huge amount of military presence in the Eastern Mediterranean, but other countries are starting to do the same now because this thing's getting a little dicey. But yeah, I think Rich is probably right, and or if that's Rich Florida, I don't know if that means Rich, his name, or he's wealthy. But yeah, you're probably right, Rich, and it's unfortunate, and that's why we're doing stuff like this today. We're talking about what people like who want to see this stop, doing what we can do, because we can't force our politicians right now to change the tide. It's just the influences are just too strong on the Israeli side. Just it's the reality. It's sad that, and by the way, it's not just Israel. If any country got this much attention and this much help and this much of a crazy relationship with no questions asked and no strings attached, I think that's wrong. And so I think a lot of people are just downright pissed. There are people that can't pay their student loans, they can't afford to buy food. Homeless people, we got people who are drug addicted. The fastest growing population of homeless people in the U.S. are people over 65. No money for them. Oh, we got $14 billion for Israel. We got $120 billion for Ukraine. Blah, 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 blah. Unlimited money for our foreign partners, but nothing for people at home. That's kind of hard to swallow for the average person. Somebody said, "What about medicine to boycott, please?" That's Mustang. There's a company called Teva Pharmaceuticals, and I'm sure some of their brand name medicines, if you Google, Teva Pharmaceuticals, medicines, the brand names will come up. I don't know, but all these different drug companies have all these different drugs that have a crazy name, and then they have a marketing name. So I'm not sure. And again, I just brought up some quick list, a couple snapshots of just some of the more well-known stuff. There's probably a longer list. There's actually an app that's out now too. I forget the name of it. I saw a video on TikTok, but somebody came up with an app where you can literally scan a product on the shelf, like the QR code or the barcode, and it tells you everything about the company, who they have relationships with, where they get their stuff from, what they've done good, what they've done bad. It's an amazing app. It's called No Thanks. Is that the app? Nadia is saying it's called No Thanks. Yeah, I saw a little TikTok video. I'm not used it, so I'm speaking from loose memory. Too awful. You mean I'm paying off someone else's debt? We're paying for stuff so that someone doesn't have to incur debt. The Israelis actually run a surplus based on the money that comes in from their taxes versus the money they spend domestically. The difference is they don't have to pay for their military because we pay for their military. And so they can use money for other stuff like free healthcare and free education and pay for people to come out and get a discount to live in these settlements, subsidies for that. Have people come over to live all together, just move people over to have come over do their birthright stuff. It's all subsidized by the United States. The weapons that the settlers have is all subsidized by evangelical Christian groups. It's a pretty sweet deal if you can get it, and Israel has it. You got to do a take a tip of the cap, but it doesn't mean it's a good thing for most of us. I mean, I don't know about you. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Jewish. And if I was somebody in America who supported Israel, I'd be happy about it. And I'm glad that the U.S. is such a staunch partner of what I believe to be my homeland. Good for you. But what about the other 330 million people that's not you? Your 9 million people here are Jewish, I believe, in the United States. I don't know how many support Israel. I would probably 85, 90%. So that's about 7.5 million people. What about the other 331 million people? Do we have no say? You get to have the money and direct traffic while the rest of us just kind of have to give it up? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so I'm going to bring Jay Shore back up. Now, Jay Shore, I want you to play nice this time, okay? I mean, I don't know why it is you take the tactic. Listen, just let you know, this is not about me winning or telling you you're wrong, and hopefully not vice versa. If there are mistakes that anybody's made, myself or others, that we can fix, let's fix them. And instead of assuming things, why don't you ask some questions? Just ask away. I'll ask you questions. And let's be nice in the comments, please. And Jay Shore, please be decent.
Hey, Chev, I'm glad you found a nice location to chill at.
Trying to.
I liked having control of your live there for a little bit. It was nice, you
I'm
know?
sure you did.
Chip, I mean, I think you just acknowledged that at least up until I think it was 2017 or 2018,
Yeah.
Hamas's charter. Are we in agreement here? Let me just ask you this. I don't know if you read the charter. I've read the charter, or at
Yeah.
least the translation
Both.
of the charter.
Both of them.
Are we in agreement there that at least up until that point it called for the unaliving of all Jews?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you think up until 2017 or 2018, when the charter changed, Israel had a right to defend itself against Hamas?
Yeah.
And okay, now it's your belief then that decades of Hamas belief that these Islamists who control Hamas, that's what they are, they're self-identified Islamists,
Hmm.
that they just had a change of heart towards the Jews, that they no longer want to harm the Jews collectively, that their
Yeah.
goal is just to take over Israel. That's what your belief is, correct?
No. No.
Oh, what's your belief?
My belief is for political pragmatism, they changed their charter and delineated what they wanted for a two-state solution if it was all possible to try to meet people in the middle. So here's what I do believe. I believe there are extremists in the H group, especially some of the leaders I've heard say certain things that I find repugnant, that probably do harbor hatred towards some Jewish people, maybe all. I don't know exactly what's in their heart. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's wrong. I think what they do is, unfortunately, is they conflate Zionism, which is their purported enemy, with the Jewish people, which I don't.
Okay, so is it your belief that Israel does not have a right to exist, and that all the land that there should be one unitary government, whatever that's going to be? I guess it's going to be whoever the majority is, and we've seen what's happened in other Arab
Mhm.
areas. That's what should happen, and there can't be an Israel.
I have mixed feelings. I'll tell you why. First of all, I don't think any country has a right to exist. I think countries come into existence for a variety of reasons based on the time, the history, the land, the conflict, stuff like that. So certainly it's not unusual what's happened with Israel. It's happened over and over. It happened in my country. So it's not historically unique. And it happened in ways that were decided by others and others didn't get involved. So I have a very mixed view of it. The one side, I always like to say it this way, I'm very, very happy that for one group of people who have been historically marginalized, that they then had a safe place to establish a home base to be free from persecution. I think anybody should want that for anybody who's been marginalized. At the same time, I try to balance that quote unquote that W with the L that other people took in terms of who was affected negatively by it. And I try to put myself in the shoes of those who were affected by it. And I can imagine you'd be the same way as I am, that if unfortunately someone else made a decision outside of your control that had you have to leave where you're living and a lot of violence took place along with it, that wouldn't be a great day for you either. And I think a lot of people look at that as a historical injustice, and I think rightly so. So it's
Yeah,
more than just one viewpoint.
I know, but I mean, the thing is, like, Palestine's always been controlled by. It's never been its own country. It's always been controlled by others. Jordan annexed the West Bank from 1948 to 1967. No one seemed to give a crap then. No one called for Jordan to get out. It was just all done. I mean, that's sort of, I guess, Chip, the problem is, like, that's the issue here, right? Like, I'm for a two-state solution, but I think many of your followers are not for that. I mean, their take is Israel should be gone. It's a, if they, they view, even though there's millions of Arab Jews and Arab non-Jews in Israel, they view Israelis as white. They view Palestinians as non-white, and the white guys are the bad guys, and therefore Israel should go. And these are the same people like yourself, like me, who lives in the United States. Many who are Palestinians who their family, they couldn't go to other Arab states because the other Arab states didn't want them. So they came to America, and now are living on what anyone would agree is actual stolen land, and they have no problem with that. It's their belief that they're allowed to be here. They tell Israelis they have to go back to where they came from. They have no bloodline to Israel. How would those people feel? Which I don't agree with. It's just nonsense. But if a white person told these Palestinians in America, go back to where you came from, there would be outrage. But the Palestinian side, they feel like they could tell every Israeli, go back to where you came from. And that's okay because Israelis, they're white and we're brown. And therefore, we're the good guys. And it's just not a good way to come to a solution when tens of thousands of people are dying. It's just
let me jump in and let me go through. You mentioned a bunch of stuff. So first of all, regarding the historical nature of it, it's a territory that was given a designation, like most places were before the modern concept of nation states came into being, which is a relatively recent phenomenon, by the way. So just because, quote unquote, the Palestinian region doesn't have statehood or official state recognition by the international community doesn't make the territory invalidated or the identity of the people who lived in the territory invalidated. I think that's one fair point to bring up. And then secondly, regarding the things that you said about the beliefs of people, I think you're making a broad assumption again, and there may be some people who do believe that Israel should go away. And I have mixed feelings. Like I said, my viewpoint is a little more nuanced. I know that it would be very impactful and negative for people living in Israel if their entire identity around this state that's been created, this Jewish ethno state, was somehow modified and makes them feel less safe and secure, which was the point of having it. So I see that point. I do believe there are people in the Palestinian community that don't want quote unquote Jewish people to leave. They don't hate white people. What they do hate is the things that have accompanied the changes that occurred. I'll give you an example. You mentioned Jordan. You mentioned that Jordan at one point had the territory incorporated into what's called Transjordan. Nobody can complain about that until after 1967. But here's the point: the Jordan government was not brutally occupying and oppressing the people in that region. They simply had the territory in their territorial region, and it was villages and areas and towns like every other place, and it was just called part of the Transjordan region. The difference is after 1967, Israel moved in with force militarily and is militarily occupied, including building checkpoints and separate roads and settlements and all this other stuff. That's way different than what things were under Jordan. So there's a legitimate difference between, there are apples and oranges in terms of how one will be affected by that. And so that's where I think you're not necessarily being, I'm not trying to give you a motive. I'm just saying I think your description was a little bit not inclusive of all the other realities that I just shared.
Yeah, I just think, okay, if your take is like no country has a right to exist, then Palestine doesn't have the right to exist. The Palestinian people could live in their territory just like they are. I would like them to have more freedom, but then there should be no country of Palestine because they have no right to exist, just like you claim no other country has a right to exist. And it should not matter if they have a country that's called Palestine.
It's not at all. No, in other words, I'm not saying that entirely no country should exist. I think that you're kind of making it sound like that. I'm saying that no country, quote, has the right to exist.
Yeah,
Countries are
and
established
Palestine
based
doesn't
on
have the.
political delineation. So, well, then, if you're going to say that, if you're going to make that claim, then Israel equally doesn't have a right to exist, nor does the U.S., nor does Canada. I mean, it's a little bit of an overbearing statement. I think the point, listen, I think this is the thing that's being missed in this conversation, among others as well. Every time there has to be political pragmatism. So this is my take. Other people disagree with me. I think what would be the most equitable thing to do. And this is not something I think could ever happen, but this would be sort of like a dream scenario. The people in Israel want a certain reality. They want to have safety and self-determination to be free from oppression. I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense. The question is the only way to achieve that with a Zionist ideology that is backed by a very big military and a structure that ends up unfortunately brutalizing and oppressing a neighbor that didn't do anything to deserve it from the get-go. They've done things since then to resist it, and you can argue the merits of security over that. But in terms of what originally happened, it wasn't their fault. So obviously they were upset, and
Well,
that's not unusual.
they tried to fight them. I mean, that's what 1948 was, right? So there was a partition plan. Arabs and Palestinians didn't like it. They fought a war. Arabs and Palestinians lost, and now they are not satisfied with what happened after that. If you do you think
But
of
do you know what preceded the night? Do you know what behavior preceded the war? Though it wasn't as simple as the
a
Arabs
lot
just
of
decided one day we're going to
behavior,
just go attack Israel.
I agree. I mean, no one's saying that, but what we do know is like the UN voted. The UN voted for a plan. Arabs and Palestinians didn't like it. They didn't want a Jewish state. Whether that's right or wrong, I mean, like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, like, yeah,
Yeah,
I could see why
that's true.
that's harmful. I mean, I get that. But there was a plan because there are no good options here. There were no good options. It was someone's going to win a little bit, someone's going to lose a little bit. That's just the nature of reality that we all
Yeah.
live in. But the fact is, there was a war. The Arabs and Palestinians lost. And now it's time to sort of like, what do we do from here? Like the only, and we're like, we're close to 80 years in. We're getting worse. More
Mm-hmm.
people are dying. And the people who are calling for Palestinian resistance are basically the people who are living safely in colonial white states. And don't, it just seems to be a game to a lot of them. Like real people are dying here. People, your protests are just getting more people killed and calling for the destruction of
How's,
Israel.
how,
Israel's
how
is
to how to protest get people killed? Can you clarify?
because when you call for the destruction of Israel, that's only going to infuriate and make Israel more defensive. So if America turns anti-Israel and also turns against them and believes that Israel doesn't have a right to be a country, we're going to get into
Okay.
all-out World War III. Israel's not going to give away their country to people that they perceive, at least as leadership, who are well-recognized Islamist fundamentalists. It's not something
Oh,
they're
so
going to do.
let's break that down for a second. So we know there's not all the leaders that are involved in the leadership of Palestinians are fundamental Islamists. We know
Yeah,
that the H
Hamas
group
is
gets funding from groups like Iran. Yeah,
correct.
so H group has sovereignty over the territory in Gaza, but the Palestinian Authority, many argue, is way too conciliatory with Israel in terms of the accords that were signed that allow the different territories to be
Agree with
governed in
that.
different ways and managed by
Mhm.
different forces. So again, there's a lot of conjecture about that. So who knows? But we know there's a big political divide. That's a problem. That's a challenge. There's corruption.
I,
That's a
I
challenge.
think
Some
I
of the
think
leaders are very extreme. That's a challenge.
yeah, I think Israel fears that I concede that the majority of Palestinians, the vast majority, are not Islamist terrorists. There's no way. They're good people.
Yeah,
There's radical Jewish
yeah,
people I do not like. There are radical Christians I do not like. I don't like you
yeah.
know Israelis teaming up with these Christian fundamentalists. It's not good. So, but I think the fear is and if I were the leader of Israel, I would just be looking at it and go like, we cannot make sure that, let's say, like, even if 10% are Islamic fundamentalists, or even 5% or 3%, that's not the group that's going to be able to take power. I mean, that's sort of the problem I think we're all dealing with, is like we've seen it happen in other nations. Like, not the Iranian people are not, they don't like their government. They are fundamentalists controlling that nation. If the
Hmm.
people had their way there, they wouldn't be acting like that. And I think that's what Israel fears. And it's problematic. I don't know if there's ever going to be a solution. We're so far down the road. A Tuesday solution. I don't know if it's even possible anymore. But that's sort of the obvious solution, I think, for just some peace, man. Just so people don't continue dying at such a rapid pace. So I'll give the floor up to Danny.
So let's ask if we want to get. We're going to get Danny in a second. Let's ask a question to the audience just to ponder while we bring Danny. And thanks for sharing your views, by the way, Jay. It's good to have a good interchange and hear what you have to say. I think you have some good points, very good points. Yeah, peace would be the goal, right? So everyone sees it from one angle or the other. The Israelis look at it from a security standpoint. How can we live next to a violent neighbor who may harm us? How are we supposed to have peace with them? It's a fair point. And I think the question from the Palestinian side is, do Palestinians have the right to resist or fight for their autonomy in the way that they see fit? And they split in terms of that because the trend and the inertia had been in a direction that most found sort of frustrating at the best, and just it didn't have a light at the end of the tunnel. It was more of the same. It was more settlements. It was more brutality, more occupation, more people dying. Then they would resist. More of the same. So it's just this cycle, which is obviously nobody wants that cycle, including this most recent chapter, which is horrific. The question is, what give? So I believe the H group was trying to kind of reform the original desire to kind of have it all and put out there and say, hey, you know what? Having it all probably we realize is not going to be a workable solution. So therefore, let's be pragmatic and at least try for something that might be able to be thought of. And that was to basically remove the settlements back to the 1967 border. I don't think that's going to happen, not because I don't think it would be fair, but because it's just not politically or economically or other ways practical. Now, here's the challenge. Israel decided after 1967 to do what it's done at the condemnation of almost every country on earth. Even the United States has condemned the settlements, continues to this day to say, hey, stop doing this. A lot of people inside Israel are against the settlements. Like, this is just making the problem worse. I would agree with that. Now, I'm not a settler who lives there, who probably enjoys living there and gets all the benefits of being in a beautiful place with the surrounding military to protect them. I get it, but it does cause problems. That's what this whole thing, it's like a thorn in the side. This whole thing has been like, trying to put a square into a round hole from the beginning. And again, some people won, good for them. Other people's lost, bad for them. That's unfortunately for the Israelis and the people who are hardcore Zionists, the people who are their foe are not giving up. They have a willpower that's beyond anything that I think any human can imagine. They're willing to endure any amount of suffering, lose any number of people, even die themselves towards the greater cause. This is how much they feel tied to the land that they were living on and want to be living on in the future to some degree, if something can be done. Unfortunately, people like Netanyahu and others have scuttled the possibility of peace by funneling money from Qatar to H Group to further reinforce them and create the divide, as well as making sure that none of the possibilities for a solution were really workable, offering deals that were just ones that couldn't be accepted, giving people no autonomy. You have a military control, they can't have their own military, they can't have their own sovereignty. It's not really a deal anybody's going to accept. So I believe that the best thing to do is if there could be a deal that allowed for the more militant elements of both sides to pull back and accept the political differences and have a separate delineating place. I think a one state's going to be tough. A two state's going to be tough because of the settlements. There's no easy way. This guy, Rich Dad from Florida, said, I agree that there's no easy way out now. Israel's going to have to give a little to get peace, which it doesn't want to do. In fact, it's taking more and more. And this is the other part of this is what really got me upset, by the way. And I'll let Danny come in a second here. Once I studied this, and I learned about it in 1989, which is a long time ago, I didn't know about the brutality of what the Israeli forces do in what they purport to be maintaining Israel's security. And I think if you or I or anybody were living on the receiving end of what I learned about, and most people don't know the totality of what is done in the name of security, they're told, hey, anybody who gets roughed up or unalive, they wear a T-word. But what they don't tell you is all the stuff that Israel does very aggressively and, in my opinion, unnecessarily. It makes people more resistant and makes them angrier. But Israel chooses to do that because they believe in their interest that it's better to brutalize and scare somebody into submission than to let them try to react. And they're trying to find a way to get people to want to leave, basically, make their lives as miserable as possible. The problem is people won't leave. No matter what you do to them, these people will not move. You either have to unalive them, forcibly expel them, or there's no way they're going anywhere. And that's a very difficult person to deal with if you're trying to find a way to take the land. Okay, Danny, welcome. What would you like to share?
Thank you very much, Chip. I just wanted to say I agree with you pretty much with what you just said. And basically, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, like I'm not Christian or Catholic, and I can just see, through the lenses of social media, the difference, between what's right and what's wrong, and everyone knows that difference. So we don't really need evidence to figure things out and see where the troubles lie. And the main problem is that, the warmongers, which are the people that, profit off war, are the ones that are truly behind stuff like this, and therefore everything else is just
Mm.
propaganda. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. That's a big problem elsewhere too, by the way. There are these really wealthy oligarchs who have large numbers of shares of ownership in these big publicly traded weapons manufacturers. And when they get governments to agree to go to war, or they agree to have supplies to other countries, or they make the money. So the money doesn't quite go to Israel. The stuff for the military goes to our weapons manufacturers. Then they deliver the jet planes, the parts, the bombs, the bullets, all that stuff. And that's what's causing all the death. And listen, I think most Americans who are seeing this, kind of getting into the loop for the first time, are kind of horrified. Like, how can our tax dollars and our companies be doing something for something that's involved in this level of death and destruction? It's got a lot of people upset. So it's not that they hate Israelis; they don't hate Jewish people. They don't like seeing children and women destroyed in a 2,000-pound bomb where their body parts are everywhere, and because somebody says they're going after a militant, which is questionable at best. The most recent report that came out in the last couple of days, where Israeli drones, and this is crazy. This is an example of Israeli brutality. I know nobody wants to acknowledge this; they want to say it's propaganda, but it's sort of emblematic, right? That's a good word to use. This type of thing is emblematic of the brutality. They were playing the voice of a young infant, sort of like crying out for help. I think that somebody was trapped in a building, a civilian would come out to try to check it out, and they would shoot them. This is craziness. And it's this type of stuff where, on the one hand, we're being told this is the most moral army in the world that sends leaflets out and tries to warn people, sends out text messages, goes out of their way, and it's only when the poor H group makes them stay there that they get hurt. And it's all the fault of the H group because they want to make Israel look bad. That's the story. And people are buying it. People eat that up. It's so silly a third grader would say, what? Wait, what? So that's what I take issue with. All right, Jay Shore, I'll let you back in the mix if you want to share some more. You've been very patient. Thank you.
Um, I would just say, listen, there's so much news going out there that I would probably wait like at least a few days or a week before reporting just any news. I think I've heard reporting of the drone. I think you were referring to drones flying across and playing music, and I haven't heard the. I have to read the reporting on that. I think I don't know. It seems, yeah, that's awful. Um, I would need to see whether that's really happening or not. I have a hard time
Yeah.
believing, this war has been going on for 6 months and all of a sudden that's coming out. I would just say I would caution people. Listen, I know tensions are high right now. Um, the amount of pro-Iranian comments in this live are just like disturbing, guys. Like, I don't know if you know how Iran operates. They are an awful regime that their own people don't like, and I mean, I think it was only months ago where we were protesting. The same people were protesting Iran for killing young girls in the streets. So, guys, listen. A lot of you guys are probably young. I think I still consider myself young. I'm only 40, but I guess there's a lot of 20-year-olds in there. Guys, take a step back. Take a step back. Like, Israel's not like to say Israel's worse than Iran, like these people are saying, and Iran's the greatest nation in the world. These are just like crazy things to just be spewing out. I think at some point you're going to start regretting that. I mean, not even other Arab nations are with Iran, so I just caution people to choose. Listen, I get the Palestinian support. I get it. I think all of us want peace. Um, Iran was attacked. Their people were attacked, orchestrated October 7th. Those were the people who were specifically targeted, right? Um, that's who Israel went after. Then Iran sent a bunch of drones over, not towards anyone specific, not towards military sites, not to anyone specific, just to Israel citizens. So if you support Iran bombing just Israeli citizens, then yeah, go ahead and support them. But otherwise, be careful of who you're trying to support in the name of Palestinian freedom. Thanks, Chip.
Yeah, yeah, sure thing. Let's focus on that for a second. I don't know if people necessarily support the regime of Iran. I think what they're doing is they're seeing a situation where they feel helpless to help a certain people, and they see anyone, intervening. Most people probably aren't cheerleaders of the Houthis either down in Yemen, but they're happy that in a frustrating situation where it seems like there's no hope to support the very people that are being, bombed into submission and other problems, that someone's willing to step up and do something, anything, to show some sort of counterbalance force. It just, in this case, happens to be a regime that's a theocratic, Islamic regime in Iran. So I don't know. Maybe that's how I feel. I'm not a big fan of the Iranian government,
Chip,
but
Chip, can I just add to this one? I've just got 10 minutes before I got to pop out and pray. Just let me address some of the lies that are coming from Mr. J. Unsure. Okay. First of all, the missiles and the drones that Iran retaliated for the heinous attack on the consulate building in Syria, the criminal terrorist attack. All of them were targeted at at bases. They targeted the base where the F-35s are in the Negev, and they targeted a base in the Golan as well. And there was a third base as well. There's not a single civilian structure that's attacked, and they didn't. And by the way, the bases were hit by hypersonic missiles. Nobody has anything that can stop
Can
those. The
you just
Americans,
be
the
a little
French,
clearer? I'm just trying to understand what
uh,
you're saying. Are you saying who are you talking about? Iran or Israel right now? I can't understand who you're referring to.
Exactly.
The Iranians attacked, responded towards the Israeli attack on the embassy
And you're saying
in
who did they
Syria.
go after?
Israeli military bases, where two of
No,
them
they
have
didn't.
been
That's false.
destroyed. Yes, well, no, I've already seen the footage. Two military bases are very badly damaged, and your media is keeping it out of it. Your government is hiding it. By the way, can you just? I'm Muslim. I'm Shia Muslim as well, so I have a very very close affinity and understanding of Iran. The overwhelming vast majority of the people support their government. It's just Western propaganda that we hear of in the West. Okay, speak to Iranian people, not the ones who are
I
working
do
with.
speak to them. That's why they all
No,
fled
no, I
and
know,
came to
no, no.
America.
There's nobody flooding from anywhere. Okay,
Are you?
uh,
Where are you at?
I'm in the UK.
Yeah.
I'm in
And
the
why did you
UK.
leave Iran?
I wasn't born there. I was
Yeah.
born
Why
in
did
the
your
UK.
family leave Iran?
They didn't leave from there.
Yeah,
My
I'm sure
family
they
are
did.
from
Yeah, they
next
had to
door.
go from to Egypt probably from Iran and
No,
then
no,
fled to the UK.
my family
Dude,
are
you just
from
get out of
my
here.
family are from next door in Pakistan.
well,
Okay,
Jay Shore, this is happening
so
again. Look, guys, let's do this rather than guessing or assuming what somebody did or didn't do. If you want to ask them, hey, did your family live there? Did they leave because of the '79 revolution? Just you're guessing for somebody, then you're giving them a hard time for something you don't even know what you're talking about. So let's be fair, okay? So Shaq, why don't you finish your thought? Give about a minute, and then we can let Jay Shore come back if you're referring to him. Okay, is that fair? I think I unmuted you, Shaq. So yeah, I think it's there. You
sorry.
go.
Can I just say, yeah, Jay Shaw, you didn't lay your cards on the table. Why are you so desperately defending this theocratic Talmudic regime that's in occupation of Palestine? What's your game plan? What's your background? Where are you from?
I'm from
And what's
colonial white America.
okay? So what's your affinity with the Zionist occupiers?
Yeah, my take is like the UN voted
No,
in 1948. There's
no.
millions of
What's your
people.
background? What's your religious background and your ethnic background?
Yeah, I'm a very reformed Jew.
Ah, okay. But you're not quite reformed enough because a properly reformed Jew would have nothing to do with with Zionism.
I don't know what that means. Like
Well,
here's my
you said you're a very reformed. You're clearly not reformed enough because a well-reformed Jew has nothing to do with Zionism. I
Well,
know
I'm
lots
glad
of
you're telling me
reformed
what a
Jews.
real Jew is. That's very
No.
non-anti-Semitic of you.
You're not a Semite, my friend. You're a white European. So let's get it correct.
There's more
Okay.
anti-Semitism. That's good. Keep on going.
No,
If
you're a
people
white
are listening, you're
European.
good.
So let's be accurate. Let's be correct. Yeah, there's no look. We don't hide behind, sort of beat about the bush anymore. We've gone. Those days are gone when people need to be afraid.
Stop saying those
Okay.
days are gone, dude. You live in
Yeah. Those days
freaking.
are gone.
You
Those
live in a
days are gone.
colonial
We're
state.
no longer afraid of it. We're not afraid of that anymore.
I don't
Okay.
know what that
We say it as
means.
it is.
That
We
means you
say it
can't
as it
keep
is.
saying
And,
anti-Semitic,
and, earlier, and
anti-Semitic every 5 minutes.
earlier on, you were desperately defending McDonald's. McDonald's blatantly was serving free food to a terrorist force, the IOF. Okay, and it is from the corporate headquarters. They lose billions of dollars, which is fantastic. We need to see that. Plus, we don't need all that crap and that poisonous food that they dish out. The amount of health issues that have gone global, that have gone through the roof because of fast food, we need to go back to eating natural, raw, organic food. Your beloved, dearly Zionist-controlled McDonald's serves shit. They serve crap. They serve poison. Not even insects. If you drop a burger on the floor, a dog won't touch it. The insects will crawl around it. Yet they want humans to eat this crap. Okay. So, and this is,
Have you
something that
never
you
had
seem to be
McDonald's?
support.
You never had
No,
McDonald's?
not in 25 years. Not in
Good for
25
you.
years. Once I realized what shit was in there, okay, I dumped it all.
Who
And
served? Just so I know, who served Israeli soldiers?
how do you mean who served it?
Who you said McDonald's served Israeli soldiers? Is that right?
McDonald's as a corporate made a decision
The
to
soldiers are
supply
the
free
bottom of the
food
barrel.
Oh,
to
oh, they
these
did.
Zionist terrorists. Yeah, they
You
did.
know, and I asked Chip this before. I think Chip knows. Hey, Shaq, like who do you know how the structure of McDonald's works?
I'm very, very familiar with it. One of my close friends is a regional manager who controls 10 franchises.
So you
The
know he's a
franchisees, the
yeah. So
franchisee
corporate didn't
can
make the decision to
no,
give.
corporate makes the
No,
the
they
local
don't, dude.
branch.
They're
I
wrong.
know how it works. Listen, the corporate branch can't even change the brand of toilet roll without permission from corporate. So everything that's done at a McDonald's has to be passed through the corporate.
No, you're
Okay.
totally wrong about that. It's the
No,
exact
no,
opposite.
I'm
It's the
totally
exact
right.
opposite, dude. You're wrong.
I'm absolutely
You're
right because
wrong. Franchisors
I'm
don't
very
want that
familiar with
amount
it.
of control on it. You're wrong.
No, my elder brother even looked at
I don't care
15,
where your
20
older.
years ago, looking at buying a franchise with McDonald's in the UK.
Okay,
Okay.
who at McDonald's, since there's been so much reporting about this, who at McDonald's made the
Franchise
decision to feed
contract
IDF
can be
soldiers in
different.
Israel?
Say again?
Who in McDonald's, what corporate person that works at McDonald's made the decision to give free food to IDF soldiers?
I don't know, but it would have been. I don't know the name of the person, but it would have
Okay.
been somebody at corporate.
I mean, you're
Why would I
wrong,
need
dude.
to
This
know
has
the
been
person?
debunked. It's been
But anyway,
debunked.
look, this is a classic Zionist deflection tactic because they'll want to talk about anything but the occupation, the
You're the one that
genocide, the
just went on a
genocide.
5-minute rant about
Okay,
McDonald's food, dude.
no, I just wanted to cover that up and respond to it. Okay, but this is a classic Zionist tactic is to talk about anything but the facts of history. They don't want to discuss history. They don't want to discuss how is it that a bunch of refugees came to Palestine and the refugees ended up becoming the occupiers and unaliving the indigenous population. How did that happen? These refugees came from Europe, okay, and then the next thing we know, these refugees are armed to the teeth. And imagine I came to your house as a guest, as a poor person. You saw me wandering on the streets, knocking on the doors. Nobody would let me in, and you were the only one kind enough to let me in. Because this is what happened to the European
You
Jews. Their
didn't let them
ships are
in,
being,
dude. The
their
refuge in
ship.
Jerusalem was a Hitler supporter. They wanted to kick out all Jews. Arab
Here
nations
we
kicked
go.
out Jews.
Deflection again.
The
All lies.
pogroms that would kick out
Deflection again.
Jews.
Deflection again.
This is not deflection.
Okay.
This is like
So
literally
imagine
history.
now. Imagine you were the
You're
only one
whitewashing
kind
history,
enough.
dude.
Listen, don't overtalk me, please. Imagine you're the only one kind enough to let me into your house
You weren't
because
kind to letting them in.
all
You
your
fought them every chance you could get. You worked with Hitler.
all your neighbors turned you away. Yeah, every European country turned the
I mean,
European
that's not
Jews
true
away.
either. I mean, that's false
It's
also.
100% true. The
It's
ships were
not.
turned away at 100 every single point. They even sailed across to the USA and Canada. They were turned away from there, turned away from the Caribbean, turned away from Brazil and Argentina, and only only the Arabs, the Palestinian Arabs, let them in.
No, it wasn't
Okay,
your
and
land.
they gave
It wasn't your
it.
land.
What do you mean it wasn't their land? It was their
You
land.
didn't control.
Okay,
You did not control Palestine. You were not in charge of it. You did not govern
it
it.
was it was their land because they received Palestinian passports.
What
Okay,
does that?
Golda Meir had a
From who did you
Palestinian
receive Palestinian
passport.
passports from?
Golda Meir had a
Who did you?
Palestinian passport.
Okay, who did you
She
receive
openly
Palestinian?
states
That's not true either. But who did you receive
it
Palestinian?
is very true.
Who gave them to you?
Chips debunked that a million times. He's
Okay,
shown
who
that
gave you the
passport
Palestinian
before.
passports? Tell me.
And then imagine these people that you've kindly let into your home in the middle of the night, like the dirty thieves that they are. Okay,
More
they come and
anti-Semitism is good.
unalive you. You're not a Semite, so don't start. I
More
can't be
anti-Semitism. Let's
anti-Semitic
go.
towards
Keep
the
on
white
going.
Europeans.
Clearly, the definition of
Okay,
anti-Semitism in every
no,
dictionary
it's
is
not. And
hatred of Jews.
imagine, I don't care about dictionaries.
I don't care about dictionaries.
We
Okay,
care.
manga,
We
manga,
care
book
about
alleys.
the facts. We care about the
Listen,
facts.
Hey,
okay,
Shaq.
The
my
dictionary is
Yeah,
not a
Jewish
fact.
So he has nothing better to
Shaq,
do.
are you
and
trying to
then all of a
convince a
sudden,
Zionist
He's just a
to
confused
side with
guy.
you? You are
Okay, guys, hold on. Let's do this real quick. So, Shek, if you take about another 30 seconds, finish your point. I want to give Jay Short a
yeah.
chance uninterrupted to reply
So
back.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
we'll go around.
I was just saying that this is how they showed this is how they repaid the kindness of the Palestinians who shared their homes with them, shared their streets and their lives with them. And then the next thing they know, they're smuggling in arms with the help of the British, because a lot of them were serving in the British forces against the Germans, and they were trained soldiers. The Palestinians had no military forces, yet they call it a war. They declared a terroristic war against the indigenous Palestinian people.
No, they had
That
the
is
backing.
that is
Okay,
that's the fact of it.
Okay,
That's
Shaq,
the fact of it.
let's
And there are
let's give him
Jews
a
in
chance
this.
to respond.
There are Jews in this panel who will confirm this.
Okay, let's give him a chance to respond. Go ahead, Jay Short.
yeah, there's no doubt that people moving into that area did horrible things. I don't think anyone's discounting that. But to act as if the Arabs and the Palestinians were just such gentle people who allowed them in and were friends of the Jewish people, it's just not backed by history. You guys could Google the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem who worked with Hitler to kill Jews. Arabs expelled Jews and forced Jews out of their countries. There were programs that were designed to get Jews out. There's a reason why Jews who occupied and lived in many in a lot of Arab nations no longer live there. It's because they were forced out. Now there wasn't, they didn't necessarily kill Jews all the time, but Jews were forced out and expelled. And a lot of Arab Jews will tell you that. I mean, it's just backed by history. Now, Shaq is trying to downplay all of that. I don't know why. He doesn't want to feel guilty. I feel like a lot of the pro-Palestinian movement can't deal with cognitive dissonance. So they just sort of have to whitewash everything and make things like we were the most peaceful people in the world and the Jews were bad. And that's just not how history works. There were bad people on both sides. The UN voted. There was a
Can I
war.
just say
The
something,
Arabs and
Jason?
Palestinians. Let me finish. The Arabs and Palestinians fought Israel, and they lost. And that's where we're at. And everything from then, there's been horrible treatment towards Palestinians from Israelis ever since then. There's been horrible leadership by Palestinians towards the Jews and Israelis generally. And that's where we're at now. No side's 100% right. No side's 100% wrong. It's a shit show. It's a shit show. And anyone who says otherwise, anyone who just says the Palestinians are not to blame for any of this, and anyone who is telling you the Israelis are not to blame for any of this, they're both wrong. Okay? So don't listen to any of them. History is filled with gray areas, and that's where we're in. And until we recognize
Okay.
that, we're going to continue to be in this endless war where more Palestinians are going to die. Now, Shaq, his family used to live in Iran. He admitted that. There's a reason a lot of people fled Iran. It's because their leadership is terrible. I know a lot of Iranians who immigrated to America. There's a reason they do that. There's a reason Palestinians come to America. America, for all its troubles, is a pretty good place to live in. And
A lot of people
so
leave
is
Israel.
England. So
All
are a
right,
lot of these.
Jay Short, let's do it. You made some good points. Let me let Revolution
Sure.
come in. Thanks, Jay Short. Go ahead, Revolution.
Yeah. I just want to say, just correct Jay Short on one thing. One thing for sure. I mean, not people are not saying that Jewish people are bad. People are saying that Zionists are bad, and we are making a clear distinction between a Zionist and a Jew. When you said earlier that you are a Reformed Jew, I strongly agree with that statement. You're a Reformed Jew and you became a Zionist. And when you became a Zionist, you've actually lost your Jewishness. Because Jewish people are a religious group. Do you know
This
what I
is
mean? A
going
peaceful
on.
religious
Hey,
group.
Chip, I'm
Hang
going
on
to
a minute,
go
I'm
because I'm
speaking.
not. Chip, I'm going to go because I'm not going to listen.
Interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you
I'm not
very
going to
much.
listen to some piece of
I
crap
did
tell me
not
I'm not a real.
interrupt you. Thank you very much. So
Let me
I'm
just
just
go. All
making
right, dude, I'm leaving. All right, I'm not going.
so really Jewish people are a religious group who worship God,
All
a
right, bye,
God that
Chip.
says you gotta love creation. Oh, you don't like this? You think this is
Because
violent?
you're
What I'm saying?
anti-Semitic, dude.
You
You
think
don't tell
you,
a Jew
you
who's.
you think what I'm saying is violent? That Jewish people are a
Okay, guys, hold on one sec. Everybody, hold on one sec. Okay, so Jay Shore, this is the thing. So let's say you vehemently disagree with
It's
what
not about
Revolution is
disagreeing
saying.
about Chip.
Hold
It's about
on,
anti.
hold on. Let's say that you feel that the way he's phrasing things is offensive to Jewish people. Okay, you're entitled to that point of view.
It's not a
My
point of view. It's
understanding.
reality. Chip, I'm going to
Hold
leave,
on,
dude.
wait a second. Just to say that it's reality because you think it doesn't mean it's quote unquote universal. Now you may think that it in court case for him to describe the situation the way he's describing it. What I would like you to do is give him a chance to finish, and then you can say when you come on, I think that the way you phrased that was horribly anti-Semitic, and here's why. That's fair, but don't interrupt him. Okay, you'll get your turn to rebut. I'm very fair. I promise you. All right, Revolution, please finish up about a minute, and then we'll let Jay Shore come back.
okay, mate. Thank you. So as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted, but that's fine. The Jewish people are a peaceful religious group that worship God, a God that created the world, and ask for people to be respectful to God's creation, whether it's human or animals, just like Muslims and Christians. Do you know what I mean? And as a Sunni Muslim from Morocco, I have a lot of love for Jewish people. I have a lot of love for my brothers and sisters in Shia Muslims. And we've actually sussed up the issue that Israel is Zionists. And when I say Zionist, I'm making a distinction. Because as a Muslim, when ISIS were around and people were telling me in the UK, hey, those guys are not Muslim, I appreciated every single word they said. I appreciated that. I don't want people to equate ISIS with Islam, whether it's Sunni or Shia, because they are not Muslim. These are people who've lost their way. And I strongly believe, and people in this country of mine, where I live, Morocco, strongly believe that there is a clear distinction between Jewish people and Zionists, because Zionism is a violent, aggressive, and racist ideology, and we see that every day. Because today, Israel is an open book. People who were wrong about Israel for many years, who were supporting Israel, are actually not supporting Israel today, because they've seen unaliving of innocent children. They've seen babies that die in Gaza within few hours of birth because there's no food. And again, at the same time, 2 miles up the road, we have Israeli families with their children stopping aid trucks from coming into Gaza. No one can justify that. And the
All right,
aim.
let's let Jay Shore respond. Those are some interesting points. Jay Shore, can you explain to the audience? I'm just curious. When you say somebody is saying, what about what they're saying, if you believe it is anti-Semitic?
Anyone who says someone's not a real Jew is just a disgusting human being. They don't. This person doesn't get to dictate who's a real Jew and who's not. It's like anything in life. No one should dictate for someone else's community who's real and who's not. It's disgusting and should never be said. It's awful. Number two is
Do you think
dude,
is it fair?
I don't know what you want. Like,
This is a fair question. Is it fair for someone to distinguish between what they believe is Zionism, which he described as a racist ideology, versus somebody who's Jewish in terms of their faith? Is that a fair distinction, or is that not fair?
I mean, it's fair, I guess, but I don't really believe it. I think a lot of this hatred is towards Jews, and that's backed up by what Islamists and Hamas and other
No, this is
Palestinian leadership says
Jay
today.
Shore.
Hold on,
Forever.
Jay Shore. Jay Shore.
hold on. Let him finish. This is fair. Let's take
I
turns.
mean,
Okay,
guys, this is.
please finish.
I mean, a revolution '69. Can you name me Palestinian or Hamas leadership right now?
Look,
Why is
Yes
that?
or no? Yes or no? Can you
each
name me
hate
Hamas
group.
leadership?
Well,
Yes or no?
can I tell you?
Okay, so the
Well,
answer
let
is
me answer.
no. So we're 6
Let me
months into
let me
this.
answer. Let me answer. Let me
Hey,
speak.
hey,
Let
Jay
me
Shore,
speak.
can you name the congressman from the 6th district in Ohio?
But you can name Netanyahu, can't you, Chip?
Okay, well, you can still be critical and discuss Congress and U.S. policy without knowing the specific
No,
individual from
it's a
which the
little
process
different. It's
occurred.
like not knowing who the president of the United States is. That's the
Do you
difference.
know? Can I
Why
just
does?
say something to you? Can
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
say something? Look, the thing is, if H group are T group, so was George Washington. George Washington resisted the English. He resisted the English. a violent occupation in the latter years of their occupation of the Americas. He resisted them, and freedom followed. H group are the only resistance in Palestine today. There is no other resistance. And do you know what they're resisting? A violent, aggressive occupation since 1947. Do you know what I mean? Mowing the lawn's been happening for years. It's not
Yeah,
new.
stop calling for the
What do you
destruction of
expect
all
them to do?
Jews
They are
and
resisting. But
Israel,
you
and it
know,
will stop.
and I'm saying that, and I do not condone the unaliving of innocent civilians. I
But
don't
that's what they
condone it
do.
happening in
But that's what
October.
they did.
Well, they did the same thing to the British in the 40s. When
What
when
is?
when Zionists came to Palestine, they used T tactics with the British. They bombed hotels. They bombed
But you're
hotels
saying
in
that's bad.
Palestine.
But you're saying that's
It's
bad.
bad. Of course, it's bad. That's bad.
But you're
Of course, it is.
supporting Hamas.
No,
No,
he didn't say
I
that.
don't support their tactics when innocent civilians, but I
But that's their
understand where they
tactics,
come
dude.
from. They're resisting a violent occupation.
What's Hamas's
We
goal?
did this. Hang on a minute. I am Moroccan. We did the same thing with the French. We resisted them and they're out. The Algerians did. The French did against the Nazis. You resist occupation. The South Africans did the same thing. And you get results. Stop the occupation and the violence will stop. Netanyahu doesn't even recognize a two-state solution. He wouldn't even say two states. And you
Yeah,
accuse him.
neither does Hamas. Neither do Palestinians. They want one state
No,
that they can control.
BS. Total BS. Total BS.
Are you?
That's not true. That is not true.
It's
That is
literally
not
in.
true.
It's
Iran has
just like to
done
clarify.
nothing.
It's
Iran
currently
has
in the
done nothing
Hamas
to Israel.
charter.
Israel's been fishing for war against Iran for years and years and years and years. Do you know what I mean? For over 20 years, they've been fishing for.
All right. I have a question I have to ask the group real quick. Sorry, everybody. Sorry to put you on here. So I want to ask the group this. So is a fighting entity that purposely unalives civilians like H group, is that something that should be condemned in its totality, or is there a separation between its legitimate resistance functions or military operation and the negative tactics that it uses to harm civilians? And if some group does purposely harm civilians, does that mean they should not be allowed to exist? Why don't you go ahead and answer that, Jay Shore?
I mean, like anything in life, Chip, it's really gonna come down to which side you're on, right? I mean, that's just the nature, and it's gonna be how history views it. He just brought up how um, George Washington fought off the British, right? Well, it's viewed that way because America won. Okay, that's it. If the British had won, the Americans would have been looked on as traitors. That's just the nature of the beast. Now, the same thing, but it's so funny that he would say that we fought off the British, but not at the same time recognize like the millions of Native Americans that were slaughtered, and the amount of Americans who are still living on stolen native land. Like, would we really condone this day's Native
Well,
Americans?
but that's a pivot. That's a pivot to a different set of
It's not.
circumstances.
Okay, then my answer is it's going to be the side you're on. That's really good. It's going to come down to.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. So here's, I think the one thing I picked up on, but I believe I understood Jay Shore correctly. He said that the H group's methodology is to go after civilians because they want to unalive all Jews. I think that's what he said. Now, my understanding of what happened on 10/7, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, is that they did engage with approximately 330 armed forces, whether they were police or soldiers, uniformed individuals. So they didn't exclusively, although they did horrifically, attack just civilians. Doesn't make it right in any way, shape, or form. But is it, like I was asking before, is it fair to distinguish between resistance to a military occupation or blockade versus the war crimes that individuals or groups committed as a part of their resistance? Can they be distinguished, or are they all the same? If that's the case, if they're all the same because the latter happened, then how is the IDF considered legitimate if they purposely unalive civilians with either bombings or snipers or bulldozers or whatever they've done?
I just to follow up on that, Chip. I think that Hamas would have a better argument to make to say that they're just resisting occupation, but I don't really think that's just what they're doing. They have an offensive plan in mind to want to take over Israel completely. There's been it's still in their charter. There's been a lot of reporting about this. There's been reporting out of Haaretz from Muslim reporters that basically say they had a plan to take over Israel. They were going to force professional Jews to stay, kill others, and depending on if they fight back, they'll kill them. So it's not just a defensive war. It's not just resistance. It's an offensive battle to take over territory that the UN has found is not theirs. So
Jay Shaw, let me
yes,
ask you, with what military force and with what air force and navy and and artillery forces are the H group going to take over the occupiers? There's 6 million
that's a
of
fair
you.
point.
You've got the 14th biggest military in the world. You've got 400 nuclear weapons, undisclosed and undeclared, and you're coming up with all this bullshit and you're lying basically as well about the H group charter. The H group, the political wing, have already comfortably stated many years ago when they changed everything. We have now changed our stance, and we are happy to talk about a two-state solution, which
No.
Satan Yahoo, real name Polish name Milikowski, because they love change. This is why they're historically known as the name changers. They like to blend in with their background, okay, and
Here
deceive
comes more
people about who they really
anti-Semitism.
are.
Keep it coming.
Yeah. You keep calling on that, okay. We know who you are, and we know who Milikowski is, okay. He opened.
Guys, really quick, this is just a quick announcement. I have to go dark for about the next 10 minutes, so just please be kind to each other and take turns. No fighting, but I can't come back on the chat part for another 10 minutes or so, okay?
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, Netanyahu, Satan Yahoo, his best name, Satan Yahoo, I suppose, has openly declared there will never be a two-state solution. That means they want the total annihilation of the Palestinian people. They want them shifted into the Sinai. Then they'll clear the West Bank. They're already doing this. You've already got lunatic Zionists selling plots of land and holding auctions to sell Gaza and
No, you know who
land.
that actually is? That's rich
No,
Gazans who are doing that. Yep,
no,
it's
it's not.
Gazans who fled Egypt. Yep, it's
In a
Gazans.
in a in a syn in the synagogue, Gazans
Rich
are doing it in a
Gazans fled
synagogue.
Egypt are now selling their land.
Listen, you're now
Yep,
full of shit because you're
yep.
telling me if the auction is held in a synagogue, this is being done
Rich Gazans
by
are selling their
Gazans.
land to Jewish people. Yes,
No, they're
and
not.
it's not being.
Absolute,
Yes. Who do
absolute
you think
bullshit.
owns that? Who do you think owns the property on the strip of Gaza in the ocean near the ocean?
You listen. This is absolute bullshit.
Rich
They're
Gazans. Rich
stealing.
Gazans fled
Hey,
Egypt
No,
Jay
or
Shaw,
no.
fled
Jay Shaw,
Gaza into Egypt, right?
You
And they're
sorry,
can't
now
sir.
prove any
speaking
of this.
out.
Jay
No,
Shaw,
Uh, sorry, sir.
provide the proof of this.
sure.
Just one quick point, Jay Shaw. I would like you to think about this really carefully, honestly, and evaluate yourself. There is no record in history at all, and you bring me any sources where the H group have actually attacked or attempted anything against Jewish people outside of Palestine.
That,
Their beef, and hang on a minute, mate. Their beef is with Zionism and occupation in Palestine. They've never attacked Jewish people outside of Palestine. And
that's
the narrative
because
now,
that's
hang on a
because
minute,
they can't leave
hang on.
Palestine.
Just let me finish
What
my
does that
point.
mean? Where are
The
they going to
narrative,
go?
just one sec. The Zionist narrative today is they trying to turn this into a religious conflict. You hear the spokespersons of the different bloody ministries in Israel, and they're saying Muslim Islamic Jihad. Nonsense. It's
It's in their
resistance
charter.
against
They're
the
called
brutal occupation.
Islamists. What are you talking about, dude? It's in
They're
their charter.
Muslim.
They refer to
They're
themselves
Muslim.
as
They're
Islamists.
Muslim.
They're
I'm
Islamic
Islamist. I'm
fundamentalists, dude.
Islamist too because I'm a Muslim. Does that make me an Islamist? Of course I'm Islamist. I'm a Muslim.
No, if you're an
That's
Islamic,
my
are you
religion.
Islamic? No, that's not true, dude. Islamic
I am.
fundamentalist.
I am an Islamist because I'm first. Before being Moroccan or
Oh
being
my
British, I'm
God,
Muslim,
dude!
mate.
It's a
Yeah.
religious organization,
J,
dude.
J,
That's the
Jay
point.
Shaw, we all of us Muslims are fundamentalists. We believe in the fundamentals of Islam, which is to
Oh,
love your neighbors.
so then
We believe in the ten
all
in
Muslims are the same, and the ones who killed people in the name of Islam, that's your religion. That's the one you're gonna be okay
what do
with.
you call what do you call Jews who kill people in the name of their God? We've
I
got
thought it
rabbis
wasn't Jew. I
who
thought it wasn't Jews. Name me a
no
Jew
no
who
no
kills people in the name of God.
the
Hey,
rabbis of the army, they're calling on the Bible
Name me the
stories,
rabbi. Name me the
smite
rabbi who
them.
name me. I thought it wasn't about Judaism. That it's
No, no, no,
Zionists
no,
that
no.
follow
hey,
them.
Jayshul,
No. Listen,
can I
people.
say
Some
something
people
real
are
quick?
too. Let me just finish this point.
All right.
There are Jews who are. There are Muslims who are too petrified to say that it is Jewish supremacy. I don't talk about Jews. I've got lots of Jewish friends. I was raised in Manchester, where the second biggest population of Jews is in Manchester in the UK. We lived and ate and slept and shared homes with Jewish people. Even when my family moved away from
Sure, you did. How many
Manchester,
black friends do you have too? No
loads,
one believes you do.
loads. Okay,
No one
when
believes
we
you.
moved away, listen, when we moved away from Manchester in Birmingham, where there was virtually no Jews, we would go back and have holidays there. They would have holidays in my house. Okay, now, so I have nothing against Jews. I have a problem with Jewish supremacism, which is
I have
what
a problem
you're,
with
which
Islamic.
what,
I have a
we,
problem with
yeah,
Islamic
I have a
versions of that.
problem. Yeah, I have a problem with that too because they're sponsored and trained and supported by NATO and Israel, and
It's science.
this is why
Okay.
ISIS never once attacked Syria.
I want to make sure I understand this. Like, so Zionist Jews are to blame for everything. They're even to blame for Islamic terrorism, and that you anything that Islamic Muslims do bad, it's not their fault. It's not the religion's
When
fault. It's the Jews' fault.
tell me how many
You're
tell
so
me how many
embarrassing,
times
dude.
how many times did ISIS attack Israel? How many times did they fight against Israeli troops? When did it ever happen?
Why would
When they were
ISIS?
just across.
Why would
When they
ISIS fight
well,
Israeli troops?
well, if Jews are the enemies of Muslims, like you seem to want to spread, okay, when did these Islamic extremists,
It's not.
these nut
It's
jobs,
per their own charter up until 2017, dude. You can listen to the.
but it's not their charter anymore. So
Because you
why
don't
are you
just
talking about
change,
old
because it's so
history?
stupid to be like, oh, they changed their whole belief system in like
Okay,
1 year.
anyway,
Hey,
okay,
Jayshul.
let's calm down. Let's let Palestinian Jews speak, please.
Yes. Hey, how you doing, Chuck? Thanks.
Palestinian Jews not even
I'm
allowed
well,
in
brother.
Palestine.
All right. I'm sorry, Jayshul. Are you Israeli by any chance, or what are you?
No, I'm not Israeli.
Are you a Jewish?
Yes, very, very not reformed. I've been bar mitzvahed.
I see. So tell me why. So I mean, like the rest of the Zionists, you drank the Kool-Aid about, about the Israeli line about Islam is out to take over the world, and and the Jews are there to fight Islam from taking over the world. Is
Hey,
that true?
Palestinian Jew, I'm going to ask you this question. Name me 3 top leaders of Hamas right now.
Top leader of Hamas,
Yep.
Ismail Haniyeh.
Yeah.
Um, what's the name? Hassan Nasrallah. He's with
No.
No, he's Hezbollah.
Hezbollah, right? So I don't know. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar.
Yeah. So we're like 6 months into this, and you clowns came and tell me the leadership of Hamas, yet you're telling me what Hamas believes. You're
We don't need
embarrassing.
to know. Why does anybody need to know
Hang
the
on, Chuck. Hang
leadership
on.
of Hamas?
This is
Let
what
What's
me listen.
Israel
irrelevant?
knows.
Hang on,
Israel
Chuck. Hold on.
listens to these people.
Yeah. We're listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Israel listens to these people. They still call for the death of all Jews and the destruction of
Hold
all
No.
on, hold on, hold
Israel.
on, hold on. If they do, Jay Shur, they may have a point there. To be honest with you, because I've heard a lot of Israeli officials calling for the elimination, for the extermination of all Palestinians, all
Anyone
Muslims.
who,
They're
if
out
anyone
there
calls for the
saying it
death
out
of
loud.
all,
They're not even trying to hide it. They say it out loud. They absolutely say it out loud from the height, from the mountaintops. They're shouting it. Eliminate all the Palestinians. They're no innocent. Nobody's innocent. No babies. No pregnant women. Nobody's innocent. Kill them all. Ethnic cleanse them all. They're saying it. They're not denying it. Number one. So if some Muslim feel like the same way about Jews, they've got to. I mean, you cannot blame them, right?
It,
No,
it,
I don't hear.
but tell me, is it okay for the Zionists to or for Jewish supremacists, whatever you want to call them? You're comparing Islam to Judaism. So for Jewish supremacists to call for the annihilation of all the Amalekites, that's what the Bibi Netanyahu called them, took it straight out of the fucking Old Testament, out of Samuel 1, chapter 15, verse 3. Go read it.
I'm
Annihilate.
aware of it.
You're aware of it? Okay, so
Of
is it
course.
okay for the Jews to spout this fucking garbage? But Hamas, who actually changed the Charter in 1970, in 2017, it's not okay for them to say fuck all the Jews, huh?
If you have anything where Netanyahu specifically by
He was
word
on
said
TV. He was
no,
on TV invoking
if he
Amalek.
said if
He
he said
was
no,
on
you're
TV.
inferring from a quote of the
Oh,
Torah in
wow,
the
Jay
Old
Sean,
Testament
honestly.
That's
that
what
he meant
he
to call for the
invoked.
destruction of
He
the.
invoked
You
Amalek. He
can't
said we have
see.
to treat him like
Okay,
God told us to treat Amalek.
is he unaliving people in the West Bank now?
Yes. What do you
No,
think
he's
he's doing?
not. No, he's not.
No, what is he doing? What is he doing in the West Bank? There's at least 10 people that get unalived every fucking day in the West
Yeah,
Bank. What are you doing in the
they're
West Bank?
not bombing
Him and
West.
his minions, the fucking settlers over there. Those
I know I hate
religious,
the settlers,
fanatic,
dude.
genocidal
Of
maniacs.
course,
Those
I'm with
motherfuckers.
you on that one. I'm
Huh?
with you on that. I'm
You
with you
with
on that.
you with me on what are you with me on?
I'm with you, and see, but here's the difference. I feel like I can criticize Israel and
You know what?
and
Listen, as long as you call yourself a Zionist, you lost everybody.
yeah,
You
dude, because
lost.
I'm not displacing millions of
Zionism
Israelis.
Zionism is a genocidal ideology.
No, but
It's
that's what you're
bankrupt.
calling for. You're calling for the displacement of millions of people.
What display for what million of people?
Okay,
I'm called.
where are
Listen,
the
I did not
Israelis who
hear
live
one.
there?
I've talked to hundreds of Palestinian
Where,
people. I did not hear one of them say that they want to displace all
oh, so
the.
where? So let's just say the Palestinians are all allowed back. Where are the
What do you mean?
Israelis gonna
Yeah.
go?
Oh, well, Israel is going to go where they want to
No,
go.
not where Israel's going to go. Where the Israelis who have their homes, many of whom are born way after all this started, where are they going to go?
They can go wherever the fuck they want. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's a
no, listen, as
genocide,
long as
dude.
nobody's
That's
kicking
called
them out,
ethnic
as long as
cleansing.
no, look, nobody's
That's
kicking them
called
out.
ethnic cleansing. You're okay with ethnic cleansing.
I'm
That's
not.
cool.
Did I say I'm okay with
You
ethnic
are,
cleansing?
dude. You just admitted it because you don't care. You're like, oh, they'll go wherever they want to go.
They can
And we
go
can say
wherever
the same thing about
they're
Palestinians.
free.
Let them go wherever
Listen,
they
they're
want to
free.
go.
Nobody's gonna kick them out. They're free to go
Yes,
now wherever they
that's
want to
what
go, and
Palestinians
they'll
want
be
to
free
do.
to go whenever they want to go. When you have a low return for the Palestinian, what's the big deal? The Palestinians going to come back, just like the Jews who will never set foot in Israel. Just because you're Jewish, you can come back, low return. You were a Jew a million years ago. Come on back. It's your land. Let's kick some
You
Palestinian
need
out
to
of the home.
you
And
need to
here
you
you
need to
go.
have
Get a
like
free apartment, free
Palestinians
housing.
do. Dude, you're not even
So
allowed in
nobody
Palestine. What are you
look.
talking
If
about?
there's a law of return for the Palestinians, no Palestinian is going to come and look. As long as you don't start running terror operations against them, nobody's going to kick you out. They're all saying that we want one person, one vote, full democracy. That's what
No,
they're saying.
that's
Arafat put
not
on
gonna
the
happen.
table. Arafat put on the table secular democracy for everybody.
Yeah, right.
Secular democracy. No
Okay.
religion. No, you don't involve politics with it. Secular democracy. What do you mean? Why? You live in the U.S., right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it a secular democracy in the U.S.?
Name me
What
another
is
Arab
wrong?
nation that's
What
a
is
secular
wrong with this?
democracy.
What is wrong with the U.S. system? With the U.S. system
Because
of
that's not gonna happen. It's not it won't
it's not
it's
gonna
not
happen
gonna happen.
because people like you are not gonna let it happen. That's why it's not gonna
No,
happen.
because there's no
Because
name me another Arab nation.
people like you are dead set on unaliving all the Palestinians. That's why it's not gonna happen.
No, name
That's
me
why.
another Arab
It's not the
nation.
other
I'm
way
just
around.
asking
It's
you a
people like
question, dude.
you, it's a Zionist who are dead set on ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians. That's why it's not
No.
gonna happen.
Name me another Arab nation that's a democracy.
I don't give a fuck about other. I don't give a fuck about Israel. Is
Okay.
Israel a democracy? You think
Israel is a theocracy.
Israel is an ethno-religious state? It's not a
How many
democracy.
Islamist
It's an
states are there?
apartheid state. Get it out of your head that Israel is a
Are
democracy.
you so you agree we should we should destroy Iran, right?
That we should destroy Iran. Why should we destroy
Well, that's an
Iran?
Islamic. It's an Islamic state.
I am not. Listen, I'm not advocating for destroying Iran. Where did you come up with that?
Oh yeah, exactly. You're not okay with one Jewish state. That's
I
not a
am. I
democracy.
am. I am
That's
not.
bad. All the
Huh?
Islamic states, that's
I am
good. We
not
shouldn't get
okay
involved in
with.
that.
I am not okay with an apartheid state.
That's so
If
you're not okay with Lebanon, right?
Lebanon is an apartheid state,
Yeah. Do you know how Palestinians are treated in Lebanon?
let me ask you,
You
Shaq, do you
you guys
know if
have no
is Lebanon
knowledge of
considered an
anything.
apartheid state? I don't know. I don't know if I've
Yeah,
never heard that
you know
Lebanon was an apartheid
Palestinians in
state.
Lebanon. Oh, Palestinian Jew, you should know this because you're Palestinian. In Lebanon, Palestinians aren't allowed to have citizenship. Did you know that?
No, actually, I didn't know that.
Okay.
Do you,
What do you call that?
Chief, can you verify that? I don't know that it's true.
Yeah, but
Oh,
let me
you don't know
explain.
that.
Yeah, but let me explain. Wait there, wait there, wait there. Let me explain this. Yeah, the
Oh,
Go
then
ahead.
explain
Palestinians
why
in
Palestinians are
the
allowed to become
Hold
U.S.
on,
Palestinians.
citizens.
Jay Shu, hold on.
Jay Shore, calm down, calm
Calm down there.
down.
Shaq, go ahead and explain it, please.
Don't be a classic Zionist who occupies the lies. Okay, it's enough that you've occupied your,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
everyone wants to
that
listen to
you've
me. I
occupied
actually know stuff.
Palestine. Okay, the reason why Lebanon is very. By the way, Lebanon is a massive supporter of the Palestinian people.
They're
There's
not.
zero
That's a
doubt about.
blatant lie. That's a lie.
100%, 100%. The
You're
amount
wrong.
of Lebanese that have given their life in fighting for Palestinians
False. No, it's because they
in
hate
the hundreds.
Jews. No, it's because they hate Jews.
Oh, here we go. The paranoid Jew. Here we go again.
Oh,
Okay, the paranoid Hasbro Jew. I tell you, what, if only you were more like my Palestinian Jew brother here at the bottom.
He doesn't know
Okay,
basic information. Okay, so tell me why
he's a,
Palestinians aren't allowed to become citizens in
No,
Lebanon.
he's born and
he's a
raised in
Zionist, Shaq.
Israel.
He's a
Pa-
I
Zionist.
was
He's a
born and raised
Zionist.
in
He's not
Israel. I
Jewish.
served in the IDF. I was a.
Tell me why you're going off topic. Why aren't Palestinians allowed to become citizens
ah,
in Lebanon?
why? Because they will eventually have Palestinian citizenship.
No, these are
That
people
is why.
who want to become citizens
That
in
is
Lebanon.
that is why. No, no, no.
But there's
That,
Palestinian
But
citizens in America.
But why can't
okay.
Palestinians, why can't people of West Bank and Gaza be citizens of Israel, which is the ruling power?
You're not answering the question. Why does Lebanon
No, no.
refuse to give
I've
Palestinian
told you.
citizenship?
I've told you because they will eventually return to their homeland and they'll have citizenship in their own land. But now, likewise,
So
why does
if America said, I just want to make sure I understand your logic here. If America said we're not going to allow Palestinians to become citizens in America, you would be okay with that, right?
whether they give citizenship or not is a different thing. People may have the right to remain and be
No,
part of the
you're just being
state.
intellectually dishonest, or maybe
Okay.
you're just not
No,
smart
I'm
enough
not
to
being
understand what's going on.
intellectually
Why
dishonest at
aren't
all.
Palestinians in
Why are you
Lebanon allowed to
deflecting?
own
Listen,
what?
why are you
Why are
deflecting?
Palestinians in
What?
Lebanon not allowed to own property?
Jay Sure.
Who?
First
They
of all,
can
we don't
actually
know.
own property.
No,
First of all, Jay Sure, where did he
That's
go?
not true.
He left.
He left.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
You
too
know what it
bad.
is? He couldn't answer the question about why Palestinians who are under the control of the Zionist entity can't
Hey,
have
guys, real
nationality.
quick. Sorry,
Look,
guys. Sorry.
he's accusing
The
us of
live. Hold on,
deflecting
guys.
while he's
Hold
doing.
on, hold on, guys. The live got flagged for hate speech. So I don't know exactly who did what, where, when, because I wasn't paying close attention. But please be careful about using f bombs and I know Palestinians do a lot of times you
Uh,
use some swear words. Try to be careful not to use those swear words.
yeah, no, there was no swear words in your absence, so even when you came back.
Okay, I don't know what they flagged it for. Just
I
be
think,
careful.
yeah, well, you know what? From what I understand is, if people report something, even if there's nothing to report, you suddenly get a negative mark. And what happens is these Zios, they're very prolific reporters, and I think he couldn't handle the fact. He couldn't handle the fact that we've got a Jewish brother here, okay, by the way, who is a phenomenal brother, who lives in the occupied lands, who served in the terrorist forces, has seen the errors of his ways, and has come to humanity. This is a man who I know I would die for him, and he would die for me. We're both former soldiers. In fact, all there's three of us here who are former military men. And this is what we would know that this is a man that would have our back. And I don't care the fact that Palestinian Jew is a Jew. To me, he's my brother. Brother, I love you very much, by the way.
Me
So
too,
thank
man.
you.
I love you all very much too. Yeah. You
Yeah.
All
guys
right,
are
very good. With
wonderful
Lubna,
people.
welcome, Lubna.
Hi, I just have a very short contribution.
Sure.
The issue of Palestine is not related to religion. Palestinian, Jewish, Christian, and Muslims were living in Palestine. Under the Ottoman Empire, they were all living there. So it's not about the resistance is not against a religion. Even if Saudi Arabia is occupying Palestine, the Palestinian will resist the occupation. Palestinian Jewish has the right to live in Palestine, of course. We are talking about the people who came from all over the world, stole the land, stole the houses, killed the Palestinian, and lived in their place. That's the main issue. It's not about, seriously. This is where they will want to take us to a religious war or battle. It's not. It's about the right for self-determination. That's what we want. I'm not Palestinian. I wish I'm Palestinian, but at the end of the day, this is what Palestinians resist for their land. They don't resist against a group, a religious group. The first person who died for the Palestinian cause was Christian at the end of the day. Christian and Muslim in the occupied land of Palestine, they fight together against the occupation, not against the Jewish. So it's not about religion, it's about self-determination and the right for the Palestinian land. That's all what I wanted to say, because the guy who was there, I forgot his name, he kept taking it to a war between Islam and Jewish, and God gave the land to I don't know who. The land is a Palestinian land. There was Aramaic civilization that lived in that land before before religion, 11,000 years before religion, and this is like.
Has it gone quiet? Something's gone. Can
Sorry,
anybody else?
Yeah, I don't know what
sorry,
happened.
I got I had a phone call. I'm sorry about it.
She's on the phone, I think.
So I was going to say, when the Europeans came, the European Jews, I mean, if they'd come and just wanted to be citizens because they have an affinity by way of their religion to the Holy Land and said, look, we want to live here too, the Palestinians didn't have a problem with that. The problem arose when they decided that the Arabs must be expelled. We'll burn down 500 plus villages, kill 15,000, well, unalive 15,000 plus of them, and expel the best part of 1 million of them in the Nakba. I mean, there was no need for any of that because the Palestinians were happy that Jews have an affinity to this land as well. They've got historic roots there. No Palestinian ever denies that. There are Jewish connections to the Holy Land. There are Christian connections to the Holy Land. Hey, brother, Slams, how you doing?
Hey,
You know
Shaq,
that.
Shaq, who's the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem? Do you know who that is? Yeah,
Are you talking about Al Husseini, who the former?
who is he?
He's no longer alive, so he's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
but you said there was peace and the Palestinians wanted to welcome the Jews for all time and all was love and all this nonsense.
Ah, yes, because obviously the plan became apparent, but
Oh, but
because the Jews
during
were
World
the
War
European,
II, so he started
yeah, yeah,
hating Jews. So he started working for Hitler
Shaq,
because of
Shaq,
some
no,
plans. And
Listen,
I thought it wasn't a Jewish
the
thing.
people that actually worked for Hitler were the Zionists, by the
I thought
way.
it wasn't a Jewish thing. So it
wait
was a
there.
Jewish
What
thing
do
a
you?
little bit, right?
Jay Shaw, let me explain to you, or you tell me what was the Havara agreement?
Oh my God! Yeah,
Exactly.
you want to save Jews, so you want to get them out.
Shaq,
No, no, no.
I can tell him who Husseini is, okay?
Yes, please, brother.
Husseini is the mufti that traveled all the way to speak to Hitler to save the Albanian Muslims that they were saving the Jews that were imprisoned because they were saving the Jews. That's what
True.
Husseini did with Hitler. He went
Yeah.
to speak in behalf of the Eastern European Muslims that they were captured by the mustache man because they were hiding Jews in their house. That's what it is. But you guys take a picture and make a story out of it. Get your facts right.
Again, it's
That,
not about religion. Please, let's go back to the origin of the issue. I
Just false
think
information, I think.
one of you said that Jewish refugees came to Palestine, and that's a fact. They started to come to Palestine in
There were already Jews in
1937.
Palestine.
I know European Jewish Palestinian,
There were Arab Jews here too.
European
There were 2.1 million
Jewish.
Arab Jews in
Can
Israel
you
now.
hear? I
What
know
Arab
that you
Jews? What
like
are you
to
talking about?
talk,
What
but
Arab Jews?
There's
What
can
Arab Jews are you talking
2.1
about?
Arabs in Israel, right? Who have Israel
But they're not
is
Jews.
citizenship right now.
But they're not. Those Palestinian Arabs are not Jews.
Yeah, that's true.
And listen,
Well, then
after they're done.
clearly Israel doesn't have a problem with all Palestinians, right?
Oh,
That's your
wait.
logic.
Ho. You know, here's a big plan. I'll tell you what the big plan is. The big plan is to exterminate Gaza, go ahead and exterminate the West Bank, and then go after the Israeli Palestinians. That's the agenda.
Their
That's a
goal
Zionist
survive.
agenda. Everybody is gonna get exterminated. That's the agenda. And if you
What's
don't,
the agenda? Say it again.
the
I didn't hear it.
agenda is to unalive all non-Jews in Israel. That's the agenda. That's the Zionist agenda, to unalive everybody in the following order: Gaza first, West Bank second, the Israeli Arabs third. And I'll tell you what: when the Israeli Arabs start rebelling, which is coming, it's coming. You're not going to see 2,000-pound bomb being dropped by jets on Haifa and Tel Aviv because one or two people there are starting because Hamas is in Tel Aviv basically. You're not going to see them leveling Tel Aviv to get to some Hamas people. They're leveling Gaza because they want to level all the civilians, but they're not going to
This
level Tel
guy,
Aviv.
no offense, dude. I think you have serious problems, and I don't know if it's like you like health
My
issues
problem is
or
people like
you
you and
seriously just
Zionism. That's
speaking
my problem. My
nonsense.
problem is with people who drank the Zionist Kool-Aid. That's my problem is. And you listen. You are going to end up with the whole world hating you, and it will probably end up back in the gas chambers. Really,
Oh,
seriously,
you're
with the way
threatening there,
you are
bro.
Listen, you are genocidal maniacs. You are sick fucks.
Whoa. Time out. That is
Dude, this
totally
guy is
inappropriate.
clearly
Hold
not
on.
Jewish.
Hey, Palestinians, hold on a second.
Jay
I
Shaw,
can
you need to.
Whoa. Slow down, everybody. Listen, respect the line for a second. You can't say stuff like that, Palestinian. You can't say people are going to end up back on the you-know-whats. That's inappropriate. And you can't say that somebody's a sick F. That's inappropriate. So apologize for that or I'm going to drop you.
I apologize for those
Okay, let's be kind to each
bad
other.
words.
We can be firm, but let's be kind, okay?
Okay, but it's hard to be kind to somebody that you know is so hateful. So
Well,
hateful. It's hard to be. How do you? I mean, I
well,
admire Shaq's and everybody's patience with these people that are
okay.
so. I'm sorry, that are
Well,
so
they're still human beings. Treat them
unreasonable,
as such,
un,
okay?
un,
That's it.
unreasonable. That's
How is it
unreasonable.
But
unreasonable? I want to just ask this to Palestinian Jew. How is
Jay
it
Shaw,
un?
Yes.
just before you ask him your question, I just want to remind you, Jay Shaw, Palestinian Jew is an Israeli, born and raised over there, served in the Israeli armed forces,
I don't believe him. I'm
and
sorry. Like I don't
You don't
believe
believe
him.
well,
me?
you
I
can
don't
Okay.
have to
check
believe
him.
him.
We know
You
that.
don't.
Well, nobody believes
I
you.
Okay.
don't know that.
We
So
know
okay,
that, and
how can
everybody
I
knows
confirm?
that.
How can I verify it with you,
I
Jay
just
Shaw?
highly doubt it. But here's how is it unreasonable for me to say that I want a two-state solution where Palestinians can govern themselves and
Where will this
the
two state
Jewish
be?
people
Hold on,
Where will this
Shaq.
two state be?
It's too
Yeah,
late for a two-state solution. It's
West
too late for
Bank,
that.
Gaza, and we could work out the rest. Now, your solution is to allow all Palestinians to basically take over the land of Israelis that are currently there. And this is what Palestinian Jews said before. Oh, they could just go wherever they want to go. I mean, that
Listen,
is
listen.
literally calling for ethnic cleansing
No,
of
no, no,
every
no. You
Israeli currently
okay?
living there because there is nowhere
Jay
for them to
Sure,
go. Yeah,
Jay Sure. Listen, it's no. I'm not calling for any ethnic cleansing of any
but that's
Jews. I'm
the
not.
outcome of your solution, dude.
No, 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 no. You are actually projecting. Here's
No.
so let's play it out. Let's play it out. Let's say you give the Palestinians the right of return to the homeland, right? So they come in. What are they doing? They come in. It's a free market. If you want to buy an apartment or a house or property, there's a price for everything. You pay and you buy. The Israelis who are afraid is the Israelis who live there who are afraid to, God forbid, to share the country with Palestinians. They can take the money and go away if they want to. It's a free market. It's a free market. You don't allow any violence. There's no violence. There's a new constitution, equal rights for everybody, one person, one vote, and everything is transacted like
I mean,
anywhere
that's
else
just
in the
pie
world.
in the
There's
sky.
no discrimination. No pie in the sky in your mind. It's pie in the sky. It's not pie in the sky in my mind. I live in America now. I know how things work. I mean, I hang out with Palestinians, with Christians, with Jews, with Hindus, with everybody, and there's no. Alaikum assalam.
Yeah,
Anyways, that's how the
and you
world
so you
works.
live. I know. So you live. Just so I want to understand this,
Yeah.
Palestinian Jew.
Uh-huh.
You
Yes.
live in
Mhm.
colonial white America, correct?
Listen,
Is
yes,
that
I
a
do.
yes or
Yeah.
no? I want to
True.
understand
Yeah,
where you're coming
yes,
from.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
you
I'll grant you
live
that.
you
Yes,
live on
yes.
stolen native land. You're a colonialist. You understand that, right?
I understand what you're saying, but
And
I don't necessarily agree with
by
you.
your
Okay.
logic,
Yes.
Native
Okay.
Americans who are still alive and living here, who have been subject
Right.
to the worst treatment maybe in the history of the world,
They were.
get to unalive,
They were subject to the most
right?
them and all minorities in the U.S. were subject to
Yes, and
horrendous injustice.
Native
Right.
Americans who are currently here now
Uh-huh.
get to unalive you because you are living on their land, correct?
Nobody is coming to unalive you. Why do you think
That's
that
what
these
Hamas
people,
is
the
doing right now
Palestinians,
to get back their land.
Hamas is defending themselves.
To get back their land.
Hamas is a freedom fighting
To
organization.
get back their
Hamas
land,
is an
right?
anti-slavery
But
movement.
their goal
That's
is to
what
get
it
back
is.
Israel, correct?
They want to get back what's theirs, but
And
not
the Native
necessarily
Americans also can do that. And so they
they
can
can
unalive you
look.
because
They,
you believe that any
no, no, no.
colonialist is bad and the land should all go back to everyone who is somehow indigenous to that land. That's your
May,
take, correct?
may I
Yes, the
interject?
land should
And so
belong
Native
to
Americans,
the
if
land
Native
should
Americans were
be a
to attack
democracy.
you,
Palestinian
The
Jew,
land,
may I
if
interject?
yes.
if a Native Americans were to attack you, you would
Why would they
you would
attack me?
support you
Why
would
would they attack
support
me?
Hold on, Palestinian. If the
you
Native
would
Yeah.
American,
support
if the Native American officially ask us to leave the land, we will gladly pack up our stuff and leave.
Why
Once
would
they,
you? No.
once,
Why
Native
would you
once
Americans
leave?
ask
No,
people
I
Native
don't think
Americans
you would
ask them to
leave.
leave
I
all the
would.
time. What are you talking about?
Why would you leave? No. It's not.
If
It's
the
not.
if
It
the
doesn't make sense.
native of the land ask me to leave their land,
They
I will
do.
leave.
They do.
No, they never
Do,
asked me. They never asked anyone to do
What
that.
does that
no,
mean?
Federico.
What
I
does
don't
that
think you
mean?
would leave, and
Yeah.
you don't think. I don't think you have to leave. I don't
Okay.
think.
One second,
Why are you
guys.
comparing the Native American
One
struggle to
second.
the Palestinian struggle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Native
Yes.
Americans
It's a
struggle.
very
What's
good.
wrong with it?
Because
Why are you
it's
comparing
like
that?
it's all about it's all about
No, it's
deflection. It's all
because you
about
guys
One at
deflection.
a
do.
time. One at a time. Whoa. Calm down, everybody.
It's all
One at
about
a
it's
time,
all
please.
about deflection.
I think
Can,
Exactly.
can we just
right
let
now,
let
we
King?
should be discussing the
Let,
future of Israel
yes.
Exactly.
after last week. That's
Right.
that's what this subject is gonna be. It's what's
But
gonna
listen.
happen.
No, it's
What's gonna
showing your
happen to
lack
that
of
state?
consistency.
Okay.
No, it's
Federico,
showing
hold
the
on.
reason. The reason I bring this up, guys, is because it shows your lack of consistency and logic in anything you
You
decide is the best course
you
of
want it to
action.
be a lack of consistency. You want it to be a lack of consistency, but there isn't.
Yeah, and
Okay,
so in
there
other words,
absolutely
that's why
is not
you're
lack of.
saying, yeah, you're
The,
okay. You don't mind colonialism as long as it's your
no,
side
no.
that's the
Oh
colonialist.
God, no, no. I do mind colonialism. I was
But
not
you are
there
a
when
colonialist.
why am
So
I
leave
colonial? Did I?
America. Go back to where you came from. That's what you tell Israelis to do. That's what everyone in this audience tells Israelis to do. Go back to Europe. You're not really Israel. You're not really from that region. Go back to
I
where you
am.
came from. You guys think that's
That's
okay because you view Israelis as white. And so you think it's okay to tell white people to go back to where they came from. But if it were the other way around, telling brown people to go back where they came from, that's racist to you. Your lack consistency, your
Okay.
logic
Okay,
is flawed, and you guys know that.
real quick, guys. Real quick, guys. Okay, so I want to address this because I haven't heard anybody hit the nail on the head. Sorry to jump in. Okay, it's fair to point out historically that it's inconsistent for one group of people who have been marginalized to be left that way, and you want the other ones to have reestablished their territory. I agree with that. So I think what Federico was saying was that if a native group was politically struggling to return the territory to their right ownership, which they're not, but if they were and they made the political request for there to be accommodation, he personally would be willing to participate in such accommodation to be consistent. The circumstances in terms of pragmatism are always different than what would be ideal in terms of a utopia. In this case, in Israel Palestine, what the H group has since reformed and done is they've offered to not recognize their neighbor because they still don't like the entity that drove it, but they're willing to accept as a compromise the establishment of a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. So they are asking, the Israelis are ignoring them and continue to settle more territory, and then when they violently resist, they get repressed as we're seeing now.
The future of Israel. That's what we should be discussing. What happened to Israel right now is that's what we should be looking at.
If I
Yeah,
may
but one of the
say
questions
something, I
is
think
Yeah,
why
that
did Israel chosen to
Chip.
put?
I just want to address your point. I mean, it's just not true. I mean, this is what Ismail Haniyeh said in 2020 after the new charter.
Mhm.
Gaza would become Singapore. Israel,
What do
it
you
will be
what do you
established
mean by
from the
that?
river to the sea. We cannot, in exchange for money or projects, give up Palestine and our weapons. We will not give up the resistance. We will not recognize Israel. Palestine must stretch from Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. I mean, you can say what their charter says, and I'm not even sure that's what it says, but this is not true. They want all of Israel.
I
Stop
believe
saying
they
they'll agree
after
to
the
They
the
want all
border.
of
crimes,
Palestine.
after the
they want
crimes
all of
that
Palestine.
Israel,
Yeah. So
All
You
of
guys can't even agree on
Palestine.
what
Where do you get
Hamas
Israel from?
wants.
after the crimes that Israel have committed right now,
Oh.
especially that genocide
Okay, so you
in
agree that they want
Gaza,
all of Israel. They want one state.
I do agree
because of what
from the
happened, because of
river
what the
to the
Israelis.
sea, King, please, from the river to the sea, the only thing you're gonna see is Palestine. That's what I believe in, and that's what I think. And if you can see the collapse of the state of Israel, that's too bad for you because it is collapsing.
Yeah,
Just look
it's
at
not
it.
collapsing.
Just look
I've
at
never
it.
heard of a state
Look at
collapsing
it.
that you guys also say is committing a genocide.
It
I
is.
mean,
It is. It
Palestinians are
is.
being unalived.
They're
Israel's
being.
doing fine. I mean,
You
guys,
think
not
so?
even other Arab guys. Let me just tell you. Let me just speak
Why
to you
don't you
guys really
attack Iran
clearly.
back?
Other Arab
Why don't you
guys,
retaliate against Iran?
other Arab nations do not care about Palestine.
You
They
think
just do
so?
not.
So why
Egypt
is
doesn't
that?
care. Jordan doesn't care.
Why does the
Lebanon,
Lebanese resistance? Why does the Lebanese today there was
because they hate Israel.
nine attacks today from Lebanon.
Because they hate Israel.
Nine
They hate
attacks.
Palestinians. That's why they discriminate against them.
Nine attacks. Let me tell you one thing for sure that is something that will not be new to you. That there is a bunch of Palestinians that are getting trained in Iran, and these are the people
Bro,
are.
stop your nonsense. I
I'm,
mean,
I'm
guys,
telling you,
I don't think you understand the
I
level
know.
of military
I feel your frustration.
because you're
You know,
so delusional. It's just
I'm
hard
not
to like
delusional.
understand.
I'm factual, and the
Israel
fact.
could wipe out Palestine and
Then why
all its
don't you do
people
it?
because we
why
don't want
don't
to
you
kill. They don't want to kill them all, dude.
why don't you
Because they don't. No, they
why
don't.
don't you retaliate against Iran? Why is it so quiet? Why is it that you guys cannot even make up your mind to retaliate against Iran?
Israel attacked a military base. That's
Where?
neither it wasn't a consulate. That it was not. That's been debunked too. But
Whatever the speculation. Now, what
they
we know for
unalived
sure,
military soldiers.
just what we know for sure, that Iran sent 250 drones and ballistic missiles, and they got the target they wanted to get in Israel. Okay,
They didn't get any target.
Okay, they
They
did.
destroyed Nevatim Air Base.
He
Totally
doesn't know.
destroyed it.
He
And they
doesn't. He
destroyed
doesn't know.
The video
another.
you're seeing is like a Texas wall.
No,
that was
no, no, no.
demolished. Yes.
We've seen the footage.
Shaq,
I've seen the
Shaq,
footage.
You've been
Shaq.
brainwashed.
You see, that's exactly the answer you are being brainwashed.
And
Like,
then
we saw it
after
on
and
TV.
after that, Iran
We
said,
saw it
"Please
on
don't
TV,
attack
man.
us. We're done.
What?
We won't attack again.
Really?
Please don't attack us." That's what
So,
happened.
so what are you gonna do now about it? Are you gonna go attack Iran or not?
Okay, here's what I know.
Are you gonna attack
Israel
Iran? Yes or no?
unalived.
Yes or no?
Guys,
Attacking
Israel
Iran or not?
unalived.
He doesn't know. Hold on
military
first.
Are you gonna go retaliate against Iran? Yes or
I mean,
no?
it's not me, dude. I don't make those
So
decisions. I
do
don't
you
really
do
care.
No,
you
no, they're not going to retaliate against Iran because America told them that they're not going to back him up this time. That's why they're not going to do it. They're
buddy?
wusses.
You
They're not
know
going to retaliate against
Palestinian
Iran because they cannot do
All
it
right.
themselves. And
Palestinian.
America told them they're
Iran
not going to
didn't do
participate.
anything. They
You know
didn't
what happened?
unalive anyone except for
You
a
know
little
what happened
girl.
today in Lebanon? You know what happened today in Lebanon?
More
They,
discrimination against Palestinians.
the Lebanese resistance launched 9 attacks against Israeli posts. Yeah. Why don't you go? Why don't you retaliate against H Lebanon then?
They do.
Where they did what?
They
Listen,
unalive those
the,
people all the time, dude.
They do unalive people, but that's what Israel has been doing for the past 75 years.
Yep.
Unaliving
If you attack
it's not
Israel,
something.
they will kill you.
It's not something new. Israel is not doing anything. They've been doing that all along. But Lebanon has beaten Israel in 4 different wars. Am I delusional now, or that's reality? What do you
hey
think?
guys, I have a question for you. Do you know? I haven't heard any bombing of Gaza in the last couple of days. Can
No,
you confirm that? Or?
They have done. They have flown a drone that makes sound of baby and children crying, and then when people comes out, they unalive them. They
Oh, yeah,
always
I'm
come
sure.
up
I'm
with
sure that's
new
real story.
tactics. Yes,
With the drones or with the drones or with bombs? With
with the quadcopters.
Yeah, they've got
quadcopters.
quadcopters, drones with microphones attached to them, and they've got women crying sounds. They've got babies crying. When the people come out, they have been shooting them, and they've also been taking them as prisoners as well.
Yeah,
And so they just keep taking
So
more. Now
that's the
they've
most
how
got
does
moral
it?
army.
How does it take them as prisoners? They have ground troops.
They
yeah,
have
yeah.
They still have ground troops in Gaza. I thought that they
Yeah,
folded
yeah.
and they
No,
still have
no,
ground
no.
troops.
They still, you know what it is? Most of the time they're hiding in their number vehicles, yeah, the APCs. But
Uh huh.
they do have, around the perimeters, they have got ground troops, but they're not always on the ground because they're always hiding in their armored personnel carriers, which, by the way, the H Group are brilliant at taking out.
I know.
Uh,
That's not defense. It's like
it's
nothing.
amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
Right.
But the thing is, those number vehicles are the most armored personnel carriers of any military because they're essentially Merkava tanks, which are used as
Right.
armored personnel carriers.
yeah
So,
Uh huh.
the H
I
group with
mean,
$150. Yasin.
yeah. They've taken out hundreds of those.
Yeah,
I mean, literally now, I think 50% of the Merkava force is finished, and
Are
the
you
number of
serious? I
vehicles.
doubt it. No,
Yeah.
really.
yeah.
No,
Well,
it is
what do you
100%, really.
where do you
Palestinian.
get that?
50% of.
You
Where do you
go
get
you
that
go
information?
on Al Mayadeen TV.
He gets
You
it
see
from
live
delusional.com.
You can see
footages.
all the video. You know what? All the
Yeah,
video footage. If you
videos.
look at all the videos, you can see
All the
clearly what's
videos.
happening.
Actually,
Where
today,
do you
Chad,
see those
Chad,
videos? Where are those
Chad.
videos?
Al Mayadeen, Al
Delusional.com, I told you.
Mayadeen TV, Al Mayadeen TV.
Al Mayadeen, there's Telegram groups,
Yeah. And
and you
did you
can
I
see?
see.
I
Did
I'm
you
on
see
the
Chad?
Telegram group on the Resisted News Network. I don't see.
Yeah.
I see very far and few between
No,
attacks on.
if you even
But
if you go on Facebook, there's Al Jazeera are showing them on Al Jazeera Arabic. Al Mayadeen is
uh-huh.
showing them, and
Al
they
Mayadeen.
yeah, the Arabic channel from Lebanon.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Al
They're
Mayadeen,
showing them
it's
as well.
English, Spanish, and Arabic. So
Yeah, and you
Really,
know
Al
what? And
Mayadeen.
yeah, when you see the number of the operations, unbelievable. The
yeah,
courage of those fighters is,
yeah.
you know what they. I mean, the
No, no. I tell
Zios
you,
keep.
I think that if they really took out 50% of the tanks,
Merkava.
of the Merkava tanks, Israel would have not they cannot sustain it. They will not.
They hide it.
They
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 hide
they
it.
have, they're now bringing out the oldest Merkavas, because they were using. You got the Merkava 4. They're now bringing out
Right.
Merkava 2s and 3s. Okay, the Mark 2 and 3s, because
Uh-huh.
they've wiped out the majority of the Mark 4s. So they've withdrawn their Mark 4s, which are their most advanced. But because of the close quarters, because the trophy system, the doesn't work within 100 meters. So most of the
Uh-huh.
attacks that the H group are doing, they're walking out in the open within 50 meters. The trophy system has got no chance of deflecting that. It can't activate and destroy the incoming with the with the active armor. Okay. And they keep talking about, oh, H group hiding in tunnels. No, H group are on the ground in the open, walking right up to these tanks and placing detonators on them and then walking away. And you
Yeah, they
see
used
this
to do
film.
that. They used to do it, but I haven't seen much of it done
Oh,
lately,
they've been
really.
doing it. They've been doing it a lot in this operation as well. In fact, the very first few tanks that were taken out, almost all of them, they were placing mines on the tanks, on the weak
Hmm.
parts, on the
Literally
hatches
on
underneath.
foot. On foot. They
Yeah,
walk to
they're
the
walking.
tank, they put the mine on it, and they detonate it, and they walk away.
Do
Yeah,
I want to
unbelievable.
ask Shaq, how many tanks do you think Israel had before the war, at the time of October 7th?
I think they had Mark 4. They had about 1,000.
They have
No, really?
2,200 tanks. You really think that they've
Really?
destroyed, Hamas has destroyed 1,000 tanks?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Why don't you
It's
go
a,
on
I think
between
you're
Chat?
absolutely
between
delusional, dude. And you're in this
between
wet
between
dream
number
of like
between the
nonsense.
between the number vehicle and the number is a Mark 4 without a turret. Okay.
Check 1 second. Okay, I'm not gonna go too far. If you put on the Mayadeen TV right now, okay, and you watch the news, you will see H Lebanon fired the guided missile that were taken from the IDF, which is they copied and they produce it in mass, and you will see the position of the Israeli commanders while they're having a meeting. And Israel today admitted to 14 of them. 14. They were hiding in a new position that they have made on the Lebanese border, and they fired the missile and they unalived 14 of them. And
Yep,
it's right now.
14.
Are you
Turn it.
watching it now? Can you make him big and show it on the live here?
I don't know if it's safe. If it
Of course, it's
is.
safe. Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
it
should
be
be
safe?
fine. It should be fine to put on
Yeah.
the big screen.
Chip,
Let
can
me
you
see.
bring him on a big screen with that clip, the news clip?
All right. Hold on.
Not me, not me. I don't have it.
1 second. 1 second.
No, Federico, Chip, bring Federico up.
Just let
Yeah,
me let me
yeah, there you go.
let me rewind to it.
الله يحييهم الله يحيي الله يحييهم.
Yeah, sorry. Whilst you're doing that, just to confirm, the H group have taken out about 1,000 Number and Markova jointly,
You
and the
know, I think
Number.
if that were the
No,
case, Shaq,
stop it. Let's say it's not true.
if that was the
MashaAllah,
case,
alhamdulillah, MashaAllah.
the army would have collapsed by now.
The army
No,
would be
it's
But
a
they
ready
have,
crucial.
for it.
but they have collapsed because they've withdrawn so
Oh
many
my gosh,
brigades.
dude. This is
They've
okay. If
they've had
Hamas
to
is one,
withdraw
then there can't
so
be
many
genocide going
brigades.
on.
Yeah, but they haven't collapsed yet. They're still out there shooting and
No, it's not a
Hey
total
guys,
collapse,
Hamas is
but
winning
it's
the war, but there's
yeah.
also a genocide going on. This is like you guys are just. This is crazy. This is
Bro, you have to
Wait a
say
minute,
H group. You have to say H group.
Joshua.
then there's a
Jay,
war going. There's a war going on, guys.
Jay Shaw. There's not a war. There's a genocide
How
only,
can you say?
and
But
you've
you're also saying that they're winning. They're winning a war. You're just saying like
well,
they
yeah. Let me
destroyed the
explain.
Israeli army.
Let me explain. If you read the Haaretz, read today's Haaretz, yeah, and Haaretz confirms that the H group are winning. This is the headline in one of Israel's biggest newspapers. The H group is
Haaretz, yeah.
winning. Haaretz is winning. I mean, sorry, the H group is winning because Israel has failed to secure a single strategic military objective. This is what the
Right.
articles are saying. Full page articles in the
Are
Haaretz.
you
Yes.
talking about
Right.
the article that says Israel is lost?
I don't
Israel
know
is
if
lost.
that's
Yes.
yeah, they
That's
have
not.
lost.
I mean, I don't know if you guys understand how like the titles work. That doesn't mean what you think it means.
Oh, listen,
Oh,
stop
really? What
playing.
does it mean?
He's doing he's doing gymnastics now. He's
Come
doing
on, man.
verbal
What do you, so
gymnastics.
what does it? Israel lost? What does it mean? Israel won? What does
It
it
just
mean?
means like
Israel
there's
lost?
no
I think,
enemies.
I
I'll
think,
tell you what it
I
means.
think he thinks you
I'll
guys are
tell you what
literate.
it
That's what he
means.
thinks.
I'll
What
tell
does
you
it
what it
mean,
means because
Jason?
anyone with a brain would sort of know this. So like what it means is like there's no real end in sight. Just sort of like when you go into any other area, like
Did you read the
Afghanistan
Did you
or
read the
Iraq.
article? Did you read the article?
Yeah, I did. It doesn't say anything
Okay.
about Israel losing. It's an opinion article.
And what
Okay.
everything
First
is
of
an
all,
opinion.
the first sign that this article is right on the money is that they called the reporter who wrote the article. They labeled him anti-Semite. That's the
No,
first
that's not.
clue.
No, you're wrong. It's
I'm
first of all,
not
it's a
wrong.
woman.
I've got it
It's a
here.
woman, and
I've
her
got
name
the
is
goods,
Allison
man. I've got the
Kaplan Summer.
receipt. They labeled him anti-Semite. Number one, the Israeli
There's
reporter
nothing about
that wrote the article
anti-Semitism.
he's
You
now an
guys, you
anti-Semite.
guys ready?
Ready? Go for it.
Yeah, read me the article portion that says Israel is losing the war.
Wait, there, Federico, I think, is
All right.
I
going
saw
to
it in
be
Hebrew. I
ready
can
to
read to you
play.
in Hebrew if you want. You
Uh,
understand Hebrew?
No,
I'm not
No.
gonna. I'm
Okay.
gonna keep
Haaretz
the.
is in English.
I'm gonna keep
I
the
have the
red
Hebrew
stripe
version.
out.
I
I'm gonna
read the
keep.
Hebrew version.
All right, guys, watch.
We can't see anything yet, Federico.
Nothing.
Point your camera to the TV.
It is pointing on it.
No, you got to flip the camera. You got to flip your
You got to flip the
screen.
yeah.
We'll turn your camera around to it. You're actually off camera. You're not on camera.
Am I? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, your camera's not on.
All right. You see me now?
Nope.
We don't see you. We just see your.
Oh, why is that?
The only one on camera at the moment is Chip.
Hold on 1 second. I don't know why.
So yeah, whilst Federico works that out, just to confirm that the Zios have not retrieved any of their prisoners purely because they don't want to, because they're implementing the what is it called, the directive? I can't remember which one, what it was called.
The Hannibal Directive? Which one?
The Hannibal Directive, yeah, which means
Yeah.
that you'll kill your own. I mean, they unalived
Exactly.
3 in their underpants who were screaming in Hebrew that we're they were actually soldiers. They were all IDF. Sorry, no, they weren't
Right.
IDF soldiers, but they were Israelis. They're in their
Yes.
underpants. They're carrying a white flag in Hebrew, and
Right.
they're saying, "We are Israelis. Don't shoot." They shot 2 of them, and then one ran back into a building, and then the soldiers went in, chased him, and unalived him. Federico, you had your camera on. We're over to you, my brother.
Okay, now here you go. You kind of you're offside a little bit. Can you center your camera on the screen? There you go.
We're just waiting for some volume on your laptop.
It's in Arabic or that's in
Arabic,
Arabic?
yeah. That's the Arabic side.
Do you have
Hey guys,
the English?
clarify for everybody what we're watching because I don't think everybody knows. What are we about to watch?
See these vehicles highlighted in red? These are the vehicles of the commanders that were in the post.
Yeah, I saw that on Resistant News Network. I saw that video,
Yeah, that is.
but it doesn't. No, that video really doesn't show much.
What was that supposed to show?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It's supposed to show massive damage to the IDF forces. That's
Yeah,
what it's
that did
supposed
not.
to.
Yeah, it
Alhamdulillah.
doesn't exist.
Alhamdulillah.
That's what it's
Most of
supposed
the
to
base,
show, but Uh,
most of the bases, most of the Israeli bases around Lebanon border have been totally damaged and destroyed.
This
The
is
H
this
group have done that.
Chuck, no, I don't know
I
if
got
look, but everybody will confirm that at least 30,000 Israelis moved from the north of Israel down to Tel Aviv.
Three
that
hundred
I
On
do
thousand.
government,
that I
on
do agree with.
Three
how
hundred
many?
thousand. 300,000.
300,000.
130,000.
No, 300,000. No,
Three
no,
hundred
no, no.
thousand now. Yeah. And 250,000 are now
Oh my
living in
God. No, no.
hotels at the
Hey,
cost of the
can
government.
somebody look it up and confirm it? Because if it's $300,000, Israel is fucking lost the war. 300,000? Are you kidding me? It's
Yeah.
50.
This
No, no,
this
no,
was
no, no.
it's 300,000 and 250,000 are living at the cost of the Israeli government in hotels, and this is costing billions because none of
So
them are working.
the war is over. I mean, the war is freaking over.
Well,
If
I
that's
thought
the
it wasn't a
case,
war. It's not a war. You told me.
whatever it is,
That's
whatever
why
it
I'm
is,
telling you guys,
whatever.
we
All right,
should
guys.
discuss
You guys
what's
can.
coming.
We don't even need to do this anymore. Israel, you guys won.
Israel is in big
Israel
trouble.
lost.
I
If
mean,
it's true, if it's
yeah,
actually 300, Israel is in big trouble. It really is in big
yeah.
trouble. Absolutely.
I mean, on the
And
news they were talking about 300,000 Israelis have moved back down
Oh, that's a bad
towards the
time.
south.
can somebody confirm it online? I only have my phone. I don't have a computer. Can
I
somebody
haven't got
look
a
on Google
second.
and see
I haven't got a
how
second
many
device.
Israeli evacuated the north?
It's very big numbers. It's not 30,000. It's very big numbers,
If
and
it's that
it's
big, it'll destroy. If it is that big, I don't know where they'll put them all.
well, this is that they're having major problems now because they're occupying all the hotels.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the
there's
thing is
no
that
300,000 hotel rooms available. No, there's no.
I don't know where they all are, but there's a huge number. I mean, it's not 30,000. It's a lot more than that. It is in the hundreds of thousands.
You
Uh,
know, the Galilee is a very sparsely populated. It's not densely populated, so
no,
300,000 would be a lot for that part of Israel to anywhere from. I think they pretty much evacuated everybody from Akko, Acre,
Acre,
on north, Acre
yeah.
on north, right?
And they'll never go back. And this is good news because they'll never be able to go back because they know there'll be no protection for them because the H group there is way too powerful. Israel knows they don't stand a chance. Just like 2006, H group gave a proper hammering to the Zios, and they showed them some
and
surprises.
and
Yeah,
all
if
the
you remember,
kibbutzim around Gaza, they also all evacuated, right? So I don't
they've
know how
all
many
gone.
people. What
Yeah. All those
the bulk of
kibbutz
them?
have gone. Yeah, they're
So
all empty.
they're all concentrated in the center of Israel, and it's like, man, and those fuckers, they cannot come to the table and negotiate and make peace. They are dead set on genocide. They think they're winning, and they're dead set on genociding all of them. That's
Brother,
dead set.
yeah,
They will not negotiate
there's some figures in the comments. So,
with the most
time to visit.
reasonable people in the world. The Palestinians are the most reasonable, kind
Hey
people in
guys,
the world.
just after you finish this numbers, we got a couple people waiting to come on in. So
There's
finish up about
there's
30
comments
All
seconds.
right.
there. So there's comments in the 200,000 according to Times of Israel. So maybe I've
You got to
overestimated.
be kidding.
And
200,000 from the north?
and
Holy shit.
117,000 according to Reuters. So even if we go with the lowest figure, 117,000, these are huge numbers.
This is
Okay,
absolutely, it's a huge number. That's
and
insane.
and more
They're
than
all, none
half.
of them, yeah, and they're all living on government.
Oh, it's all on the
We're
government.
paying for it. I'm here in America. We're paying for this fucking thing.
Americans
We're paying for it.
Americans are paying, and more than 500,000 Israelis fled and went back to their real homelands. Okay, and that's why the airport at whatever you call it, Ben Gurion, came to a
Yes.
collapse because all the computer systems, everything crashed because there was just too many trying to escape. And here's the thing, real people in their real homeland, they stay and fight, they don't run, and they don't destroy their own homeland. They don't destroy and
Exactly.
Are
burn
you
their land.
calling Ukrainians who also
Exactly.
fled
Thank you.
not part of Ukraine? Because everyone flees during war. Gazans also fled in Gaza. Are those people not part of their homeland too?
Women and
Dude, this.
children is different.
What are you talking? No,
Women
not
and
just children,
children is
men.
different.
No,
You got
rich.
fighting age men. You got Netanyahu's son living at large in Miami Beach. Yeah, up on the 20th floor of a high rise, whilst his countrymen are dying, and he's
Oh,
the leader's son. He
where?
should be on the front line, risking his life.
Oh,
Yeah,
where's Palestinian leadership right now? Where's Hamas leadership right now? Where are they?
yeah, you're
They're on the
killing them.
ground.
That's what they
They're on the
are.
ground
No, they're
fighting and
not.
dying.
Yeah,
They're on
no, they're
the
not,
ground.
dude.
They've
Fighting
been
and
many
dying,
of
Yeah, there are
exactly.
people
many of
unalive,
them
bro.
many of them have been involved in operations and have given their
No,
lives.
Hamas leadership is in all over, living in their lavish
Bro, you gotta
Oh,
say
come
age
penthouse
on,
group.
man.
Quit
apartments.
saying you gotta say
Jesus
age group,
Christ.
Jester. You gotta say age group.
My
They
bad.
keep saying the other word. You know, you get
Give me a break.
chip in trouble.
Whilst Netanyahu is living in a tunnel, in a tunnel, by the way, in a basement, way underground.
Wow.
You know,
Of course
we've got to
he is.
remember, by the way, who were the masters of tunnel making.
Right.
You know, the Warsaw Ghetto, they made tunnels, and even in Palestine,
Yeah, who
the
are the
Irgun,
masters? I want to hear who are the masters of
the the
who?
Irgun and the
Can you guys
Haganah,
see
they were
that?
making
Can you
tunnels.
guys
Who?
see
Yeah,
it?
Yes,
who are you gonna
Yeah,
say,
we're
Shaq? Tell me who
seeing
are
it.
the masters of tunnel making?
Can you
Because you
guys
They
mentioned
see
the
it?
were? The
Warsaw
Irgun and
Ghetto. Who are you
Haganah were
gonna
making
say?
tunnels. I didn't know that.
yeah. They
Yeah,
used to.
Where?
There's lots of photos. I've seen the photos of them making tunnels
yeah. So
where they're
Really?
storing their
who's
weapons.
they you referring to?
Oh, bunkers,
The
bunkers.
Zionists, the Zionists.
No,
Not
no,
bunkers.
Zionists weren't in World War
Shaq,
II
can you see the
because
video?
Yeah.
that didn't exist yet. So who are you
I
referring
can.
to as building tunnels in the Warsaw Ghetto?
By the way, that missile
Jews, right?
was stolen from Israel and replicated in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, replicated. Good job, they do. Look,
Is
look, look,
that
look.
is that coming in?
Boom.
Oh, that hit it.
Yeah.
Hey, friends, I believe
Ya
that King
Allah.
Cartman hasn't had a chance to speak, and neither has our friend Fee. So if
Yes,
maybe we can give a chance to, I think King Cartman's been up there for a
And
while, and maybe.
that's a drone that followed.
MashaAllah.
That's a
to
drone
film
that
it all.
followed.
That's I just
Yeah, but
wanna
this.
I know that Israeli TV don't show that, but that's okay. We can show it to you.
yeah, they
No,
never
they
will.
do show it. This is Israeli TV, and they do show it, and
Yeah,
it's
I see
not.
that Abraham.
What
That's
what is that?
Hebrew. Jay, sure you don't speak Hebrew?
I mean, I can
Who?
read it. I don't understand it.
I'm
I
Palestinian.
understand
I
some
speak
words, but I
Arabic,
don't
right
speak it.
Arabic. So
Huh?
I'm Palestinian. I speak and read right Arabic. Just fine. My father spoke Hebrew and read Hebrew because he had to. But
Hmm.
you know, I noticed you were comparing the Native American struggle to our struggle. Native Americans are thriving in this country. They were never held in captivity. They were never not allowed to leave their villages to go to the city. They never get their water cut
Exactly.
off.
Are you delusional? I mean,
I'm not
clearly you
delusional.
don't know
Native
American
Americans
history
are
like you. I don't know
thriving
what
in
to
this
tell you.
country. They're thriving in this country. I mean, one state, Nevada, doing great there,
They own
making
all the
millions of
casinos in
dollars.
California. Only they can own casinos
Yeah,
in
he's over here
California.
comparing our struggle to Native American. Okay, yeah, what happened to
Yeah,
them in 1800s? Back then, people were sad. People were not in the right mind. I mean, people back then were kind of not mental. I'm trying to use the safe words. They weren't
it was a
mentally
settler
stable.
colonialism back then. It was exactly the same thing that's
So
happening now
what
in
about me, Jay? Sure, I was
Palestine.
born in the States, but I was kicked out of my homeland. They kicked me out of Palestine. They told me I had 2
Right.
weeks to come back when I was there. Explain that to me, Jay. Sure, but I'm sure you're allowed to live in Israel, right? Oh, you probably they probably give you an open visa. They probably give you a
Oh
settlement
yeah.
home, and they probably give you a firearm. But if I get caught with a slingshot, I might get 5 years in prison. Explain that to me. See, Native Americans are thriving in this country. They have rights. They have the right to bear arms. They have freedom of speech. We don't have that in Palestine. We don't have none of that. If you get
You
caught with
do.
a, you get no, we don't. Where?
Who kicked you out of
Where
Palestine?
are
Tell me that.
Palestinians free in Palestine? Where are they free? We were never free. We were never given a fair anything. Never. You know why two-state will never work? Is because it's racist. What is this? 1950 Alabama? what is this? 1960s United States? Are you going to have water fountain that says Palestinians and a water fountain that says Israeli? Is that why you want two state? Because it's never going to work. Because it's racist. Two-state solution is a racist solution. Because Israelis, IDF, are racist. Yeah.
So we need to dismantle every Islamic state that exists that
Why?
allows
Hey,
for
You can
how about
try.
Why?
dismantling any
You can
racist?
try. You can try. You can try.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Why
You
when I
can
go to
try.
Jordan? Okay. Why when I go to Egypt I'm respected? When I go to
You're
Jordan I'm
not respected.
respected. Yes, I
Why?
am.
Because you have
Yes.
an
Oh,
American
yes, I
passport.
am. Especially in the, no. I'm very well respected. I'm not harassed. I'm not held in captivity for 6 hours just so they can ask me 10 questions about where my grandfather is. About is this your cousin? And guess who got to last time I went to Palestine to Ben Gurion Airport. I sat in this room for 6 hours with this Jewish rabbi, and I asked him, "Why are you in here?" He pulled up his Facebook page. He's like, "Well, I'm on your side." So they even harass their own. They harass their own. We're in there 6 hours,
If
and
you're
guess what?
if you're if you're not a
And
Zionist, you're in the
guess,
shit house, man.
brothers,
The
guess,
Zionists absolutely
I
hate
can,
the true Torah Jews.
and guess what
yeah,
happened to me?
exactly.
I was questioned by somebody like Jay Sher, who spoke really good American English, who was born in New York.
Oh,
I was questioned by a New York lady of Jewish faith. She asked me 10 questions, and then she asked me if I was going to stay this time longer than 4 years. I said, "No, man, my life is in America. I cannot stay here." She's like, "Well, if you get caught again, you'll never be allowed back in if you go
if you
over
get,
3 months."
oh, come on, man.
And then I asked you this question. I said, "We're both American, right? We're both born in the States. Can I have your job in the airport one day? Can I work a little?" You know what she said? She said,
What?
"No." I said, "Why? You just asked me for my dad's ID, my dad's Hawiya, because my
Uh-huh.
father still has an active ID in Israel. But my father
Uh-huh.
is no longer with us. My father's not on this earth anymore, but his ID is
Uh-huh.
still active." And I'm asking her, "Can I have an active ID?" She said, "No, you can't." Look at the blatant racism and discrimination.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
Jay Sure says, "Oh, the Native Americans, they should kill." Native Americans are thriving.
Native Americans have the largest poverty rate in the United States of
Okay,
America.
at least they have water. At least they
Greater
get
than
an
black
EBT
people.
card. At
We're
least they have
No,
still
a.
they
spending money on weapons.
no,
And
wait. They
spending
know they
money on
don't.
water.
The highest poverty rates are amongst the white European Appalachians. That's a fact.
That's not an
But
ethnic,
but
Richard.
at least they get water and electricity. You know
You're
how many
denying
times?
he's denying the ethnicity of white Europeans, their heritage. That's terrible.
Do you know how many times when I lived there the last time I lived there for 4 years? How many times they cut off our water and electricity in the middle of the night?
How much water do you think Israel controls in Gaza?
They control
All
all
of
of it.
it, all
All
of
of
No,
it.
it,
you're lying.
All
every
of
That's
it.
last drop of
wrong.
it,
All of it.
every
Nonsense.
last drop of it,
Look at the
every
Every
last
Yasin
drop of it.
105. Yasin 105.
they can't even harvest rainwater. It's, they'll
You
get
see how they fight out of
arrested.
the
They
tunnels?
cannot
It's
You
drill
know,
wells. They cannot harvest rainwater.
when I was
It's
living
all
in the
come.
West Bank,
No,
our
they're
neighbor
not
passed
allowed.
away.
Not
Our
allowed to
neighbor
harvest
passed away.
rainwater.
Our
Yasin
neighbor
one05.
passed away because they cut the electricity off, and my neighbor's mother,
Ooh, is
she
that
wasn't
in the camera?
a machine, and because the IDF decided, you know what, we're going to harass them tonight, they cut off the electricity for 6 hours, and my neighbor's mother passed away because of that.
Sure, bro.
Hey, look at this
You
footage.
know,
This is. By the
How,
way, let's look
okay.
at this.
How
I
old is
mean,
this?
look at this
How old is?
footage.
I'm looking at it. How old is this footage, Federico? When did you?
Thi- This is all recent in the last few months. This is current stuff.
all this
Huh?
is karma. All that is karma. All that is beautiful karma.
So
Look at them, and
when
they're all above
Palestinians
ground.
die, is that karma too?
Karma from what? What have we ever done as a people? You
Look at
They're
know,
not fighting.
Oh,
They're
you know,
fighting the
you want to know
IDF.
about
Hey,
karma,
Carmen,
Joshua?
are
You
you
know
Jewish?
about karma?
I can't understand. Are you Jewish?
The
This
minute
is
here's a
no.
I'm
here's a
Palestinian.
karma. Here's a karma, Joshua. The karma is when you see yourself as a chosen people. You're better than everybody else. What do you expect people to do? To bow down to you? if you think you're chosen, we'll show you how chosen you are. You're chosen to go to the G chambers. That's what. Yeah, you cannot. You're
Hey,
not
hey,
better than
Chip, can you
anybody.
get this
You
guy out of
don't.
here? It's
You
clearly not Jewish
you
because he's basically calling for the
you
death of the youth.
don't have blue blood. You're not better than anybody else.
Chip,
And
this
and
guy
and
also
and that's your.
called for us to go to. Thank you. I mean, it's crazy.
The who?
Listen, just
Oh,
let
they
me,
were good. I
hold on,
had
let me,
one and my wife had the other one.
one sec.
I
Let me,
ate it cold. I did
listen.
not like it much because it was.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, so just some ground rules, just for basic. I know it's tempting to get angry at people, and if you don't like somebody else, it's understandable you get emotional, but we cannot say to each other that we wish people to die, especially with references to historical methods of dying that are very sensitive and I believe very anti-Semitic to bring up in a way that's hateful. You don't have to like somebody, but we have to be decent to each other, at least here on this panel when I moderate it, okay? It was the second time somebody did it after being warned, which is why they were dropped. I have nothing against the person. I do have something against what they said. Okay, so let's be fair to each other. And I'm sorry that happened, Jay Shore. That's not okay. I wouldn't allow for that. Okay, I think that we have two people here that were new. Actually, one. We have someone named Pentagon who's here. And Brendan, did you want to say anything first before that?
I'm gonna wait for Pentagon to go ahead and have his turn.
All right, let's give Pentagon a chance to speak. Pentagon, welcome. How are you? I'll make sure you get your mic turned off.
Yeah, welcome everybody here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome everybody.
Welcome.
It's a good discussion here. It is of our best interest to discuss what is happening in the Middle East, and without sentiment, we should be straight. The people of Palestine, they don't deserve what they are facing now. No matter how the relationship they are, or no matter how the dispute they might be having with the Israeli IDF and whoever the government is, the displacement of the Palestine is more than something we should talk about, and we shouldn't take side. Not just because one side is God's chosen people and the other side is not also the God's chosen people. We all worship the same God, and irrespective of the religion, I think the people of Palestine, they have to be held. Yeah, thank you.
What did he say? Have to be held? What does he mean by that?
I'm not sure what he was getting at. I think he said basically each side deserves respect or something to that effect.
Oh, I don't know what he was. I don't know if he was saying something because I try my best not to say anything disrespectful, and I don't condone any violence against any person or any race. My father taught me better. Like I said, my father's boss, when his first job was at a Jewish bakery, and the guy loved my dad, and my dad spoke Hebrew, English, and Arabic. So I don't have nothing against the Jewish people. I never have, and I'm a person who lived there, so I know that people get along just fine. It's the government that doesn't want people to get along. The people do well with each other. Palestinians and Jews actually get along just fine if the government's not involved. I mean, the only way it'll ever get better is if the government in Israel change the leaders. Have more sympathetic leaders, have leaders that have a heart, have leaders that care about humanity. The leader of Israel does not care about humanity. He has no heart. He's willing to unalive his own just to get his way. That's who Netanyahu is.
Do you guys ever wonder where the H group in Lebanon got the intelligence from that there is top military leaders meeting in that place? Do you guys wonder, like, how did they know that? Does anyone wonder? Is there any Israeli officials that are bribed, that are selling their people out? Do you think so? I think so.
There's
I think, brother, on both
certainly.
sides, there's that.
because I know during the history in Lebanon where we were resisting, they would sell each other out. Like they would tell the H group in Lebanon that there is, hey, my boss is gonna make that route at that time, and the H group would go there and unalive them so they can get the promotion. Is that a trend now in the occupation forces? You guys think it's a trend? They're all gamblers, have problems and stuff like that, so they sell out their own people.
Well, the thing is, when people are not really from that land, it's very easy for them to sell out. Uh, you know, and very easy for them to make money and then go off and live somewhere else and live in comfort. So it's not a surprise that something like that would happen. Uh,
So we should think that you're going to sell out England, right?
explain that.
He's
Well,
not
you're
in the
not from
army.
there.
He's
You
not in
weren't
the
born
army
there.
though.
No,
He's
I'm
not.
So
born
we should
here.
think that it's more easy for you to sell out England,
So what do you
No,
think?
right?
What do you think? Where are they getting the intelligence from then? What do you
No,
think?
answer that. I want to hear this from Shaq
yeah,
speaking.
yeah.
So I
Let
want
me
to see
let me
how
ex-
his logic
uh, uh,
flows here.
yeah,
Because if you're not
let me
from
ex-
an area, which is just total bunk nonsense anyway, we should be
let me
less
ex-
trusting of you, and you're less loyal to the country, right? That's your claim.
let
And
me
so
explain to.
when the British
Ooh, let
people
me
look at
finish.
you, they should have a general fear of you because you're not from there, correct? I just want
No,
to
no, they
caution you,
do.
Shaq. I just want to caution you when you speak such nonsense to look at it from like an objective standpoint and look out how people could use that language against you. And I think you'll be a smarter person for it because you say a lot of nonsense, and then when you realize, well, that could be used to weaponize me, then you go, oh, you know what, blah blah blah, and then you try to move on to the next subject. You say a lot of racist stuff
Mr.
and
J.
prejudiced stuff, and I just want to
J.
caution you, like this is what
Okay,
people say. This is what people say
Wait, let
about
him
you,
answer.
and
I
if
think you
people
asked
say,
him a
"Hold on, let me
question, but you're
finish."
not letting him answer.
Let me
no,
finish. If people said that about you, that you're less trusting because you're not from the place that you're currently in, I would call that racist and bigoted. But you think it's
let,
okay to say.
Jay, you keep repeating the same thing now. Let me speak in an uninterrupted.
Yeah, actually answer the question.
I will do. I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to give you a beautiful answer. My people are here, and we didn't come here to occupy this land, and we didn't unalive people, the indigenous Brits. We didn't steal their homes. We didn't kick them out. We didn't fire armaments and inventory at them. I didn't turn up in a tank, and I wasn't armed when I got here.
Still
What I
non-responsive, dude. Actually
what
answer the
I
question.
what I did do though is I served in the British military as an officer, and I served Her Majesty's Armed Forces, and I was a platoon commander, and I'm a loyal, patriotic British citizen. That's who I am. But what I object to is when people decide to come in mass and then take over, steal the land, expel the indigenous populations, okay, and steal their property, steal their assets, steal their resources, turn them into second-hand citizens, second-class citizens, block them from even harvesting rainwater, making it illegal, making it a criminal offense, and selling their own water resources back to them. That's what I object to. My people never did that. My people came here and became productive members of the British society and understood that we are not the indigenous people of this land
You know
and we
that
will
British
make our
people don't say that.
contribution.
You know that British.
I don't know what he's saying there.
Yeah, you know British people don't say that about you. British
Uh,
people, a lot of them are Islamophobes. A lot of
no,
hatred towards Muslims.
no, very untrue. The
Just so
majority of,
false, man. Just
I'm British. I live here. The
you still didn't
Britain is
answer
the
the question. One of your general theses were, oh, since you were not from there, they have less loyalty. That's what you
That's
said.
because
And I
you
just want to
come in
remind
as a
you, like
military
we're talking
force.
about like soldiers who have been born.
You know,
Listen, if you're going to ask a question and he starts to answer, you interrupt him again.
No,
Just
he's
one
already
question
answered
at
the
a time.
question, Chip. He's answered the question.
Okay, well, I mean,
no,
but
you
just
said I haven't, so
in fairness,
I need to respond.
just real quick, Jay, sure, you're jumping in a lot and jumping on him. So give him a chance to finish, then you'll get your turn to answer, okay?
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. So basically, what Jay Shaw is jumping all over the place because he's panicked now, and he's realised what he's done and what he said. He had no idea. I'm former British military, and he has no idea about the British population. Britain is probably the single most tolerant country in the world when it comes to people of foreign nationalities. Yes, there's a small element that is very loud and that is racist and extreme right wing, but they're a very small element. And by the way, they're backed by the Zionists. Because when the right wing marches are out, guess who's with them? The Zionist lobby with their blue and white flags are out with them in London at those demonstrations. Isn't it strange how the racists are heavily supported by Zionist money as well, by the way? Nick Griffin, who led the British National Party, which was classed as the right wing racist extremists, okay, was offered millions of pounds by the Zionist lobby, by the Israel First lobby, to stop talking about Israeli power, Jewish power, the bankers, and all of this. He refused. They told him concentrate on the Muslims and the Arabs. He declined it. He openly did a press conference on this. Tommy Robinson, the other person who was perhaps the equivalent of him, took the money and works for Israeli organizations, works for Ezra Levant, Rebel News, who's a rabid Zionist. Okay. However, my people, when they came here, we were invited. My father went to an exhibition in Pakistan when he was a young man by the British Foreign Office, inviting people to come to the UK because the workforce was depleted. There were not enough men to do the jobs. And so they went to the Commonwealth countries and said, if you've got skills, please come. We want your skills. That's why my father came here. And then we made our contributions. We didn't dispossess the people, the indigenous people. We didn't raise an armed rebellion against the people. We took part in British society and we've helped build this country. And it's the people of the Southeast Asian subcontinent who have built this country with the back of our sweat and blood and our toil that has built and made this country what it is today. We're a major contributor to this economy. We don't take anything away. We don't kick the British people out. They voluntarily go to Spain and live abroad because it's hot over there. But we do not dispossess them and turn up and say, sorry, this house belongs to us. Our relatives might have been here 2,000 years ago, or whatever nonsense that we hear from the Zionists.
Exactly.
There you go.
Thank you for sharing that.
So you don't challenge and question a person who served in the armed forces
That was
of Her
non-responsive. Okay.
Majesty's
I mean, it's just
of Her
non-responsive
Majesty's
nonsense.
government.
I think his
That's a
answer was very.
response.
I think it was very responsive.
Yeah, it just didn't respond to anything. Brenda, I would like to hear from you. You know.
Sure. So I think here's one thing. I'm guessing you and I are probably the only Americans on this panel. So we had a very
I'm an
similar.
American. I'm an
Oh
American.
yeah,
Born in
hi.
Florida.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you. But anyways, back to Jay Sher. So I think let's let's be real here. We had a very, very narrow upbringing in terms of what we understand about the world. I think what we need to be a little bit more humble and understanding that the American education system is crap. I know it from having gone through the American education system and having taught in it for many, many years and being part of it. Still to a certain point, I'm still part of the American education system because I work for a university. But my point is that so much of what I've learned about the world has been through my life experiences around the world, from actually trying to find the information. And I think some of the information that I see coming, some of the things I see or I hear coming out of what you're saying is you say so many things as a matter of fact. And I think that is a sign that, well, it's a trait of someone who's so sure of what they're saying but at the same time is not humble enough to understand that there is so much out there that we don't actually know. Like, come on, you saying that you know so much about the UK when you're clearly American. I mean, unless you lived for a really long time or longer than Shaq has, and claiming to understand the perspective of a different group of people while being from and 100% supporting the other side. There's no way that you can actually understand a different perspective
I
unless
mean,
you
that's just a
actually
false statement, though. I don't
engage.
100% support
I'm
Israel.
sorry, but I'm
These
sorry.
are wrong.
I was still, Jay, sure. I was still speaking. And I think you're new to the panel, but the way we do things on this panel is usually we take turns and we let people ask. And you're the one that asked me myself, so asked you to hear from me. So if you're gonna ask to hear from me, don't ask to hear from me because you're waiting to find something that I'm saying to then point out how I'm quote unquote wrong. There are different perspectives. There is events that happen, and then there's the way that we interpret them, and based on our prior knowledge, our understanding, our upbringing. And I think that's something that as you go out into the world, I'm not sure how much of the world you've explored, but as you go out into the world and you explore other cultures, or educate yourself on different topics with an open mind, you start to learn things. You start to understand different things. And the thing that I have learned, this is more from my personal experience, the more that I have learned and the older that I get, I'm almost 40, the more I have grown up, I realize that I don't know shit. The more I know, I realize that there's so much more to know. There's so much more to learn. There's so much more to understand. And I think if you are so sure of an opinion, if you are just like 100% thinking that you are right, that's a very ignorant way to live. Because again, there are different perspectives to every single absolute truth. There are no absolute truths on earth except that we live and we die. Those are the only absolute truths. And so I would invite you to kind of like open your mind a little bit more, because there's so much to learn and there's so many different perspectives. And again, this isn't a personal attack, Jay Shore. If I said something that is not correct, as in like you haven't really experienced the world, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe you have seen the world, and maybe you just are in your perspective. But like, that's the perspective that I want to offer to, that I like to offer to people, is that there's so much more to learn. There's so much more to understand, even as much as we think we know. There's so much more to understand, because this that we're all doing, fighting about the little things, fighting about, who has more guns or who's destroyed more. Like, do we not hear ourselves? Do you guys, everybody on the panel, like, do we not hear what we're doing? We sound so ridiculous because we're talking about destroying each other. We're talking about who has bigger guns. Like, why the hell does that matter? The point is like, we need to literally look at what we're doing to this world, and we need to start looking at how we can fix this. And it's not by more fighting. It's not by getting more guns. It's not by destroying more things. It's by actually listening to understand and not listening to respond. And that's what I wanted to offer to you, Jay Sher. You don't need to respond. That was my perspective. I'll stay on the panel and then just kind of pop in and out. But that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll respond to that. I think, one of the first comments I made to Chip was, there's a lot of gray area here. And, I feel, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that if I just believe that Israel should not be, that Israel should be should not be gone, that I'm viewed as some crazy racist Zionist who needs to go away, without recognizing why that might be a legitimate opinion to have. So if anyone I feel like is not open up to like other opinions, it's the people who've been attacking me the entire time. What I do know is that the state was established. We just pragmatically, we know a one state solution isn't happening. We just know, I mean, like, I don't know how else, like, I guess what upsets me is that, Shaq, he lives in the UK. his father left Iran. You can guess why that happened. He told you the reason.
My father left Pakistan, not
No, from
Iran.
Iran, though. Didn't you tell me he was from
No, we're
Iran?
not from. No, I'm not from Iran. I'm Shia, but I'm not Iranian.
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
My family are just across the border in Pakistan.
Okay, and you can understand why he left Pakistan. Cartman, he lives in
No.
America.
Let me explain why
No, let me finish. You could correct me
was.
if I'm wrong
No,
after.
I'm just gonna tell you very quickly.
But
My
Brenda, you don't.
family,
Okay, you go
my
ahead,
family
Shaq.
were,
You can explain where your father's
my
from.
family were doing very well in
Sure, they
Pakistan.
were.
The British government came to people in Pakistan with skills and people who are educated and whatever, and said, we need people in the UK. We've had World War II. Can you come and help build our economy? The streets are paved with gold. When my father got here, he was so distressed and disappointed because the place was absolutely terrible. It was cold. It was miserable. The weather, there was so much pollution. Everybody had log and coal fires, and he wanted to go back, but he didn't have the money to go back because he spent it all to get there. And so the reality is, once you're here, you're settled. It's too late to go back. And but
Okay.
he was enjoying a great life out there. With
Sure.
we had servants. The average person out there doesn't even have to be wealthy. You have servants out there.
Sure, that's
You
great.
know?
You have servants. Okay, let's move on here.
Sure,
And
why do
Peter,
you do that? When he said that his family was fine in Pakistan, why did you say sure? Because I've
because
heard you
because
say that
that's
a
not what
couple
he
of
said
times, like,
before. Because he said
but
his dad was born in Iran before.
Yeah, I loved how you assumed that he wasn't telling the truth.
like do you know
Okay, so
how
That's
racist
so
people
messed up. I
are?
mean,
his father
How
who had
racist
I get
servants,
why you
his
do that,
father. Let me
Jason.
just finish. So
I
his
get why
father
you
who
do
had
that, though.
servants believed a colonial nation of the UK, of Britain, and decided to move over to Britain for a better life. Okay, whatever. You guys could believe that. It is what it is.
But why don't you believe it if he's telling you that
Because
that's
it's the
his
biggest
truth? Why
nonsense
don't
of all
you
time.
believe it? Well, how do you know that?
Because it doesn't
How do
make
you know
objective.
that's his
It's just
truth?
objectively like doesn't make sense.
Have you been to Pakistan? Have you lived
I
in
have been to
Pakistan? Have you
Pakistan
lived in the
actually.
UK? Have you been to the UK? Like, you can't say that his truth
Anyway,
and
his
his
father
perspective is not.
decided to move.
So this is what I was talking to you about
His
earlier.
father
That's what, no,
decided.
hold on. This is what I mean. Is
So
that,
you
like,
could interrupt
you
me. You
disregard
could
other
interrupt me,
people's.
Brandon. I
No,
just want
hold
to
on.
understand this. You could
I know, but
interrupt me. You could interrupt me as I'm speaking.
Okay, one sec. Just Jay, sure. I know you're probably not trying to be. You're advocating for your position, and you're trying to do what you can to hold your conversation against a lot of other people. I respect that. You do come across as dismissive and unnecessarily assumptive that people are not being truthful. Give them the benefit of the doubt. If you have a question about the veracity of what they're saying, ask a legitimate question and let
I mean,
them clarify.
start policing. You guys are policing my tone of voice, Chip.
No. Let's just be fair. No, this is you need to hear this, okay? And you may not even know this. We all have blind spots. But you've accused me of giving out unfactual information today without knowing anything about what I do and how I do it. You didn't ask me any questions. You just made these assumptive comments. Let me finish. When somebody tells you their life story and you say it's garbage, it's nonsense, it doesn't make any sense, how do you know for sure? You're making wildly obtuse assumptions that you have no basis to make them
Thank you.
upon, and you're doing it in a way that makes people feel dismissed, whether you know it or not.
Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, Chip. I'm allowed not to believe the guy who said his father originally was from Iran. So that's what his father.
You can
That's what he
believe
said
it if you
before.
want, but you don't have to be uncivil.
I
and
never
dismissive.
once said it. I'm from
You did.
Iran.
But you guys continue interrupting me while you complain about me interrupting you. And Chip, just to be fair.
Hold on a second. What I'm trying to get at is, man, no one else here on the panel, other than the person that I dismissed because I thought that was really inappropriate what they did, is doing what you're doing.
You're wrong about that, Chip. You're
Hold on. Maybe it's a blind spot. This is a learning moment because I think Brenda said about listening. So just listen for a second. You can give me a critique if you want after this. You already did. But one thing I think it's fair for you to think about is when you're in a conversation like this, people want to hear your point of view. I want to hear your point of view. I respect your point of view. But the way you come at people and the way you sort of say things like, "Oh yeah, whatever, dude, whatever," or "Okay, well, yeah, right." Give people a chance to be themselves and be authentic. You're assuming the worst in everybody right off the get-go. Why are you doing that? That's what I want to understand. Why do you do that?
I mean, it's kind of obvious why.
But what's the reason? I mean, why do you just doubt people? You just doubt everybody. You think I'm coming at it from the wrong point of view? I mean, you're assuming people's motives and their veracity is completely challenged. I mean, why are you doing that? I don't understand. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, Chip, to
Chip,
be fair,
Chip, it's a
Chip, to be
Zionist
fair,
trait.
I did prove you wrong about the McDonald's story. That's why you changed
No,
the
no, no. You
background.
made hold on. You made an allegation that I haven't verified yet. You said it was a franchisee, and you said they'd done it before. I don't know that. You said it.
You did. That's why you changed the background to the protest list and took McDonald's off of it.
No, no, no. I didn't take McDonald's. No, I
You did.
swapped photographs. Hold on a second, Jay. Come on, Jay Shore. Hey, first of all, listen. This is the great news about this. Everything's recorded, so you'll get to go back and watch the whole thing if you want to. You're making all these claims about somebody said they were from Iran. I took down the McDonald's thing. I had an initial thing that said boycott Israel. Then I showed two different photographs. One showed some divestment groups and some fast food chains, and the other one showed a few other companies. I just switched back and forth. I didn't, quote, take them down. I was rotating them through to show people different companies and organizations that people have said should be boycotted. I don't know every detail. When the live came off, before you came back on, I made it very clear. I don't know everything. I don't even know why some of these companies have made the list. I've not personally verified the transgressions they supposedly have done. I'm never going to know everything. And yeah, maybe it's fair to say sometimes people should do a little more snooping around before they share something. That's a fair criticism. But I had no reason to doubt the veracity of what I read at the time, unlike you, who seems to be very dubious of anybody's statements of veracity. And by the way, that's their lived experience. And if you want to ask them a question like, hey, I must have misunderstood you. I thought you were from Iran. But instead, don't tell somebody they lied to you, because they may not have said it, and the recording will prove whatever. You can go back and watch it, and we'll see if he did. And if he did say his dad was from Iran accidentally or something, you're not giving people the benefit of any doubt, is what I'm trying to say here. And it comes across as very dismissive and rude and condescending and dismiss it. It's just not a pleasant way to be, is what I'm saying. You can do whatever the hell you want. I'd love to have you back, but I just don't know why you're taking this course. You don't
Yeah.
need to do this to get your point across.
Let me just respond to that. I'm not going to be nice to the guy who said they are the ones who are good at building tunnels, referring to the people at the Warsaw Ghetto, and then sort of deny it. So basically what he's implying is Jews, not Zionists, because Zionists were in the Warsaw Ghetto. Those were Jews who were being unalived. That he said the Jews are the ones that are good at building tunnels. And then he tried to backtrack on that. So I was, I was kind of disgusted by that, and no one really cared that he made that comment, and then he failed to respond to it whatsoever. Now, getting back to Brett.
But here's my question. But why don't you say that instead of just dismissing his life story?
Because I don't trust, just like the way you're dismissive of any news story that comes out of Israel, right? You always say,
No.
I don't believe anything they say. It's the IDF. They always lie. Why should I trust what they say? They're always liars. So you engage in that
I
same
don't
conduct,
trust it
Kip.
from moment one. No, because they have a history of lying. There's a reason not to trust them.
What does that mean? I believe you also have a history of lying. Should I not trust anything you say? The American media has a history of lying. Should we not trust anything the American media says?
Just one sec. There's a big difference between me, somebody who's a third-party independent commentator on a TikTok app, who, if you don't know, I make a sincere effort to try to be honest, even when it does make the other side, quote unquote, look bad, the one that I'm supposed to be advocating for. I think that's honest. And if I make a mistake, I'm willing to correct it. But the difference is, this is a nation state that has public representatives, politicians, leaders, representatives of the military, spokespeople that have a very clearly defined and specific track record of lying for multiple decades.
And so does
They have
Hamas.
newspapers and media
So does
system
Hamas.
that lies professionally. Hold on.
Well,
You said comparison. You're saying that I have a pattern of lying, which I would dispute. I don't think I do anything. Lying is purposely spreading mistruth or omitting things that would otherwise change the context of a story. I've never once, ever, purposely lied about something. Now, you may think that my information is incorrect and not corroborated properly or not researched properly. That's not lying. That's not lying. That's not intentionally spreading misinformation. The Israelis do have a history, including in the last week, of lying and intentionally spreading misinformation.
Tell me
It's
the
what they
story.
do. It's
Tell
part of
me
their
the
entire way
story.
of being.
Tell me the story that Israel lied about. Intentionally, that they intentionally lied about.
Israel lies every single time. Every single time. I'll tell you right now, there was somebody on Piers Morgan that got up and lied about the fact that the H group is going to try to attack the entire Middle East if they're not stopped.
How do you know that's a lie? How do you know that's a lie?
Because they have no intention. The only reason they exist is because of
You
the
don't know
occupation.
one Hamas leader. How do you know that?
Listen, knowing the name. First of all, I do know the name.
You don't
By the
know
way,
anything. You don't know anything they say.
Hold on. Listen, again, you're making assumptives and being dismissive. How do you possibly know what I do or don't know about what they've said? Where do you get these great gleanings of knowledge that nobody else seems to have the insight? Do you know what's inside my head? Why are you making these glaring assumptions? What's wrong with you?
Chip, you know what?
I don't
Colonel
understand.
Larry,
Do you
Colonel
know
Larry
what's
Wilk.
inside that Israeli's
One
mind?
second.
Maybe he has. Maybe
Mr.
he
Jay
has.
Unsure. Mr. Jay Unsure. One moment,
But
please. I
Chip,
was just
the
speaking
lack of
before you.
the
I was speaking before you. Just hold on a second. Chip, I just wanted to say,
Yeah.
can can you unmute yourself, Jay?
We got an echo there. Sorry, Jay, sir.
Yeah, because he was. Oh, he's gone.
He just left,
So,
by the way. Real quick, before you speak, Shaq. Hey, Jay, sure. Listen, man, I hope you think I gave you fair, ample time. I wasn't trying to cut you off. But the way you're choosing to do things, for whatever reason, is rather than ask questions and be fair with people and give them a chance to fill in the blank that you're assuming about, you're making a broad assumption. You just cast the net over top of them as if they automatically are intentionally lying about stuff, which is absurd. You may disagree with some of the points I take or the positions that I take on stuff. That's fine. But that's not lying. That's taking a point of view based on one's path and research and what they decide to do. And again, if I'm wrong, if there's another piece of evidence that will change the way that conclusion is drawn, I'm happy to look at it and share it. But there has been a definitive, long-standing practice of the Israelis. It's called Hasbara. And they try to influence things like on Wikipedia. They have thousands of people right now on the internet as we speak trying to do things like sanitize posts, directly comment back to stuff, change the argument, influence the dialogue. It's what they do, and they're good at it. I got to give them credit. They're very good at it. That's why the public has not switched on Israel for so long. But it's not. It's changing right now. But hey, man, listen. You do what you got to do. My suggestion is, I'd love to have you as a guest on the panel. Just don't dismiss everyone else's truth. Just try to learn from it. Open your mind up and listen to them for once, instead of just dismissing people and assuming the worst in them. I just don't. I don't understand how to be that way. That doesn't make any sense to me.
yeah, Chip. What it was he doesn't listen, and he's displaying very classic Zionist symptoms, which is do not listen and ram your Hasbro down people's throats. Colonel Larry Wilkerson, somebody who was an establishment military officer, high-ranking guy, worked in the government. His words recently on an interview: Israel lies through its teeth on every single aspect. This is somebody who worked at government level under Bush, okay, and under Clinton. Colonel Larry Wilkerson, look him up. He's not a Muslim. He's not an Arab. He's an establishment figure, and he says the Zionists have lied under every statistic they quote. Everything from start to finish is a whole lie. And he's so critical. And this is a man who was part of the military machine that supported and gave weapons to the Zionist entity. But this is the problem with Zionists. For them, only their feelings matter. Only their demands matter. The circumstances of other people are irrelevant. He made up the story that I claim to be an Iranian. This is all recorded, so feel free, anybody, to go and check up. I mentioned Iran in the way that I said, being Shia Muslim, we have a close affinity with Iran. So we understand Iran very, very well. I particularly understand Iran very well. I understand their military means and their military strategy very well. As a former military officer myself, I study the militaries of the world. I've got a very, very good understanding of geopolitics, and I've got a very, very good understanding of the different military powers of the world. And this is what I was talking about. And he just went off and on a tangent and started coming up with all his own ideas. And it's unfortunate, but this is what earlier on, Palestinian Jew, our good brother who is a former Israeli who served in the Israeli terrorist forces, who now regrets all of that, who's moved away from all of that and left it all behind. He confirmed all of these things that I said. He never once had any disagreement. He never once got offended at anything that I said. He, in fact, backs every single statement and word that I have made. He backs every single sentence. And here we've got a self-confessed reformed Jew. He's reformed from Judaism to Zionism, okay, and is challenging somebody who was born over there in the occupied lands. this is bizarre. This is really really bizarre. You know, but the thing is, we've got in. And by the way, Chip, you have been more than incredibly fair. One thing I'll always say about you: you are fair to a fault. You know, I don't really like entertaining these Zionists on these platforms. But I suppose, you know, it's a good idea to give them enough rope to hang themselves, because they come on here and they spew their hate, they spew their nonsense, they push their
Exactly.
lies.
Chip, you're muted.
Jay Shore, the reason that I dropped you was not because I don't want you to put in your 2 cents. I was enjoying hearing you earlier. Now, you started off today with me being a real jerk, making all sorts of assumptive statements. Then we got into a decent back and forth, which was great. I'd love to hear your opinion, your point of view. I think your point of view is actually rather nuanced, because you're sort of what you call reformed, and you're not exactly on all the Netanyahu side of the train, which is great. But then you started falling back into the same stuff, where people would say something and you start to either dismiss them or smirk at them. It's sort of a condescending, arrogant, dismissive way to be. Nobody wants to deal with somebody who's behaving that way. What if they did that towards you? No one's doing that towards you. They're listening to you. They're not they're not pretending to snore, which is why I just dropped you, because you're being
Yeah,
disrespectful to
so
others.
disrespectful.
Just
Thank you so
listen,
much.
dude. You have every right to say your point of view, and so do people here, but no one's doing the things to you that you're doing to them. Just give that some thought. I mean, I've been as polite to you as a human being can be, given how you've behaved, and I don't know what's up with you, man. You got to take a look at that stuff. Forget about the issue. You can pick, gutter hanging, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You're not being straight. Okay. And by the way, if you're willing to communicate in a way that's decent, I'd love to have you back. But you tend to fall back into that character, and it's not very pleasant. Let's let Wake Puppet go real quick. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually just jumped on because Jay Shore was attacking my post and saying a bunch of stuff that he was obviously not acting on while being on this live. So I just wanted to correct him, because I am American, but both my family on both sides were displaced in 48. So I was explaining that to him, and he goes, and he's like, why did you come to America? Excuse me? Like, we didn't
He
come
says
out of
that.
our own free will.
It's like we had a choice. Like my father
Yeah.
came to, I was born in the States. I did not come to America. I was born here, and when I did live in Israel, Palestine, whatever, I was kicked out.
Like,
He
we
makes no
chose this
sense.
life. Exactly. And
But
he doesn't realize the fact that our families weren't compensated when they were displaced, unalived, and displaced.
yeah,
They were
I
never
mean,
compensated. They had to live as refugees. They had a life. So they had to start from zero. And then you pretending like we don't exist, we have existed. And UN or UNRWA is the only one that helps the Palestinians, that actually knows that we are refugees. There's no other place. When we came into America, they had to put Arab or wherever they were displaced to, which was Lebanon for my family. It's just so like I'm not even bothered by it, because Zayas always say that like lies. But he came on and he was like saying like, oh, people are being Islamophobic. First of all, like he forgot about everything we were talking about when you were attacking me on my post. He basically called all Palestinians trash. So stop acting like you're on a high horse, buddy. And also, I just wanted to say one quick quote before I leave. The reason why he gets angry is because he's programmed, right? They are known to think with diplomacy. They don't think directly. You can't know the truth without speaking directly. You know what I mean? So, basically, you see it in front of your eyes. We all see it, all these videos out there. But we can't say that it is a G-side or any of that, because we have to wait for the ICJ to say it. You know what I mean? Like, it's obvious to everybody, but because we are playing in this corrupt government, in this corrupted game, no government is not corrupted in this world. all right? And the UN is basically America. Anything international is basically America. This is a corrupted game. So if you want to think diplomacy, you're going to be lying out your mouth, all right? We are speaking directly. It's the difference.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm back.
Yeah. I love how he attacks Shaq a lot about being in England and not being in Pakistan, and it's like I don't know why he keeps doing that. Like he acts like we're not supposed to be where we're at, but we are where we're supposed to be. My dad came here in '76 for a reason. He came here for a better life because at the time it was tough to be an Arab in Palestine. So he wanted something better for his future family. That's why he came to the States. This country's a melting pot. And he keeps. And then I loved how he compares Native Americans to us. It's like, no, man, they're doing so well in this country. They're not deprived of anything. Yeah, there's poverty in every race. There's poor people in every culture, in every race. That's just how it is. But down there, it's not even poverty. It's not poor. It's like when you go to the store and you buy eggs, and the pack says free range chickens. That just means that those chickens are like in a bigger cage. So Palestinians, that's what we are in Palestine. We're only allowed to roam in certain areas and be in certain areas. Like if you're born in Ramallah area, it is so hard for you to go to Jerusalem to pray. Like they make you go through so many hurdles just to go pray in Jerusalem at the Dome of the Rock. It's so hard for Palestinians to do small things inside the country. And there's and everywhere you go, I wish everybody on this panel would actually go there and visit and see how it's like. You have to live it.
We are gonna go soon.
You would know what I'm talking about. There's anybody here speak Arabic?
I do.
بتعرف ايش اسمه محسوم, like محسوم, like checkpoint?
Yeah.
They're everywhere there, man. Like just to go to Nablus to eat kanafa, man. I want to go to there's a checkpoint, for no reason.
We went through it in Lebanon too. Like we had, even if you have to go anything, you need to go ask for a permit.
Thank you.
And sit for hours under the sun until they decide if they want to give it to you or they don't want to give it to you. You deserve it, you don't deserve it, and if somebody that may in the line said something that they don't like, everybody standing pays the price.
Exactly, and it happened to my family at the airport. Last time I traveled to Palestine, my mom has diabetes. She was sick. She needed her insulin, and her insulin, they didn't care. And I was telling them, please, my mom is sick. And finally, after 6 hours, after she asked me the 10 questions, and they were stupid questions, she was like, okay, where's your grandfather? I said, well, he's in the cemetery. Where's your dad? He's in this cemetery. Where's your cousin? Where's your cousin this? Who's your cousin that? Stupid questions.
They know everything. Listen, by the time you get to their checkpoint with the camera system, surveillance camera system they already know everything about you, but they still put you through the torture.
They want to catch me in a lie. Like I'm not gonna. And then they ask me, make sure you leave in 3 months. I'm like, I'm leaving in 2 weeks. I'm here because my dad left some money at the Bank of Arabic, and my sister was getting married there, and I was actually getting married in Jordan. I had to go to Jordan to marry my wife on paper to bring her to the States. So I was only there for 2 weeks, and I was back in the States.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how they cannot see what's coming their way. I don't know how blind they can be. Like, absolutely. Like only today in South Lebanon, if you watch what happened today between one whole crew of Golani Brigade was unalived, about 8 of them just today.
And that's sad that this has to happen for us to get our freedom one day. You know.
They don't see it. Like you tell them, look, I'm trying to warn you. I swear, like I talk to them, I want to warn them, wake up before it's too late, because when it's too late, it's too late.
Not every superpower stays in power. Look at the Ottoman Empire. Look at every superpower eventually falls. The Ottoman Empire, the British Empire. It's history.
From the Red Sea all the way to the Persian Gulf to the Indian Gulf, it's all under the control of Iran. So even if America, NATO, everybody brings their major weapons and they bring them down there, first of all, China is going to take over Taiwan in no time. Putin is going to take Ukraine in no time. And not only that, they're going to fight them and they're going to lose anyway.
And that's sad because this country doesn't need another war. Look what happened in Afghanistan. Look what happened in Iraq. We don't need to send our children there, our soldiers there, just to die for nothing, you know? I'm sorry, just to be on the left for nothing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just don't want anybody to be unalive, you know? You know, I mean, and if America gets involved, it's going to hurt our soldiers. Yes, I can say that, Jay. Sure, our soldiers. I'm an American. I can say that, Jay. Sure, yes, I'm an American. I could have served in the army. I didn't serve because I did 3 years of ROTC in high school. I was so close to joining the army when I was 18 years old. You know, they came to me. They were going to get me.
I think, you know, I wasn't born here, but I have kids that were born here. I have grandchildren that are born here. And this is their country. I want to make sure before I face my God, my children and my grandchildren are safe. Like I would fight for America, just cause, as much as I would fight for Lebanon.
Exactly.
Because I have children and I have grandchildren that live here, that their future is here.
And this is a great country. And anybody who says
absolutely.
It's not, you know, and I hate when people disrespect America. It's like, don't do that. It's not the people's fault. They're just not, like Brenda said, they're not educated. They don't know yet. So
a lot of people that live here, they don't know what you have to go through stuff to get what you get here.
You know, and I hate when people from my race say, "Oh, America this, America that." Then you know, what's educate people. Don't assume everybody's bad.
Not only your race, everyone, even kids here in America, like even my children. Oh, I hate them. What do you hate? What do you know?
What do you hate about America? We're free.
What do you know more? What do you know about other countries for you to hate this country?
لأنهم ما شافوش العذاب ما شافوش. Like they didn't see what you know. Like I said, try living there. I lived there 4 years of my life. وحياة Allah, I swear, I lived sometimes. I would be scared that IDF would just show up randomly, and they have. They'll show up to your house randomly, and they go into your house. You know, my mom, she was breastfeeding my sister, just rushed in the house, looked at her. They were laughing at my mother while she's breastfeeding. I've seen this, man.
Yeah.
A 13-year-old kid should not see that. Should not see some IDF laughing at his mom.
Yeah, my father traveled the world, and we used to go follow my father anywhere he go, and we've been to many countries from Uganda, Rwanda, to Ethiopia, to Italy, to England, to everywhere in the world that my dad traveled. We went and we lived there, and what the opportunities you have over here, you will never get them anywhere else.
Nowhere. This country is willing to give you. You know, I hit rock bottom 10 years ago. I went through some rough patches. This country took care of me. They gave me medical care. They took care of me when I needed it. And you know what I did? Years later, I paid it back. You know,
7 years later, you're brand new. That's what happened. I'm a high risk guy, and I've hit down bottom multiple times, and then I always have the chance to get up and start all over again.
This is what's weird. You know, brother, I went through a time where I rode the bus to work, where I lived in a flea bag motel. You know, I went through that, and you know, my dad, he had money, he had a house, my dad told me, no, I'm done babying you. You're gonna do it on your own, and I did it on my own. And guess what? In 2 months, I bought almost a brand new car out of my own money. Yeah. You know how proud he was? This
you
is the
have
kind of
to
father that
fail
raised me. This is
for
the kind of.
you to be successful. You have to fail. If you don't fail, you're not gonna be successful.
You can't do that nowhere else. I have
No,
cousins
no.
in Palestine. They've never owned a car. I have 7 cars now. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
You know, I live at my house
Hey
is 2.5
friends, hey
stories,
friends,
and it's paid
can I
for.
offer
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
hey friends, can I offer a different like just a point to bring up because I wanted to kind of touch on something that King said earlier about the Native Americans. I think about the Native Americans doing so well in the United States. I want to offer this perspective. The genocide that happened to the Native Americans happened a very, very long time ago, and those people who are left, the Native Americans, if they are, of direct descendants of Native Americans, these are the people who survived by just the tip of their fingernail. Those are the descendants, and what they have experience. Like you're looking at the people now, generations, like just several generations later. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with the point that they're doing, quote unquote, so well now. I know that they're not being genocided right now.
That's what I meant,
um
Brenda.
no,
What
hold
I
on.
meant is,
I wanted to connect that just because with
I'm
this
sorry. I'm
perspective,
sorry.
because no, there's people like me, for example. I was born in Mexico. My mother is Mexican. My biological father is from Costa Rica. And I was adopted by an American man who married my mother after I was born. And then I grew up in the United States. So I'm from nowhere. I did a DNA test and I'm, mostly indigenous, but some European. So I don't have pure blood of anywhere. I don't have anywhere to claim as my land, as my ancestral lands, because even, the indigenous people that I am a direct descendant from, those indigenous people don't exist anymore because our lineage was completely wiped and obliterated. I'm talking about like the Spanish side. In the United States, it was a different type of, the natives in the United States were a different type of G-side. And so I don't have anywhere to claim from. So it's a little bit hard for me sometimes to hear that these arguments about like, oh, this is my native land, this is my ancestral land, because like we're also living in a very we're living in a very a world that is a more modern world in which so many people are mixed, and I think we should be allowed to move from places to places to places. And I think the argument of having like a homogeneous population in Palestine, it just doesn't make sense for this modern world. That's why I wanted to connect it, not necessarily to disagree with you, King, just to give you the perspective of how we live. We're looking at the lens of the indigenous people, their plight, in a very like different context. Like they are just far, far away. They couldn't get rid of all of them. And I think this is what the purpose is right now in Palestine, is to get rid of all of them, because we don't want them, hanging around like the indigenous were hanging around and causing problems. Because for those people that don't know, in the United States, there were many, many politicians, many people who were in power that after after the African Americans gained their freedom, they put a lot of systems in place, such as, did you guys know that one of the reasons we don't have universal health care is because they were trying to, quote unquote, kill off African Americans? They wanted to kill them off in the population, because a population that you leave some of their descendants hanging around, they cause trouble down the line. Good type of trouble, obviously. That's what we would call it, is good type of trouble. And I think that's why they're trying to completely get rid of the Palestinians, so that they don't cause the same type of trouble that like Native Americans or like African Americans, all of us descendants of the people who have been G-sided in the past, so we don't cause the trouble for them now. Because the people who have been G-sided in the past have had to live with their oppressors all of these generations. That's how I wanted to connect that to Palestine. I'm not sure. I hope that you understand my connection between what I'm trying to say as to like these arguments about just being, we have to have everybody is, everybody in, or like the claim to an ancestral place. Like, I think we need to look at it from a modern perspective. It's like, who's there now? Like, who's there
Exactly.
now? How can we all just stop the violence and just move on and actually start, bringing in the new earth?
Exactly. And Yeah, I just think that what I said was, he just was he was trying to say that Indians should kick us out now. Is why I said
Well,
no.
if the Indian comes back and they
That's
say,
what he was saying.
uh, if the Indian American revolts right now and say, "This is my land, obey my rule, or you leave," we obey the rule or we leave. It's it does not make them listen. What the indigenous people of this land went through. It's too bad there was no TV. Too bad there was no social media. Too bad there was no information going around. So we did not know about it. And if we were around, we would have fought with them.
And also, it wasn't a fair fight. The British, the Europeans, they had gunpowder, they had advanced weaponry.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. In Palestine, Palestinians never had a chance.
We've seen lately now. Hamas H group
Slowly.
when H group did October 7, they executed a genocide after that. The Iranian beat the hell out of them. In one night, the Iranians showed NATO, showed all the Arab countries around them that they're capable of what they can. Then they don't react. Now they're scrambling. What do? We react, no react, react, no react. That's just
The Palestinian thing was never a fair fight from 1948 till now. We've never had make it. You know what? Then if you want a war, make it a fair fight. That'll never happen.
No, even in Lebanon, if it wasn't for Iran, we would have still under occupation. People
Yeah.
say stuff like, I really appreciate Iran. Iran did not have to do anything. Iran, if they shake hands with the American and they shake hands with the Israeli, we will be all oppressed. We will be all under their control. Iran doesn't have to do anything besides shake hands with the American and shake hands with the Israeli. And that's it. No Palestinian cause, no Lebanese cause, no cause at all.
Hey, brother Federico, earlier on I was on lives with some sort of, it was mostly, I'm Shia by the way, so that's why I had the connection with Iran. But I was in a live with a load of Sunni brothers. And it's really, really sad because, and they're not normal Sunnis, these are more like the Wahhabi types. They absolutely hate.
I don't like the but on one side, I think that's what I like to think.
Yeah.
That especially the Palestinians, they were put down so many times by Arab leaders that if now they don't trust anybody, I don't blame them, because it's true.
Yeah.
Everybody, they promised them something, they were fooling them. Every time they said we're gonna do something, no one ever done anything for Palestine. Every time they said we're gonna do something, no one ever done anything.
What's going on?
I think
Yeah. But
and now that there is the Iranian are doing something, I understand. As Shia, we have a say that a lot of people don't understand, which is hayhat minnatullah. You know what that means, right? That these are words of Imam Hussein, and that is what makes us stand for oppressed. No matter who you are, no matter what religion, what color, whatever you are, if you are oppressed, we're with you. We will sacrifice our soul for you.
This is what people don't understand, and sadly, by the way, alhamdulillah, you're a Shia brother as well, which is amazing, mashallah. So, the problem is this, that there's a Sunni sheikh who once said, if you want to get the Sunni world and the Sunni Arabs who are doing nothing to help Palestine and attack Israel, tell them the Israelis have become Shia Muslims. They'll come running. They'll come running. Yeah, but
this is really messed up, and I don't condone that. I have a lot of Shia. I'm Sunni, but one of my roommates back in the day was a Shia from Iraq, and me and him are like brothers, So I don't know. I don't get this.
I think only ignorant people talk like this.
Yeah, and come to that, and Muslim, and if you're Muslim, to me, I don't see a difference. And Muslim.
And there should be none. And you know what? There should be none. And the thing is this, that Iran helps because
Iran doesn't help because they're Shia. Iran helps because it's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do, absolutely.
Yes, because that's their duty. And
It's a
if
duty of Muslims.
yes,
You
yes,
know, Imam Khomeini said, whilst we are divided, arguing over the length of our trousers and whether we pray with our hands to our front or our hands to our sides, our enemies are devising ways of cutting them off.
yes, yes.
These are
But
the words that Imam is
I
saying.
always, I
I'm sorry,
always,
Imam
I
Khomeini.
always bet on time. I say anytime, anybody that speaks to me about this, I will say wait and see. Time will reveal everything. With time, you will figure out who's your friend and who's your enemy. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to do what I do. You don't have to say what I say. But I eventually, because if Iran has an agenda, I will stand against Iran. If Iran is doing this for their own purposes, I will stand. Like I tell a lot of Lebanese friends, oh, Iran wants to control Lebanon. If we free Lebanon, then Iran comes and try to control Lebanon. I will fight the Iranian like any other occupation that I've ever fought. It's not like if you, but so far from what have I seen in Lebanon, Iran never asked each Lebanon to do anything for them. Nothing.
Very true. You know, Sayyid
Nothing.
Hassan,
All right,
Sayyid
guys, real
Hassan,
quick. Sorry, we got to
Yeah,
let you got to let somebody else in on the conversation. Just hang out there
absolutely.
for 1 sec. We have somebody. I just want to address one comment. Jay Shore, that's not bothering me, but Jay Shore, listen, understand. I'd love to have anybody up here who wants to argue for the pro-Israeli point of view. Anybody who's watched me for any stretch of time knows that I welcome everybody. But I don't welcome people that continue to behave the way that you are behaving. And listen, you do whatever you want. I mean, it's your world. You have at it. But so this is a social app, and if you behave anti-socially, people, no matter what you have to say, you may make the best points in the world. You may be right about everything you say, but when you're yawning at what people are saying, or pretending you're snoozing, or saying there's no way they're telling the truth or stuff, you have no. Listen, man, that's just not the way to be. I mean, you do you. But as long as I'm the host of this panel and I can kind of try to keep the vibe right, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, enough said. So, Limerick Man, welcome. What would you like to share?
Yes, he's on pause. I want to tell what's his name. Just say we care about you. If we didn't care about you, we do not
Hello?
speak to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Limerick.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. This is the sound is very low.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yep,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear you.
me?
Yes.
I can barely hear you now. Okay. This is Limerick Man.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry because sound is very low. I've great respect for Chip Barnes. I've known him for a while on his sites and on his site, and I know also other people as well. But yeah, obviously, it's my view on this is this is the first time me been on live, so might sound very innocent or whatever, but I'm obviously on the Palestinian side. Can you hear me?
Yes.
hear you perfectly.
I can only barely hear. Maybe hold on, put it on speaker, so just please.
Okay, Limerick Man, just I want you to hear me out. Everybody here can hear you just fine. It sounds like you're having a hard time hearing us for whatever reason. So maybe get your audio stuff worked out, and then when you get that straightened out, we'll have you come back on. But yeah, you don't have to keep asking. We definitely can hear you. Okay. Did anybody else want to jump in? Because we've kind of talked this thing to death. So I was going to give one more person to come on, and then I got to kind of shut things down soon here.
I kind of wanted to say something, Liana.
Okay, well, go ahead.
2 years ago, I went to Palestine, and I just want to say, like, you don't even have to be Palestinian to see it, but if you are one shade darker than white, even if you're holding an American passport, they will treat you the same in customs. Like, you guys don't understand. I was on a cruise. I was on a cruise with Hispanics on board, like, and we all went on a Mediterranean cruise. We went in Cyprus and all these other areas, but for Israel, Palestine, we had to actually wake up at 6 a.m. to go through customs, which took 2 hours. And they actually took my brother in, asking him questions about Lebanon, even though me and my siblings never lived in Lebanon. So like, you guys don't understand. And then right when you get off to go get your cab, there are different colored cabs There is one with a stripe, that's for the Israelis and the tourists. There is one with no stripe, and that's for the Palestinians. Tourists can also take that if they'd like.
Yep.
They have different paths to
Yep.
take. There are
Yep.
enclaves on the
Yep.
side where the Palestinians live.
Yep.
There are Jewish-only settlements where we can't go. There is harassment even in Al-Quds or Jerusalem, where there are IDF soldiers roaming around just waiting to like ask you for your passport. Where are you from? Like if you're a shade darker, if you have somebody with you with a hijab or something like that, like it's so obvious. You just have to go there and see. Like even you can see stories from people taking their birthright trip from America, blinded, and they go there and then they come back and they would tell the story like they were brainwashed, and it seemed completely like a Jim Crow era. So like it's very like obvious to see. Like I don't understand how people don't see it, to be honest. And by the way, the Hispanics on board refused to leave the ship because of the discrimination, and they had to talk to us because they're confused on why they were being treated with so much hostility. And just like if you go through the checkpoints, you can obviously see these like white people walking through with big body, like not body bag, but big bags, like no search, no nothing. Every colored person, black, Mexican, whatever you are, if you're a shade darker, you're going to be waiting in that line. No questions asked. Who cares about your citizenship?
Did you go through that, Brenda?
Yes, I did.
What
I
how
got
did
stopped on the
that make
street
you
all
how
the
did that
time.
make you feel when you were going through that?
Well, I went through that a very long time ago before the internet, and it was in 2007. I was in Palestine, doing my thesis project on the Arab-Israeli conflict, and yeah, it was bad. Like I got stopped on the street all the time, questioned, when I was crossing from over to the Jewish quarter. I got the worst of it on my way out when I was flying out, and I was detained all day by the IDF because I had come from Jordan, and they asked me just like my entire life story. I was put into a room with about 10 IDF soldiers. They searched all of my things, put every single item through an X-ray machine, um, and then I was strip searched, and that was pretty traumatizing. They then escorted me on the plane, and it was a horrible experience. And I think that's when I was radicalized into really understanding what actually happened, because I got a very different treatment than someone that is not Hispanic, like the friend before was talking about, because Hispanics have a lot in common in terms of looks with I think with Palestinians. And it was terrifying. I was terrified. I was 21 years old. I was just a kid. I really had no idea. I didn't know the internet. Like the internet wasn't so much available. I had read about everything that happened, but I didn't really truly know what had happened. And then I went home and wrote my thesis paper, and it's called "The Day as a Palestinian." And
Wow.
yeah.
I'm so sorry
Thanks
to
for
hear
sharing that. Okay, real quick before we go on, I want to let everybody know that we're getting sort of close to the end, but if we have guests that want to come in and share their point of view, I always ask the audience, please be kind to those with whom you disagree, because that's the whole point of my platform, is to listen. So let's hear what people have to say. Maybe we'll all learn something from somebody we didn't know before, which is always fun for me. Okay, we have Unicorn of Israel. Welcome.
Hi, how are you, Chip?
I'm sorry, Unicorn Israel. I said your name wrong. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. How are you?
Welcome. I'm okay. How about you?
I'm good. What happened to you in the forehead?
Oh, thanks for asking. I take my dog out into the woods, and she got sort of up in the hill. And as I was going up the hill to get her, I hit a tree branch that was sort of broken off and dried, and it kind of scratched me up a little bit.
Oh, okay. I have a few comments about what I just heard. So I think that if you are traveling to United States and you have suspicious that you may be holding drugs, maybe doing wrong activities, stuff like that, also in United States, they will also do a search, will interrogate you, install you, and stuff like that. So I don't know why they're complaining about, because just because of that, they actually can go to the Holy Land and put their legs on that land and get to visit their relatives. Because if not, if they wouldn't do that, they were at risk. There is kaboom booms everywhere. There is terror activities inside Israel because of what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank. So I think that they need to thank to the IDF and to the government and everyone that's doing their job to protect that city and Israel. So
Here's a question I wanted to ask you. So as you were saying that, it popped into my head. So from what Brenda told me, I'm not familiar with this, so forgive me if I restate it incorrectly. But I think Brenda said that if people come in and they're Israeli, they kind of brush through. If they're a passport holder, if they're lighter skinned people, they're less likely to be. 1 second. And if they're darker skinned, whether you're Hispanic or Palestinian or Arab or whatever fits into that category, that they get much more rigorous scrutiny. Do you think that's fair? I think that's what she was talking about.
Chip, can I clarify one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I was told multiple times that the reason that I was stopped and the reason that I was questioned because I looked Arab and because I had an Arab sounding last name. That absolutely no other reason. I'm this kid walking around with like a drugs not hugs, like pink t-shirt with a backpack. Like there was absolutely nothing suspicious about me except the fact that I look Arab. And I was told on multiple times, like they didn't care that of what that sounded like. They didn't care about, but they actually told me that. There's absolutely no other reason for why I was stopped, just to clarify that.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I think that different people and different attitude, and they have their own way to look at people and to examine and to think if they need to arrest or to interrogate someone. We are not in the power position to, to control that or to change that. Same thing as well, again, in United States and in other countries. This is not different. Colorful people will get arrested more, right? Because of the activities, Hispanic, whatever, it doesn't matter. People that most of the time will be suspicious in wrong activities, no matter what kind of activities, will be more suspicious. And this is the fact. So it doesn't matter really if you think that they stopped you because of your skin color. I don't.
Let's do this then. Let's go back to 1930s Germany. And they stopped everybody who was Jewish, and they mistreated everybody who was Jewish the same way. They kind of looked down on them, they mistreated them, they suspected them of being a problem. Was that fair and okay, or should they just deal with it because that's the German way? And I think what you're saying here rings a lot like that. I know the circumstances were different, it's not the same. But the point I think other people are making, when you're on the receiving end of what seems to be unfair soling out, what they look like. Hold on just a second, Osho. That's very uncomfortable for people. Now, you may say, I don't know if you're someone of color or not, I don't know what you look like, but you may think because you're not dealing with it the way that someone else like Brenda would be, that it just doesn't matter, that it's for the greater good. But again, it does give the impression from outsiders that the Israeli mindset is, hey, everyone's a potential threat to us who's not one of us, so therefore we have the right to make.
Do you think that us as Jews not being judged all the time? Or not being like suspicious and stuff, or people being anti-Semitic towards us?
Are you saying as a Jewish person, when you travel through airports, you're sold out as being Jewish and treated differently?
In airports specifically? Yes. I don't know. I'm not
can I share my experience?
Yes, one second. Just let me finish the sentence and you can go ahead, please. But in other places, I've been like discriminate all the time. What do you mean? I'm living on my flesh, anti-Semitic all the time from people in that app, in real life, in other countries, of course.
Is a government agency with an official process mistreating you solely because you're Jewish?
Don't you see that in protests, for example? No. There is clear as sun. It's clear as sun.
I didn't hear what you said. You said in where?
I say, for example, in protests, don't you see that? It's clear as sun that we are being treated differently.
What's tortoise? I don't know what that is.
Protests.
Oh, protests.
Yeah.
Well, no, but that's in other words, we're talking about apples and oranges.
For
You're talking
example,
about.
it's like
Hold
yeah,
on,
it's
hold on,
apples to
hold on,
apples.
hold on,
Let's
hold
see
on,
that.
hold on. No, hold on. One second. I got to be able to give you an answer. So you're saying at protests you feel uncomfortable. So that's a setting out in public. We're talking about a process within an official screening within a security process of a government with respect to its infrastructure. So I was asking you, in other places where you've traveled, have you been soloed out strictly for being Jewish to be treated differently than everybody else as you pass through?
Never in the world.
It happens all the time. Don't you see
Where does it
that
happen?
Jewish people are being
Unicorn, I
attacked
don't believe a
all
word
the
he's saying.
time?
Where does it happen? Like, can you give us an
Please
example?
don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt anyone, so don't interrupt me.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
okay. Can you give us one example? Just one?
Yeah. I think it was in 7th of October, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Egypt that Jewish family been unalived. You didn't probably hear about it because 7th of October came across. But because of their being Jewish, it's Egypt, they've been unalived for that.
Well,
Look it up.
I just asked you if you've been through a process where because you're Jewish, that you've been soloed out by an administrative entity of a
As I said, I am not traveling that much to get to see that, but I see people, other people, what their experience and what I see on the news and what I hear about what's going on with my
So
people
no personal
out of
experience then.
Israel. Yes, there is,
So,
but not
but
not
Unicorn,
that
so
much.
here's the question I'm trying to get, and maybe you don't see it this way, but the way I see it is you're saying that in one case, because I guess you're not being affected by it, or you think it has a greater benefit, that it's okay for it to happen the way it's happening. When the tables are turned and someone from the group that you're a part of is made to feel uncomfortable or unwelcomed or something behaving towards them in a way that's inappropriate, that's to be called out and to be, to be criticized. So it's kind of like you're having it one way with one group saying, well, that's just what we do. And then when it comes to your group, well, how about that's just what they do?
I don't think so.
You didn't answer his question. He's asking you, when have you ever felt uncomfortable in an airport?
All the
In any
time, but
country?
King, it's
Where?
not about
Which
the
airport?
airport. We are not talking about just
But
airport.
that's
Are
what
we
he
talking
asked
right
you,
now?
though.
I'm
Just
I'm
asking you
asking
a
the
simple
question.
question.
Like right now, the topic is airports.
No,
Is the
Because
topic
every
is
airport,
hold on. The topic at hand was this. We're talking about the fact that somebody, when they went through Israeli security in an airport and elsewhere, that they treated people of color, anybody with skin darker than a European, totally differently than they treated other people in terms of the process they went through, the amount of depth of security questions, et cetera, like that. So in their mind, they were saying that was unfair, that's being separated out because of your skin color and the perception of you maybe being Arab, i.e. maybe being a threat to the people of the country. And the question I was asking you was, have you been soloed out before?
the fact that Brenda thinks that it's just because of her skin color doesn't make it true. She can claim that and think that way. Maybe she's insecure about her color skin. I don't know. I don't care.
She was told that.
But
She was told that. She doesn't think it.
she was
She was
saying
told it.
that right now. For me, it's just evidence for
Yeah,
someone
but you're
that
assuming
says something.
Brenda's not lying, though, because I went through it. I'm a
If
Palestinian.
she feels it, she can put it right now on the screen and let's see it and talk about that
It was in
situation and talk about it.
2007. Like she
It
mentioned,
doesn't
there was no
matter. There
internet
was
back then.
cameras back then. She can open camera. She can
They're
show
not going
us
to give
the
her that
video.
footage.
If she,
Hold on.
They took my cell
Let's-
phone.
okay.
They took my
Hold on.
passport.
Hold on. Let's do that. I'll tell you what, Unicorn, if that's the standard for Brenda to show her experience in traveling, then I want to see every single camera picture of you in your life when you felt uncomfortable. Right?
it's
I mean,
pretty
just, the
funny that
standard
it's
is not
coming
reasonable to
from
say
someone
that.
like you
is,
too.
and the U.S. doesn't do this.
Not as
No.
bad, honey.
People go
Not as
across the
bad.
border. Well, I've traveled. I might have been places I had no business going to in my past, very much so. And every time I was interrogated, I went to Cuba, I was interrogated for 45 minutes. I went to Colombia, you know what I couldn't find my luggage. You know who I had to find, guess who had my luggage? The military with machine guns. Every time. The military stops me.
You're talking
Every
about a
single
communist
time.
country, though. You just mentioned a communist country, though. We're not talking
I
about
just
those
told you
countries.
Colombia.
We're
I
talking
could
about
tell you plenty
what
of
happens
places
in
I've been.
Israel, brother. We're talking about what happens in Israel and Ben Gurion Airport. I've been there
You
plenty of
cannot,
times.
if that's what if their government cannot control what goes inside of every individual's brain, If someone is there to do a job to sniff people out and he decides to pick this person, he picked them. Done. You don't know what's in his brain and why he picked the
They
person.
pick a lot of people, and guess what? Let me tell you something else about the Israeli airport. How crooked they are. When we went there in '97, I noticed my dad handing soldiers money. I'm like, Dad, why are you doing that? He's like, son, if I do this, they won't check our bags. He was handing them money, so they don't go through our bags.
It's also the docks, not just the airport. There are a bunch of checkpoints from there too.
You know, if you
Okay. So how, Chip, since you have such a huge platform and everyone comes here, what is your perspective on moving forward for both states? Do you see one state solution, two state solution? What is the solution?
Well, first of all, it's not my place to solve it, but if you were to give me the magic wand to do so, I believe that neither is pragmatic for political reasons right now. The one state solution would probably be the most pragmatic in terms of how to accomplish it, but it's not going to be allowed to happen because the whole reason for the state of Israel was to have a Jewish ethno-state. And if there's a one state solution with a democracy where there's an Arab majority, which there would be day one, that's not even in the card. It'll never happen. And then secondly, as far as a two-state solution is concerned, it would be fair for Israel to withdraw to the pre-1967 borders, dismantle or exit all the settlements, but that's not going to happen. In fact, Israel's doing the opposite. It's accelerating the expansion of settlements as we speak right now. So neither is practical. So I don't know what the answer is going to be. I do know one thing. There will never be peace in Israel if Israel keeps doing the same thing it's been doing for the last 5 or 6 decades. Never.
And in '94, the Arab League in Lebanon, they met, and the Saudi put a proposal, 1967 border, and we make peace with Israel. Israel rejected it. 1994, the King of Saudi Arabia put a proposal down, and it's known as the Arab Proposal. 1967, and we do normalization with Israel. It was rejected.
Okay.
Well, just real quickly, when you guys aren't speaking, please stay muted and then because there's a lot of background noise, especially Okana.
Chip, would you agree the first step for peace is to release the hostages?
No.
It's not. So you don't believe that you, such an influential person with a platform like this, you should promote to release the hostages from day one since October 7 occurred, so this war wouldn't have broke that bad if they would have released the hostages?
Well, you asked me my opinion if there will be forces needed. I don't believe that's the first thing that needs to happen for there to be peace, so to speak. And remember that the whole reason why they were taken in the first place, at least my understanding is, was not to have hostages because they wanted to take Israelis. They wanted to use them as leverage to have Palestinian detainees, put it nicely, many people who they believe are there inappropriately to swap.
So would you promote to release the hostages?
I would say that if Israel is going to release all of the administrative detainees and all the low-level convicted, quote-unquote, like stone throwers in exchange for the remaining Israeli hostages, I'd say, yeah, that's a good idea.
Chip, we can't really hear with that background
So you
noise.
compare prisoners to hostages. That's what you do.
You call them prisoners.
Prisoners with no
It's
legal
what
rights.
the Zionist entities holding 10,000
babies
plus.
that in tunnels,
Shaq, hold on.
babies, women, and kids, and children and stuff like that. This is comparing to grown men or teenagers that committed crimes. You are comparing that. That seems like reasonable.
Have you spent a day in a prison in Israel? Have you spent a day there? Because I have when I was 15. I can tell you, it's not. It's not a
What
real
have you
prison.
done? What have you
It's a
done,
torture
King?
chamber.
What have you done, King?
Oh, you know what I did? I was
don't know.
walking. I was walking down the road. They suspected that I threw stones. I never threw a stone in my life. I'm an American, but I matched a description of somebody who looked like me. So they took me in their Humvee. My
So
mother had to go.
interrogate you.
My mother had to go to the American consulate to get
They
me out.
interrogate you. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
okay to interrogate me. I didn't do nothing though. I
It
didn't
won't
do
happen
anything.
in
I was a
another
kid.
country. It doesn't matter. They're suspicious that you are someone that they're looking for. So
Okay.
therefore they took
So
you.
so
That's
I'm
okay.
so there's a scar on my lip. I don't have video right now, but I would show you the scar on my lip right now. So at 15 years old, I'm supposed to get beat up.
That means that you resisting, right? That you resist.
Of course, I'm going to resist. I'm a 15-year-old kid. I'm 15 years old, though. I
What
deserve that.
expect from an officer
Wow, she
that
should be on
arrests
this.
you?
Yeah. I'm
and
done.
you are
You are.
resisting?
King, give me a minute. Give me a
I
minute.
can't. Yeah, please, Clipper,
Unicorn,
please.
Unicorn, can you tell me what have I done?
What?
What have I done when the
I don't know. What
Israeli?
have you done? I don't know you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what have I done. But I've done it after, not before. Okay. In 1982, when the so-called Israeli army invaded Lebanon, I was a 9-year-old boy waiting in line to buy a pack of bread. Okay, about 6 hours line to get the bread, and Israeli soldiers were passing by, and they look at us. Most of us were kids. Okay, and then they turn towards us, and they start slapping us left and right, put our faces to it. Only the children, not even one adult. Okay,
It's okay, you know. In her eyes, it's okay, brother.
we were suspicious buying bread. We weren't suspicious buying bread. Okay, so tell me, what have I done at 9 years old, waiting to buy a pack of bread for my family? What have I done to the Israeli soldiers to come, slap us left and right, make us stand against the wall, take pictures and make fun of us? What have I done?
Nothing. And I'm sorry that you had to
thank
be.
God.
One
Thank
second,
But I
let
tell
me
you,
answer.
but I
Let
tell
me
you,
answer.
yeah,
One
go
second,
ahead,
let me
go ahead.
answer.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I'm sorry that you've been through something like that. That shouldn't have been happened, okay? And there is bad apples everywhere. These soldiers or soldier that did that shouldn't have done anything like that, okay? I condemn it completely. But you can't
Don't you
compare
think?
your story. One
Yeah.
second, you can't compare your story to King's story. This is different stories.
No, what do you mean different story? It's a narrative.
Different stories. You are different
See, I
story.
told
And
him I
he
was
is
an
different
American.
story.
It's
I told him I
something.
was an
He's
American.
resisted. He's been violent,
Okay.
and he's been acting the same thing. He wanted
I
to
So
kill
wasn't
now,
people.
violent.
He got
now,
arrested
I
because
was
of
not. I
that.
didn't put my hands on nobody.
King,
I
just
was
give me a
never
minute.
violent.
King, just a minute.
You've been injured, right? Not
Now
for
tell
nothing.
me
Yes, I got a
if
scar on my lip from your IDF.
King, please. Unicorn, now tell me if my action after that were justified or not, okay? So after that happened, I went home. I was kind of sad and disappointed because I still went home without the bread, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I hear that the Lebanese resistance are fighting the IDF in Beirut, in the streets of Beirut.
Mm-hmm.
So I gathered my friend and we went on a rooftop where there was a lady that fries fish on that rooftop. Okay, I boiled oil and we waited for the IDF soldier to pass by underneath us, and we dumped boiling oil on them. Was that justified or was that an act of terror?
It's act on terror because you don't take your law to your hands. Doesn't matter. It
I know
doesn't
what.
That
matter.
was an act of terror. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry for what
Exa-
happened to you, but
Yeah.
that was an act of terror, and you
So
know that.
An act of kindness.
hold on, guys, hold on. So you tell me an occupation force comes to my country, slaps me around, kicks me around, and then if I react to it, it's an act of terror. How can you justify that? How
But it's
can you?
okay for them to
King,
to
let me.
boom boom
I got it,
schools,
buddy. I got it. I have a lot of experience with the IDF
You
in
know
Lebanon.
why?
I
Because
wonder.
Yeah.
did you throw the oil on the same exact person that did that to you?
I threw it on an occupying force, on somebody
Mhm.
that came to my town firing weapons.
I just wonder, as 8 years old, where was your parents?
I was
That's what I
9 years
wonder.
old. I
Where
was
was your
10.
parents?
What do you care where were
If
my
your parents
parents?
would resist or do something, I can say,
Why?
okay,
Don't worry.
their
All my
child been
family,
hurt.
all
They
my
want
family
to
have. Listen,
save him. They want to help him.
listen.
They want to revenge for
Have
him. But
all
you, as a
of my
child,
family,
where is your parents? What
all
education
of
did
my
you got?
family, I'm very educated. How many languages do you speak, Unicorn?
What
What
does
grade
that
did
have
you
to do
get
with?
to? What that
What does that have
Look,
to
education?
do?
You said
it's very simple.
education. You
9-year-olds
said
don't just run around
education.
in the street by themselves.
This is not
9-year-olds do
mind your
not go.
business. To us, 9 years old is a man, a growing up man. That
All right. Hold on. I gotta moderate the conversation real quickly. So first of all, okay, I really have to say this to Unicorn of Israel, and I mean this, and not to be a way of talking down to you, but this is I'm an American. I don't have any friends in Israel. I don't have any friends in occupied Palestine, or whatever you want to call it, the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, Gaza. I don't know anybody. Nobody. I learned about this when I was 21 years old. I'm almost 57. So I've been studying this for a long time. You mentioned earlier about bad apples, and you felt badly that someone might have been mistreated by a bad apple, so to speak. Now, this is the part of the story that I think a lot of people don't know, and this is where there's a big disconnect, and it makes sense why people would not feel a certain way if they didn't know certain information. And the thing that has me more angry than any other part of this, other people argue the historical nature of the Nakba versus the establishment of Israel. I don't get into that as much because it's not my fight. What makes me really angry is learning what the Israeli military does to Palestinians, in my view, unnecessarily and so brutally and so frequently and so pervasively. It's not bad apples. It is systemic. And in fact, if you listen to people that served in the IDF, they come out with a group called Breaking the Silence, and they explain exactly what was routine for their units to do in the occupied territories, whether it was East Jerusalem, the West Bank, or even when they went into Gaza in the various incursions that have taken place. This is not something where it's a one-off occasion or here and there, now and again. This is standard operating procedure and has been for many decades. I'll give you a few examples. When the young kids go out for the Right of Return March, which is a big issue in the Palestinian society, Israeli soldiers laughingly shoot them in the groin, in the kneecap to permanently disable them. When kids throw rocks, they break their arms. Soldiers will break their arms. Kids get sentenced to 5 years in prison from a military court. If you're a 13-year-old kid and you throw a rock at an Israeli armored vehicle, you go before a military court. And if somebody was nearby who didn't throw the rock, but they were nearby and you thought that person might be their friend, they get scooped up and held under what's called administrative detention. So you have all these young people that are in Israeli jails, by the way, treated horrifically. I won't even get into that. But they're there for long periods of time, way longer than you and I would ever have to deal with for any other kind of problem, especially if we're being held administratively with no charges. And imagine if you're somebody there. Now, do you consider that person a prisoner, a criminal, a terrorist? Or is it possible that that person is being held by an occupying force who has the differential in power, who can do it? There's no recourse. Jacob, you talk about going to somebody's parents or not being a rogue 9-year-old. I think it's hard to say that. It's easy to say that when you're sitting on the side where you're sitting saying that. But when you're the person who's humiliated by someone who has total control over you with a weapon and can do whatever they want to you any time of day, 24/7, and there's no repercussions for that person, and you decide to fight back. I mean, for you to say that about what you just said to Federico, in my opinion, this is my opinion, is for you to condemn every single person in that Warsaw ghetto who dared to rise up against their captors. Because it's the same thing. It's being humiliated, controlled, immiserated, and horribly subjugated and exploited by another group of people. And then who are we to judge what someone else does in response to that? That's my point about this. So if for those of you who don't believe me, if you think, oh, Chip's making this up because he's pro-Pally, trust me, I don't make shit up. I have documentary after documentary after documentary and witnesses of people that have visited the West Bank, who've lived there with Palestinians. We have soldiers from the IDF who have publicly spoken to it. We have pilots from the IDF who talked about dropping bombs on civilians. These are all things that are directly admitted by people who have done them. This isn't something I'm just screwing up, making up. So, Unicorn, when I say those things, how do you feel when you hear that? Do you think it's just a complete lie? Go ahead. Sorry, I muted by accident.
For me, it's a little bit funny that you're telling me that I'm someone that's sitting from a side. I'm living in that country that being suffered every day from T attacks. Every day. Every day there is shooting missiles towards us. So I'm not sitting from a side. You are the one that's sitting from a side. And
I just want to say, you misunderstood what I said. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't know you're Israeli, although you sound like you could be. What I meant was it's easier for somebody sitting on your more powerful side of the conflict. And you may not agree with this, but you may feel you're victimized by the attacks. But Israel, no question, is the more powerful party in this conflict. No questions asked. I mean, they have the military, the budget, the backing of the U.S. with the weapons and the money and the political power. They have all the advanced equipment that H group would die to have 1/100th of. So Israel is an asymmetric power. You, as a citizen of Israel, is sitting on a place and you benefit from that asymmetry. What I mean is, when you're sitting on the asymmetrically powerful side of a conflict and your country is occupying another, it's very easy to say, how dare you do that back to us? That's what I was trying to say.
Chip, will you agree with me that 30,000 rockets that were sent towards Israel is an act of genocide?
No, not at all.
So they were
Fireworks.
unguided. They were unguided. And you don't consider that an act of genocide?
Nope, not at all.
So you don't consider the act that Iran did, sending all these unguided drones, you don't consider that an act of genocide neither, right?
They were guided drones, by the way, not unguided. What nonsense is this?
They're not guided. Please.
There are definitions that meet the standard of things, and neither of those things you've mentioned meet the standard of the definition.
So where do you
Actually,
think
the
those
Iranians were
30,000
studying.
rockets
They were
that were
studying
sent
you.
would
That's
have
called
landed?
self-defense.
Hold on, Federico. Let him ask. Go ahead.
Where do you think those 30,000 rockets they've been sending over time from Gaza going to Israel? Where do you think they would have landed? A military bases?
They would land wherever they would land. They're not guided.
Exactly.
middle
So
of
that is an
nowhere.
act of genocide with the intent to take out a population.
How many people? How many people did these fireworks take out?
Hold on,
It doesn't
hold on,
matter
hold on.
because they have.
Hold on,
Imagine
hold on.
if they did not have the Iron Dome. What would have happened? What would have happened?
We have to be fair with terminology.
Chip, can I ask you one? Do you even condemn 9/11?
It's
Damn
not my
Israel
place
for
to
doing
condemn
9/11.
or it's not my listen. As far as shifting gears, that's another whole lane you just jumped into. But just put it this way: it's not my role to condemn or applaud any particular action in the world. My job is, as far as I see it, is just to take a look and try to understand why people do stuff.
So can I ask a question now? When in 1982, when there were no rockets fired on Israel, do you think Sabra and Shatila was active G-side? Do you think Kana in 1996, do you consider that an active G-side too, when there were no rockets fired at Israel?
Listen, I could go back to Germany too if you want to go that far back. I'm talking
I mean,
about right now,
1982,
present time, what's happening now.
1982, it wasn't
I
a
don't
long
care
time
about
ago.
1982. I care about what's happening now.
No,
October 7,
what's happening?
moving
I tell
forward,
you, listen,
everything.
I'll
'Cause
tell you
none
what's
of that is
happening.
going to solve a
I
problem.
tell you, let me make it clear to you. I'll tell you what's happening now. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? And I'm gonna be frank. The attack that the Iranian did it on you, they were studying you, okay? Now you can't
Yes,
deny, you
they
can
were
say
studying
they
the
didn't
air
effective,
defense.
not effective.
No.
Yes,
I
no,
agree
they
with you.
landed 2%, 1%. You had 5 countries defending you from outside of Israel. You have 5 air defense systems within Israel, okay? And even if only two came to land on target, besides if they were the actual target, which is the base, the military base, and the Central Intelligence base, the other one too. Even though let's consider they didn't hit them. Okay, where do you think, how powerful you think you are, that you were not able to stop an attack that you were warned about 7 hours before? That tells you where we're going. Okay,
Oh, likewise, like the IDF tell Gazans where they're going.
Gazans are not Iran. Gazans don't have massive weapons to
It gives them
defend
like a
themselves.
30
Please,
minute
guys,
warning.
please, guys. The people of Gaza, the Palestinians of Gaza, do not have the weapons that Iran have. So
Well,
you
you could
comparing,
agree.
you can hold on. You comparing your war with Iran versus the one in Gaza. This is ridiculous. I mean,
There will never. No. I'm giving you the notice factor that you brought up.
yeah.
There
Okay,
will
go ahead.
never be full boots on the ground from the IDF and Iran. I think you know that.
Oh no, absolutely. I
That'll
don't
never
think,
happen.
I
That will never
don't.
happen.
Yeah, but I don't think neither the Iranian will put boots in Palestine.
Exactly. None of that will
Yeah,
ever happen.
but
It will be
do you,
it will be
how do you,
surgical strike. It would all be
how,
surgical strikes. That's
surgeon,
it.
what are you waiting for then?
It's all surgical strikes. I'm sure you
What do
know
you,
what I mean
what do
by
you,
that.
you're waiting to do a surgical strike on Iran? That's what you're saying? Like you're planning on doing it soon?
It's all surgical strikes. I do
So,
not believe this will be a conventional warfare like you
okay,
think it will be.
so if Israel attacks on Iran, you don't think it's gonna blow into a bigger war, right? The Iranian gonna take the slap and sit down and say, "Thank you
No,
for
of course
slapping me."
not.
Well,
Absolutely not.
how is it gonna play then?
It's not gonna play the way you think it's gonna play. But
Well,
absolutely not.
you don't know how. I have my theory. I have all because I was born in the Middle East and I lived and I know how these people think. So I have a theory and I know exactly in my own way what's gonna happen. But I want to see what do you think it's gonna happen? Like how is it gonna play? Did you hear about today 9 attacks from H Lebanon on the north? Well, I didn't know about that. Did you?
Yeah, they've been doing that. They do that every
No,
other
did
day.
you hear about
Please.
today
That's like
9?
music.
No. Today.
Please.
Did you hear about the one today
So
9?
so
Did you hear
you're cheering. You're
did
cheering
you?
for that.
I do cheer for that. Yes.
So you're cheering for them to
I
send rockets into
I'm
civilian areas in the
cheering.
north.
Listen, you
You're
guys
cheering for it.
you're still occupying the Sheba farms in Lebanon. So this is a legit
We will
cheering.
continue occupying, as you call
Okay.
it, because if you're going to resist and you're going to send tea attacks from there, then you're going to see IDF there. That's simple as that.
Exactly. That's
Same
why
like
you have.
Sabra and
That's
Shatila. When you said Sabra and Shatila, you
yeah.
didn't mention that there was tea attacks over there, and there
Well,
was a lot of shooting
in
towards us
in
again,
Sabra, in
right?
Sabra, in
And
Sabra
every
and
one
Shatila.
second, you didn't. I
Unicorn, you
didn't
just said it
interrupted
correctly.
you.
You
I
just said
didn't
if you're going to
interrupted you. I
resist.
didn't interrupted you. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking.
Yeah. But you guys didn't
Thank
let me
you.
finish my
Please,
point. You
you
interrupted me
finish
before
your
I
point.
No, I
Now I
didn't.
want to
No, I
answer.
didn't.
I want to
I
answer
didn't
because
Go ahead.
It's true.
I'm
Unicorn,
gonna
you
be a
got to
gave a
gentleman.
lot of points. Let
I'm
me
gonna be a
answer, please.
gentleman. I'm gonna be a gentleman. Go ahead.
Hold on.
I went no,
Unicorn, you do.
Chip. I'm gonna be a gentleman. Let her answer.
Okay, so Unicorn, go ahead and give your, and everybody please be on mute, please, while she speaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. So anyway, every war and every fight that was coming from Israel towards another, like West Bank, Gaza, Lebanon, and so on, was because something happened before that. You make it look like we started it. No, the fact is that you started it, and we weren't there if you were peaceful. You weren't peaceful, so don't pretend that was peaceful before that. It wasn't. It never was. Okay,
So can you
now
tell me
I
the
want to,
reason?
one
Yeah.
second, Federico, 1 second, please. Thank you. I want to go back for 1 second to a moment to what Chip was saying in the beginning, because then it goes to another places, and I want to go back to you said the 13 years old kids that are in the prison because of their throwing rocks. Throwing rocks, actually, it's not a small rock that you go in the street and take it like in your hand and do a jump and jumps on the water in the sea. It's not like that. It's
So
big
now we
rocks
understand the
that
narrative.
when
We
1
understand how
second,
you.
Federico, 1 second. I know it's hard for you. 1 second, let me finish. So when you throw a stone like that on a car, she can have an accident, and that people in the car are being risked for their life. Okay, and that happened a lot of times. People being unalive because of that. People being injured because
No,
of
they
that.
haven't.
The
They're
same
throwing
thing. I'm
rocks
still
at
talking,
armored
and you still
vehicles.
keep interrupting me every time that I mention something. So if you have something to say as counter, please wait for your turn and do that. Thank you. It's not so hard. I was listening to all the lies and I was shut up, right? Thank you. So anyway, when you're throwing rocks towards people or towards soldiers, you're risking their life. And Chip, you mentioned that we're breaking their arms. Well, I rather their arm been broken than they been shot. Okay, for example, because if they were in United States wasn't being so tolerated against tea attacks, and you know exactly what I mean. Right now, this week I saw few videos of police officers that come into houses, and the man that was in the house just told him they got not even aiming, and he got shot and been unalived, and so on and so on. So if we're talking about war and you're talking about attacks and tea attacks and resistance or whatever you want to call it, then well, Don't be so surprised you're being arrested or you're being cut off. That's it. Stop playing the
Okay.
victims. It's
Okay.
not a victim.
But yeah, let's discuss that point for a second. I think the next person who hasn't spoken yet was Alan Baker, so I'll get him in a second. But okay, there is a certain chicken and the egg to this relationship. So obviously, if somebody resists, then you punish them for resisting, and then if they resist again, it's this back and forth that occurs. And I guess we kind of have to rewind the tape and go back to the beginning of all this and say, what is the fundamental behavior that drives someone to throw a rock or some other more egregious event, like a bus or a cafe or whatever ungodly thing have happened? And that's the thing I think we need to focus on, because it's the removal of that which will stop that behavior. Absent the removal of that, whatever that motivating force is, the behavior will continue. That's pretty straightforward. And so if it's hatred towards Jewish people or just hatred of Israel, then that's not something you're going to get rid of very easily. If that's something that's kind of bred into or trained into children, like a lot of people have alleged. Okay, I understand that point of view. If it's about religion, and it's about the fact that people want to promote or force their religion on people who practice Judaism or who are atheist or more secular, that's an argument that it's a caliphate, that they're just trying to do what they want and make everybody be under. Or it could be, and this is something that I believe this is what the driving force is that there's a historical sense of injustice of what happened to their parents and grandparents with the implementation of the Zionist state of Israel. And because of that motivating factor, that anger is deep within the people. And the people are very resolute in regards to that, feeling like that the land that they were dispossessed of from their point of view was unfair to them from their point of view. This is what David Ben-Gurion said in his diary. He said, why should they make a deal with us, the Israelis? I wouldn't make a deal with us. We're taking their land. God gave it to us, meaning Ben-Gurion said that about the Jewish people, but they don't care about our God, and we're taking their land and kicking them off their land. You can Google that and find it. It's public record. So that's the thing. And again, you can say, well, God gave it to us, so we deserve it. So then it's everything else that's followed is justified. You can make that argument. But I think if we all sat in the other person's shoes and someone came to my home right now tonight, I'm sitting here talking to you all on this phone, and somebody came in with a gun and said, hey, you got to leave. I'm taking your house over. And by the way, your whole neighborhood's got to go too. And this is just the way it's going to be. How do you justify that? Oh, well, my cousin's friend told me I could do it, and so therefore I can. We wouldn't be okay with that. No one would be okay with that. So if that's what motivates people, just think for a second. If what motivates the behavior of the resistance, whether it be throwing stones or any other behavior, the resistance mindset is a response to a set of conditions. And I know it's different, but those who resisted in the ghettos of Warsaw felt the same set of feelings. I know the circumstances were drastically different, so they're not comparable, but the feelings that a human being goes through when they're under duress from another is the same set of feelings, and the desire to be free and out from under that. So when people say things like I heard you say earlier, and this is not to criticize you, but it's something I heard you say that was similar, is that when people say you need to be peaceful, well, the question is, would it be fair to ask that of the people that were in the Warsaw Ghetto? Would it be fair to ask that of the U.S. colonists who were under British rule? Would it be fair to ask the people in South Africa, who were the majority of the population, they had darker skin, for them to continue and be peaceful for the minority white government who exploited them and controlled them? And there's a question which, under those circumstances, when is it legitimate for someone who feels they've been harmed and is living under the brutality of another to do something about it? Or is it just never legitimate they should be peaceful? If that does drive their behavior, you can't exterminate that. You can't there's no peace with that. That's my point.
Okay, Chip.
Hold on. I wasn't done. Almost done. About to land the plane. And I want to give Unicorn a chance to answer, then you can go. Okay. To expect somebody in those circumstances to be peaceful, I think is an absolutely insane proposition, because put yourself in their shoes. If you were under those same set of circumstances, you wouldn't like it. I know I wouldn't like it. And so therefore, if there's no seemingly light at the end of that tunnel for a peaceful outcome, which has been tried for decades, and all that we've seen is more settlements built and more people dying, then I don't know how you can ask that person to behave peacefully. It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, Unicorn, what do you think about that? And then we'll go to Okana.
Okay, I think that that they are in that position just because of the age group who's supposed to be the government, instead of using the money for taking care of them and make a prosper country. What they've done.
Unicorn,
prosper.
that's a deflection. That's a deflection.
It's
Can you
not
just
a
cover what I asked you?
deflection.
Just
This
cover,
is
just
it's
cover
not
what I
a
asked you. Hold
deflection.
on.
Let's go age
Hold
group
on.
in
Hold on.
1948.
That's
Hold on.
not a
Hold on. Just a
deflection.
second. Just a second. Hold on.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. Just real quick. Bear with me. This is intellectual, okay? If we're talking about the perception of being under duress and exploitation by a more powerful force, and your life has been made miserable because of it, and you feel there's a historical injustice, that has nothing to do with money being deviated from a particular entity. So let's stick to the subject at hand, and then we can talk
They
about
weren't miserable if the country would take care of them. If the government would take care of them, they weren't miserable. They had hotels, they had restaurants, they had businesses, they had everything. But they was so convenient for them to use the money that they got to other things like terror. So you
Well,
can call it deflection. This is not a deflection. This is
this
the
is a
fact.
this
This
is a
is the
nonsense
truth.
deflection.
Hold on. So
And
Unicorn, real quick, just let me explain why I think that's deflection. I'm not doing it to be critical of you. If anybody said this, I would point them back. I'm kind of bringing you back to the lane. So your argument, based on what you're saying, is if there'd been more money pushed around, that people's anger, that motivation that I've referred to earlier, would somehow dissipate, and there wouldn't be as much violence. I would argue that it wouldn't change it one bit. People would be angry with a little more money.
people are supposed to be
I
angry
beg to
if they have
differ.
everything. Yeah, kind of go ahead. Sorry.
No, if they were, instead of building infrastructure, they went and they built tunnels. They spent money on rockets. All that money they spent, they could have gave the Gazans a better life. But Chip, let's also think about this. The head of a snake is in Iran. Let's think about that. Okay?
Yeah,
They're
if you
funding
mention
all these
the
proxies. You failing to see that. They're funding all these proxies. They're giving Mein Kampf books in schools in Gaza. Okay? Keep
Hold on. Whoa, time out.
That's not
I'm
true at
very well
all.
aware of I'm very well aware of the proxies. Just so you know, don't make assumptions about what I do or don't know. That's one thing that'll get you in trouble with me. You have no idea what I know. And secondly, that's a BS debunked BS talking point from these. There's no copies of. There's one copy found that was brand new, that the Israelis dropped off conveniently. Said, "Oh look, there's Mein Kampf." Come on.
Hey, Chip, can I finish my last
I
sentence
want to
before
say
I
Let's
go?
something.
Minecraft,
let
really?
I
Unicorn
want to
finish.
say something. One second, because
Minecraft?
South Africa brought to the table, and also Iran. I just want to say one thing. In South Africa, there is genocide all the time. I don't hear anyone talking about it. Iran is committing genocide on the Kurdish people. I don't hear anyone talking about it. Why? Why?
Well, we're trying to talk about one thing at a time. We
Because
can
it's
certainly
not
touch
Yes,
upon
happening.
it.
It's a lie.
because to hate the Jews is more important.
Now there we go. So now we're getting back to it. So now we've
Hate
gone from
Jews.
talking about, hold on, let me finish. We've gone from talking about the sentiment that somebody has living under a very oppressive circumstance with asymmetry militarily and the frustration and anger that that causes, which may be the primary motivating factor, which I believe it is, for why someone does not behave peacefully, which is what you believe people should do. I understand your point of view. Then you've shifted now to money and tunnels and better lives. And now you're talking about hatred of Jews. Right? We've shifted all the way back to this thing where one goes back to their corner and says, woe is me, nobody likes my people, blah, blah, blah. Let's get ourselves back into the lane of what really motivates the behavior. I said earlier, it could be hatred of Jews, it could be religious fundamentalism, or it could be anger caused by oppression. And you're going back to the hatred of Jews thing
Chip,
and
you
avoiding the
don't
rest
hate
of
the
the stuff.
Jews? That's why you have all these videos?
What's
Chip,
that?
I have Chip,
You
please,
don't hate
please.
the Jews? That's why you have all these videos?
No, I absolutely don't.
All
No,
the
absolutely
black
not hatred of
people?
people.
You're not
Yeah.
racist
I
at
think you
all.
should drop
That's
her,
what you're
Chip.
saying.
No,
No,
She makes no
leave her,
sense.
leave her,
you're
leave
not
her,
willing to
leave her.
stay. Listen, if you want to stay in the lane we're talking about, that's fine. But you're making disparaging remarks about me and my videos. I've been so crystal clear to differentiate between the criticism of the state of Israel and the Zionist movement and the impacts that it's had negatively on the region to certain people, benefits to some, harm to others, and Jewish people. They're not all the same thing.
I have
So you
I have
believe
my,
that
Otherwise,
Israel
there
has
could
the
be
right to exist?
otherwise there could be not a single Jewish person who ever is anti-Zionist, because that's anti-Semitism. And there are many, many
So I
people
have a
who are.
question. Do you believe that Israel has the right to exist?
I don't believe any country has, unquote, the right to exist. And Israel's no different. I think that countries come into existence, and I think based on their behavior, they either stay in existence or they change politically.
That's not what your crowd thinks. They think that no.
I
They think
have
what?
a
But
question.
Palestine has the right to exist, right, guys? Say yes in the comments.
Yes.
Palestine was always there.
Well, no,
Guys,
Israel
that's
doesn't have the right
just
to
a small
exist on its own
reminder.
Palestine is
territory.
Palestine.
Palestine
Long live
uni,
wasn't
Palestine.
wasn't
unicorn,
anything before you
unicorn,
invented it.
unicorn.
It
Please,
wasn't anything.
Unicorn.
Israel was invented in
It's just Arabs
1948.
that
Brother,
Hold on,
Chip, please drop her, bro. She's making no
just
sense.
Arabs that
hold
want
on,
to
hold on,
claim
hold on, guys.
land.
Chip,
That's what
drop her.
it
She
is,
make,
as usual.
Hold on,
Islamic
Unicorn. I'm not going to drop you. I do want to make a point though. There was an entity that everyone in the world referred to. I know it's not convenient to say this, but from the Roman time forward, the region wasn't a nation state. The region that was from the Mediterranean to near the Jordan River, part of it was considered Transjordan, but it was called Palestine. And in fact, if you go back to look, there's a couple videos on
you
YouTube. You can look it up. Go to Golden My Ear. I'm a Palestinian. So it was a British mandate over Palestine after the Ottoman Empire. It was still called Palestine throughout the Ottoman Empire. And
Palestina,
Jews,
please
well,
Palestina, not Palestine.
we're using modern linguistics. You can call it whatever
No
derivation.
more than
Palestinians.
linguistics. United States is United States. It's not.
Hold on, Unicorn. Come on.
oh
Don't
my
listen.
God.
Let's not get into
Don't
that
drop her.
BS.
Don't drop her. Don't drop her.
Hold on, that's kind of silly.
Don't drop
But
her.
the point is this: you can go to any historical map up until 1947, and what does it say on the map? It doesn't say soon to be Israel. It doesn't say Arabs and Jews hanging out together. It just says Palestine. And the British had a mandate over it after World War One, and so did the Ottomans. Controlled it prior to World War One, and there were territories. There was Transjordan. There was the Assyrian territory. But these weren't formal nation states, and to somehow exclude it because it wasn't a formal nation state is not reasonable given the way the history developed in the region. People who lived there, which was mostly Arabs, mostly Muslims, a small fraction of indigenous Jewish people, and a small number of Christians, that's how the land was made up for a long period of time until these shifts of immigration took place in the build up to the establishment of the state of Israel. You can go back and look at the population tables. I'm not making that up. So let me let Federico go for a second here, then we'll bring in
Yeah.
Albert.
Thank you, Chip. I really want to know. We've been talking to Unicorn for the past, would say 30 to 35 minutes. Unicorn, you are really familiar with the whole story. Like you are here debating us based on knowledge and information, or you are here just defending because Israel is your country. You can unmute and answer me.
It's
Are
both.
both, like you are
Yeah, both.
informed. You
If I was thinking for a
just
second,
so
if I
let
was
me finish.
thinking,
I don't want to keep
are you
I
finished?
don't
You
want
asked
to.
me. I
Yeah,
want to
yeah. No,
answer
I
that.
asked if you are informed, and yeah, you said yes. I got my answer. I'm not like I didn't ask you to explain. I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but I wasn't being rude. So you are familiar with the whole history from 1948 until today, right?
Yeah, the fact
You
is
said yes.
in
You said yes.
48,
Yes. Yeah, you
yes,
said yes.
the matter of fact
Okay.
that in 48
So can you
we
tell
established a
me?
country, Federico, and
Yes,
I know that you
you
don't
did.
like it, but this
I
is
know
the fact.
you worked hard.
Israel is
You
going to
worked
stay
hard to
Israel,
establish.
although
Yeah.
you like it or not, and that's it.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
can cry about it,
No.
all of you. It's okay.
Yes.
We know
We're
that
not gonna.
already,
We're not
and
gonna
that's it.
cry. But just
Yeah,
because
I ask you a
you.
question. I'm
Stop
listening. I'm
talking over
listening.
him.
Poor
Yeah.
evil. Wow.
Well, it's okay. It's okay, guys. I can take a lot. I've taken worse than that.
Can I say something?
We can't
You.
hear you, Chief. We
You.
can't hear you.
Just want to talk about the protocol for a second because it's hard for anybody. I couldn't even hear who was saying what when Federico and Unicorn. I know everybody gets passionate, and let's just take turns of maybe 30 seconds to a minute each, and then we can share the mic. Federico, why don't you finish your point? Unicorn, you can respond, and then
Yeah.
we'll go to Al Bakers.
I just want to ask one question, and if she knows, then it means it's worth our time debating with her. Can you tell me what was the official reason for Israel to invade Lebanon? What was the claim that they said it was for them to invade Lebanon? What was it?
I don't remember. Please remind me.
No, I mean, what do you mean? If you know the whole history, you invaded a whole country.
I didn't say that I know the whole history. I said that
Well,
I
I mean,
know
it's
the history.
1982. It's not a long time ago. So you're honestly, right now, you're showing me that you're shouting here without no knowledge. So I suggest that I'm gonna tell you what were the motives, and then like this, if somebody else, because Lebanese people, we dig around, we know how to pick on questions. Okay, so the next time they ask you, you know what to answer. Okay, that
Oh,
wasn't
thank
a
you.
yes, that was an attempt on the Israeli ambassador in England, which is it wasn't confirmed who it was that done the attack. So Israel decided to invade Lebanon to drive out the PLO. and it was operation was supposed to be drive out the PLO, and then
No,
move.
but you ask
Yeah.
you ask what is behind that.
Yeah, what was the motive? That was the
So
official.
so that's what I'm trying to understand, because I don't know what
Yeah,
is
the
the motive,
no, the official
except that there
story.
was the T attacks and again and again and key
Yeah.
forces over there.
I know,
So
I know.
if
I
you
know,
have
I
if
know
you
how
have
you feel like
something to let me
knowing the
know.
information. I understand your answers right now. I 100% understand your answers because you don't know what really happened. So when you answer like this, then I can take it. Like I
When you were
understand.
talking about Lebanon war and you said what is
Yeah.
behind that,
Yeah. What
and you
was the
expect me to
reason?
know something that you know, and unfortunately, I guess I don't know that.
Your
So
government, listen,
please educate me about it.
before Israel declared that they're gonna invade Lebanon, they had an official story said that we are gonna go to Lebanon, we're gonna invade the country because an attempt was made on our ambassador or a diplomat in England, and we have to drive the PLO out of Lebanon. That was the word said before they started the invasion. Okay, so they invaded and they made a deal with the American and the PLO that the PLO will go on the boats and leave Lebanon. So no more fighting from Lebanon to Israel. And this is exactly what happened. They put the PLO on the boats and they were dispersed all over the world. But Israel did not leave Lebanon. So that's how Lebanese people formed a resistance and drove you out of Lebanon in 1982 out all the way to the South Lebanon, then 1994, then 1996 to 2000 until we drove you all the way back to the Palestinian borders, and that is the H group that you call terrorists because when they were fighting you were inside Lebanon. So now, but today, present day, you have actually before after 1996, they formed a buffer zone inside of Lebanon. It's about like a bunch of villages that they stayed in, so nothing can get to Israel. But again, the H of Lebanon resisted and did some harm, and then you guys decided in 2000. I'm going to give you both answers so you understand both of them. The Lebanese version of the fact and the Israeli version of the fact why they pulled out of Lebanon. Okay, the Lebanese version of the fact that we have a great resistance that fought you on a daily basis, attacked you on a daily basis, unalived your soldiers, destroyed your barricades, and then you decided overnight, like we went to sleep at night, we woke up in the morning, you guys were gone. Then you have the Israeli side of the story that says that there was an international resolution, the 425, that was issued by the United Nations in 1982. So in 2000, Ehud Barak decided to implement the United Nations resolution and pull out of Lebanon. But today's day, the buffer zone that was inside of Lebanon, now that buffer zone is inside of Israel. Like, because all these villages are across the border with Lebanon, Kiryat Shmona, all these little kibbutz, they're all empty. Because the settlers that were there, they're staying in schools, in tents, in hotels, on the government expense.
Okay, but Federico, I'm trying to understand what is the point behind that.
I'm informing you.
I'm trying to make it look like there is something behind
that. No, I'm
it.
teaching you information just
You
because
don't need to
in
teach me
case.
that. All of that I know. I'm trying to understand what is the point behind that, because you were trying to make it look like there is
You said what you didn't know, though. You told me you didn't know. Now you know. I don't get it. I mean, you keep contradicting yourself. Do you know?
Okay, that's okay.
I'm not
guys,
contradicting
okay.
myself.
That's okay. Let her talk.
What is behind that?
I know. Education.
I don't need you to educate me. Thank you very much.
I told you.
May I say anything?
I asked to educate you, though. You literally said educate me. You asked me.
Yes.
About if there is anything behind that.
I'm sorry if I was.
I want to ask a
Apparently,
question.
what is
May I
written
ask
in
a
the
question?
history and what you're saying is the same
Allah
thing.
yaklik, Federico. Allah yaklik.
Yeah.
May I
Right.
ask a question?
One sec. Hold on one sec. So, Kitty, one sec. Okay. So I think what she's asking, Federico, and maybe it's like maybe cut to the chase and say, I'm not putting that negatively. In other words, what's the point behind showing the history? Like what was the real reason why they were there in the first place? And you're saying that they did withdraw. The point is, what's the real reason? Why does Israel have an interest in Lebanon, and why aren't they there right now, or where are they right now?
Well, I mean, still have a piece of farms. It's called Sheba Farms, and they still occupying it. There's no way, and there nothing besides Sheba Farms are in it. They try to, like always, to change the border, push it another 500 meters or something. But the whole purpose, I was telling her, because I was educating her. I'm just giving her information, because I asked her if she knew what was the point behind
We heard it. We heard all that.
Yeah, but
Rico, I
she
have a
said,
question.
yeah,
Israel already withdrew Lebanon from long time
yeah,
ago. Now,
yeah.
who started the war with Lebanon right now? Who started the war?
Lebanese,
Okay,
Lebanon,
thank you very much. Why?
why it's called in solidarity with Gaza, number
What
one.
solidarity? Okay, and
Solidarity with
then
Gaza, and
people
the
like
second,
you in
it's
10 years
okay,
from now
yes,
going to cry to Israel, to people like me on the
May-
same panels, why
maybe,
we did it, right?
maybe yes, maybe no, but
I
I
guess
doubt it. I doubt the yes.
the way
I
that I
certain
see
you the
that,
no.
it's a yes for sure.
Listen, I telling you, I advise you, Unicorn. I really, really advise you to go educate yourself on the issue and understand. Stand on the right side of history, because there is nothing that is wrong can be made right. Okay,
I am.
as a human being like you,
As a human
as
being, I recommend everyone to check themselves and to
we are
understand
check, we
that
do check,
wars
we
will
do,
not start if you will come with peace. And if
we
you are
do check.
starting something with violence, this is going to be to end with violence.
May I ask
I,
something?
I'll be
Um,
honest. I'll be honest with you guys.
May
Yeah,
I take a chance over here?
so
yeah.
I,
One second, Kitty. 1 second.
I'm going to drop.
Last
So
word.
You'll be
Last
next,
Federico,
word.
I
Kitty.
want to say, Federico, I want to say that I really think that you are a reasonable human being, and that we can talk with. But I think that you need to go more on panels, and we can maybe have a talk more about that.
Maybe I love to talk. I'm a good talker. I like to talk. I understand people, although we disagree in very opinion. I know we agree on a lot of stuff, that we are all human, that we all deserve to live, that we all have the right to exist, that we all have the right to have freedom. I believe in all of that. And if you contradict one of these said that I mentioned, that you and me, we should have the same rights, because we bleed the same blood, we have the same bones, we have the same structure, our hearts the same, everything in us is the same. The only thing that is a glitch in some brains that don't want to see that. And if you really care, I would say, take the human side of you and sit with it, talk to yourself, understand there is nothing better than fighting for a just cause.
I will tell you, I'm fighting for the just cause. The just cause for me is the innocent civilians in Gaza. And I want everyone that in both sides will do the same thing as I do. I want you to take yourself, and instead of like preaching for hate, go and actually advocate for age group to stop causing problems over there, and maybe we can have peace and solutions.
I'll
Till
be
then,
honest
we're
with
not
you.
going to have peace and
I don't
solutions.
think
Uh,
we
And
care
my
about
heart,
everything I say.
one second,
Hey,
and
Chip,
one
can
second, and my heart goes out for
Please.
any innocent civilians in both sides.
All right.
good
I have to be
enough.
fair. The one person that hasn't had a chance to go yet, and then it's going to be Kitty. Is
Yeah.
Alabama? She's been waiting longer. So Kitty, you'll be
One
next. Okay.
second,
Go ahead,
Chiku
Alabama.
can't hear you. Chiku
Thank you
can't
so
hear you.
much.
I can't hear me now. I can hear you.
Yeah, I
I
can
should
hear
hear.
you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead, Alabama.
thank you so much. Good evening for you and your respectful audience. I've been waiting like hour and a half, which is totally fine. I respect the turn and what's going on here. Now, I'll start with the last word that the Etche group. Oh, she dropped. She dropped. But
Yeah,
anyways,
that's okay. You can
I'm not
say, you can
surprised.
speak. We're all
yeah,
ears.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have like facts, just small facts to share, where there is no Etche group in West Bank, and on March 4th, Amr Najjar, age 10, got unalived,
sitting next to his father in the car, shot by IDF. On March 3rd, Muhammad Ziad, 13 years old, shot in front of United Nations School, sitting with his friend. On March 2nd, Muhammad Ghanem, 15 years old, shot while standing with his friends. These kids in West Bank, February 23rd, Saeed Jardal got unalived by drone fire. February 22nd, Fadi Salman unalived in front of Red Cross building. February 14th, Nihal Ziad, same thing, got unalived by IDF. Shot in the head, by the way. February 10th, Muhammad Khadur, 17 years old, shot in the head. And he is US citizen. This is in West Bank. And February 9th, Muad Shams got unalived, 16 years old, in front of his home, south of Nablus. All these kids, between February 9 and March, I was like able to search and find these facts, which is available for everyone. In West Bank, where there's no H group, and they are like kids, like even they don't do like throwing a stone, nothing.
Well,
So
in her eyes,
it's
it's okay.
excuse me.
In her eyes, it's okay for children. In her eyes, I
Yeah,
guess.
I want to
Yeah.
just hear from her what does she say about that. But it's like
Well,
witnessing
she
what's
said,
happening is really make my heart bleed.
yeah.
While they are like drawing the attention to Iran and to whatever and committing like genocide in Gaza while we are talking every day, every hour is really sad. And that's it. Like this is only just 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks snapshot for kids got unalived in West Bank. Imagine. And
Yeah.
thank you, Chip, for letting me in. Yeah, appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Just it's going to be Kitty and then Ariel. Go ahead, Kitty.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, Chip. I'm sorry that she had to drop because no matter how much you try to explain to her or to any of them, this is why I really don't like to get into it with the Zionists because they have a set brain. They know the truth. The sad part on their part is that they know the truth. They know the truth, but they change the truth. They change history to their likings. Just as recently, I don't know if you heard of this, Chip, a 15-year-old was taken years ago, and now he's in his 30s. They just let him out, flew him out of prison.
I saw it.
You saw it, correct?
Yeah.
He doesn't know his name. He doesn't know
Yeah.
who he is. I mean, it is the most saddest thing on the face of the earth. Ben-Gvir now is saying because of over the load of the prisoners in their prisons, they're going to start unaliving them. Did you hear that one too?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he's going to start to unalive them, okay? And she's talking about kids throwing rocks and where's their parents and she wants them to be peaceful and she wants us to be understanding of the occupation. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how they think. I honest to God don't know how they think. You tried to explain to her so wonderfully, but they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They just want to hear what they want to hear. Okay? I'm sick and tired of this. If they're saying they're in an uproar, and I'm sure you heard this, Chip, too, that our state, our government, Biden, has spoken to Iran to tell them that to allow Israel to hit them just so they can save face. What is that? What is that? Is the IOF untouchable, Chip? Are they untouchable? They can go and do what they please. When they hit Iran's embassy, that's as if they, and you know this and everybody knows this, as if they hit Iran itself, correctly? And they don't expect retaliation. Why? Why? And then they go hide behind the skirt of the United States and all of Europe, correct? And now they're making them to be as victims, okay? Does not Iran have the right to defend itself just like Israel has the right to defend itself? Or just
Makes sense.
only Israel has the right to defend itself? What kind of a world are we living in today that this can happen? And it's happening. And nobody seems to have. Okay, did you even hear about the drones that are making noises like little babies? So people come out of their hiding and try to go save them. And as soon as they come out, they unalive them. They're putting drones with voices of infants and children crying. Okay, so they can come out of their hiding, come out of to see who is it, and just to unalive them. This is how far they've gone. This wasn't this technology that they're using against the Palestinian. It's like I feel like we are a test zone for them. Okay, and she comes up over here and she has the audacity to say what she says, and she says she lives in Israel. Good for you. You're very sheltered, by the way, in Israel. You're very protected by your government. Okay, you're very protected. They tell you what they want you to hear. They don't want you to see the bigger picture. And if they have brainwashed you to their liking, to their kind of diplomacy and to their kind of words, that's on you for not looking beyond your nose. The whole world sees what's going on. The whole world sees what's going on. And they're in the process of closing down TikTok just merely, not because of China, Chep. Okay, the Congress just voted on it. Not because of that, no. Because it showed the true happenings on the ground in Palestine, in Gaza. And they've been screaming bloody murder since then, that they wanted this platform, this TikTok, to be closed. So no one will be the wiser, just like they threw out Al Jazeera from Israel. Okay? And they come up here and they try to justify these acts. If they would only be peaceful, if they would only stop Hamas. She feels sorry for my people. She feels sorry for the Gaza people. And her heart is breaking for us. So why don't you do something about it? Don't feel sorry for us. Talk to the government.
First of all, I want to say hello from Ireland. Chip,
Hold on, John, hold on. John, the way we work it here, we have a batting order, and you're going to be coming up soon here. We have a couple others ahead. So Kitty's that, and then it's going to be Ariel, and then you'll be next. Thanks for waiting.
My whole thing is I'm sick and tired of hearing them. This 15-year-old who was in jail and now he's at 30-something come out and he doesn't know who he is or what he is or whatever this is. This is what they do to them. This is what if a couple of months they go into their prisons, they come out famine. They come out with a different look. They come out nuts. Okay. Can you imagine for years? And those prisoners who has leg amputation, arms, everything. It's like you're treating the Palestinians as if they say we're animals. Even animals are treated better. I just don't understand how they can just come out and talk out of the both sides of their mouths. And the other one is telling you, isn't it about Iran hitting them? What do you want? You want to do what you want without anybody telling you, hey, stop what you're doing? I don't understand it.
All right, let's do this for 1 second. I want to just do a quick little admin moment. So if you come up on the panel, the only reason I did this, if you come up on the panel and we all try to stay muted so the other people can have the courtesy of not having the background noise and finishing their points, and you keep unmuting yourself, I mute you, and if that goes on back and forth, then I drop you. That's all the reason I did so. I think Palestinian American, that's why I dropped you down. If you want to come up and keep yourself on mute, I'm happy to have you, but if you have to keep your mic open, I'm going to not let you stay up. Okay, and then the other thing I want to mention about that is I understand the other viewpoint, and I think it's understandable that someone would see it this way. If you're living in Israel and all you hear about are rockets coming in, so you feel under threat, I think that's a normal reaction from a human being, and you're told that, all these crazy people just want to unalive Jewish people, and we have the Iron Dome, yes, but something can get through and hurt our people. I get that. If you don't see what happened in 1948 as an injustice, you think it is a miracle, as people have described it to me. I understand that, and therefore any threat to that is considered to be something that has to be taken care of. I get all that. And the fact that anything that happens in the West Bank is because someone was misbehaving, they were a criminal, they were a T-word, whatever, and that's the only reason people are in prison. So there's no comparison between the people in Israeli jails and the hostages that were taken on 10/7, unfortunately. Again, this is a way of looking at the world. It's not the way that I see it. It's not because I have anything against Israel. It's just I see both sides of it, and I can see which side I think is unfair. Now, life isn't fair. That's true. And so nothing's ever going to be perfect. But the question is, do Israelis want peace? Most Israelis I've talked to, they really want peace sincerely. Unfortunately, they don't know some of the variables, or they somehow find a way to compartmentalize or cognitively dissonance their way through it. And yet they don't have to live through that. They do have some things like I mentioned before, but it's not nearly the day in, day out experience and the number of people that die and get hurt and get put in prison and get their lives ruined, etc. It's just a whole different lived experience. And so, I don't know, it's hard for me to begrudge somebody for trying to fight their way out of a problem when I don't live the problem they're in. And I think Israelis should be able to see that other side of it. Many do, by the way, but others just can't or choose not to. Ariel, welcome.
Hi, Chip. Good morning from Israel. So
Good morning.
obviously, you know me, and I'm in Israel, and I would like to correct some of the points that are completely false that have been brought up here. I'll start with Kitty saying that Al Jazeera is banned in Israel. I'm currently in Israel, and I'm currently
No, in
watching
Gaza,
Al Jazeera.
in Gaza. The journalists were banned in Gaza. They were kicked out.
She said Al Jazeera is being banned in Israel.
Maybe she misspoke.
She meant to say they were kicked out of Gaza is what she meant to say.
Why would Al Jazeera be kicked out of Gaza? For what reason? They are Qatar. What is the reason? That's not
Because
what
the
you
Israeli
said. I'm sorry.
They're exposed with the
The
truth.
Israeli government wants the least number of people reporting from inside of Gaza.
Well, why would Israel be blamed for that?
Well, they issued the edict that they had to leave. They were given like 72 hours to get out of Gaza.
Jim, I heard clearly she said Al Jazeera, and obviously that's a point that is a.
She may have said that, but I'm saying, Ariel, is that she meant to say the news report was based on Gaza, not on Israel. Just so you know.
Okay, but the point is obviously to point on Israel, that Israel is not a democratic country, and therefore they are banning Al Jazeera to broadcast from Israel. So as I'm saying, I'm watching Al Jazeera as we speak, and I can read you the broadcasting.
Hold on. This
Sorry?
third time. Okay. Someone misspoke. They're not saying that Al Jazeera is. We're clarifying now. No one is saying that Al Jazeera is not allowed to be broadcast in Israel. What we are saying is what she meant to say was that the journalists that were in Gaza were told they had to leave, that Al Jazeera was no longer welcome to conduct business from within Gaza. So no more Al Jazeera boots on the ground, no cameras, no microphones, no interviews, no nothing. That's what.
I understand that. Okay, maybe I misheard her, or maybe she misquoted. But then again, who ordered if that is what she meant, who is in ability to order Al Jazeera reporters to get out of Gaza?
Because Israel murders people who don't follow its orders.
So it's Al Jazeera took their report. Is that what she meant?
No.
Hold on. Listen, sir.
Oh my God!
I
Wow.
have misspoke. Al Jazeera was kicked out from Gaza due to Israeli kicking them out. They don't want any more broadcasting from Gaza, the atrocity and the genocide that's happening and the unaliving. They don't want the world to see what they have seen already and heard. Now, had I said Israel, I misspoke. It's from Gaza, and not just Al Jazeera. They are not allowing any reporter, not even CNN, any reporter from anywhere in the world to get into Gaza, so they don't see what's going on and report it outside of Gaza. Are we clear now?
No, we're not. Absolutely not. Because what she's saying now is even making less sense. So I'm asking you, is Al Jazeera itself asked the reporters to get out of Gaza?
No.
Okay. So who is able, how on earth Israel can order Al Jazeera reporters to come out of Gaza? If this is within Israeli power, they can say, okay, Sinwar, come out of the tunnels. This is a ridiculous claim, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Second, okay, now I don't want to take too long. Chip.
Hold on. You just asked a question. So the answer is this. they have the ability militarily to extract them with force or to bomb them or both if they don't comply. That's the difference.
Mic drop.
Does that not make sense? Is that a ridiculous
It's perfect
answer?
sense, in my opinion.
Ariel, I didn't mean to mute you. Sorry if you're still muted. Go ahead.
Chip, you're unmuting me, or one of your moderators is unmuting me.
It was
And
an
if this
accident.
is the
Yes,
case,
it was an accident. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, there's a difference between saying the journalists are being unalived in Gaza, which I don't contradict that, and between saying that Israel now took them by force. I mean, this is nonsense. I'll move to another claim that Kitty made. And you, Chip, you have a military background, and I'm surprised that you did not corrected her since you claim that you are non-biased. The drone is an unmanned arm, and the noise of the engine is overcoming anything. Kitty, do you claim that there is any footage that shows actually speakers connected to the drone? Or you are claiming that we have the ability to change the noise of the drone voice engine into voice of children? I find it ridiculous.
Sir,
And okay, no.
sir,
That is my response. For me, there's no.
You're asking very stupid questions. Let me explain. Drones can land on the ground, broadcast sound, and then move away. So the drone wings are not moving when they make the sound, and then they depart. People come out to look for the crying sounds. They get shot. Okay, continue. Jeez, I can't believe this is this basic.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
Why are you muting me? Chip, who's muting me?
I muted you because you asked a question and then you kept talking. I gave you an answer. That's how. You said, how could it be possible? That's how it's possible.
Okay, but that wasn't the claim. The claim was what Kitty said, that the drone makes a noise of babies. That's what she said.
They land first, so there's no more drone moving, no propellers. They give the sound, and then the drone leaves.
I understand. Okay, now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Now I'm asking the panel, since Federico is not here, and he claimed something, why did Israel invade Lebanon? I'm asking the panel, including yourself, Chip, who is Hassan Ali Salameh?
You got me.
Okay. What? Chip, Hassan Ali Salameh, and I'm sorry that you need to answer. I'm asking all these panel people, including maybe Federico that is not here, who is Hassan Ali Salameh? And it's not the name of a child. Okay.
If you
Hassan
say it slower so I can spell it, please?
Hassan Ali Salameh. While you are Googling, Hassan Ali Salameh was the head of the Black September,
Yeah, I see that.
not some minor individual.
So what's
He was a
though?
commander of the Black September, Chip, one of the main figures in the whole conflict of the Middle East, and the planner of the 12 Jewish athletes in Munich, and the bombarding of the 200 civilian Jewish in Buenos Aires in 2000 something.
Okay.
That's who Hassan Ali Salameh was.
Okay.
And
So he was a hero.
okay.
So he was a hero.
Don't
CIA agent.
hold on, please. I'm going back to Federico. Hassan Ali Salameh moved from Jordan in 1970, 71 or 70, I'm not sure, after King Hussein unalived 25,000 Palestinians in one day. And he moved to Beirut. And there he initiated his T headquarters. Along with him, Yasser Arafat and thousands of PLO combatants moved to Lebanon, bordered themselves on the Israeli northern border, and started to do T actions on almost daily basis against the Jewish civilians in the Middle East, in the northern border, the kibbutzim and the cities. I'll mention one event, and Chip, you can Google it. Misgav Am, MISGAV space AM. Misgav Am is a name of a kibbutz on the northern border of Israel. And in 1980, 7th of April, 5 PLO T penetrated the kibbutz and took hostages 7 babies. At that time, the sleeping pattern within the kibbutzim in Israel was what is called family sleeping, meaning the toddlers are not sleeping with their parents, but they're sleeping in a specific house guarded by a adult.
Okay.
And the point is that they went only to that toddler house and took hostages 7 babies. No adult, just one adult was there to guard them. 7 babies. It's a well-documented worldwide event.
What's the point of all this?
So that,
what's the point of all this?
That's what I want
the
to know.
point. Oh, well, if you still don't want to know, okay, so here it is. The reason for Israel to go into Lebanon in 1982 was a continuous TIA actions from PLO, firing rockets, penetrating Israel, trying to take hostages, babies on daily basis since 1971. That's one of the main reasons.
Why do they do it?
The other reason was, as Federico said, he said an attempt was made on the Israeli ambassador in London named Shlomo Argov. It wasn't an attempt. It was a successful attempt. He got badly injured. And yes, at that time, Israel decided to go into Lebanon because all of the T attacks and the attempt on the ambassador life, that was like the tip of the iceberg. Thank you very much, Steve, for letting me correcting all these
Before you go on,
updates.
listen, I appreciate the historical correction. Hold on, King. Hold on one sec. So this is the part that I'm kind of missing out on, and forgive me because
What are you missing, Chief? What are you missing?
So I understand the points you've raised is that because of the, I guess, like the hornet's nest of T activity, that Israel felt it had no choice but to go in and try to deal with these problems as it saw them. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. Yes, Steve.
Okay.
But not only that, by the way, as I said, Hassan Ali Salameh was taken down in 1979, and he was a major player in the T actions against Jewish civilians around the world.
I got
Okay,
you.
so
So we talked about there being a hornet's nest of terror, right? So obviously, from Israel's security standpoint, it was an important objective to try to eliminate or slow that down. Here's a question I have, though. Why were there T groups? Why was there a hornet's nest of terror? Why were people operating out of Lebanon? What motivated this behavior? Why would any human being embark upon this kind of behavior? Were they just sadistic, crazed maniacs that wanted to unalive Jewish people?
1948.
Firstly, yes. And secondly, if you check the Lebanese history, Lebanon in that time was invaded by Syrians. Okay?
So
Syrian.
you said firstly, yes. Can you clarify that first part? You said firstly, yes, kind of brushed it off. So you believe that the reason behind the attacks that took place, the ones you described, were strictly based on hatred of ethnic Jewish people?
What would you call, Chip, unaliving 12 Jewish athletes in Munich?
Well,
As
let's
what?
forget about let's put the
As
tactics
what?
aside.
No, I don't want to forget about it. That was the main event.
Let's say that somebody went and cut every head off of every baby in all of northern Israel, just for something ridiculously outrageous. What motivates people to do outrageous things, whether they're 12 people in wherever or 15 this or the tactics are disgusting for one person. The point is, what motivates those types of things to occur? Is it just hatred of Jews, or does it have something to do with maybe anger over the fact that Israel has brutalized the people and occupies their territory?
Chip, trust me, you will not win this debate with me. You just said
I'm not trying to win. I'm
that.
asking a question.
No, I understand that. You just said that. Why would we do what we do because of one sadistic maniac called Hassan Ali Salameh? No, that's what you're saying.
No, I said
And
what
I'm saying
motivates
to
them.
you, and I'm saying,
You said my question back to me wrong. I said, what would motivate them, the people who perpetrated the act, not Israel's response? What would motivate a human being to do the kind of things that you're claiming were, you said the young children in the kibbutz that were not adults weren't around or whatever, the 12 people at XYZ, whatever it may be, what motivates them to do those things? Was it hatred of Jews or was it something else? That's all I'm asking. That's all I want you to address is that. I'm not saying to diminish the harm that was done.
my answer to you will be the following. That's what I always do, and not just against Jews. That's exactly why the Palestinian murdered the Jordanian prime minister, and they tried to murder the.
What motivates
Ask them. Why are you asking me? They're
I'm asking
creating
you
havoc
because-
wherever they go.
Okay, so here's the argument that I'm hearing. Because they do this activity, that is what it is. These are just bad people, so to speak, because this is how they operate. And my question is, every situation in life, including for you and me, we have reasons why we do stuff. I can't remember the last time somebody got up in the middle of the morning and just said, you know what, I don't want to have coffee. I think I'll go kill 10 people. It's just not how it works. People respond to stimulus response. So what were the stimuli that would cause a human being to do the things that you're pointing as outrageous behavior? I think that's a fair question.
Okay, I would say the following. You make sense of what you're saying, and I would say that they are bothered by something. Okay? You call it resistance, I don't know, whatever they want to call it.
Occupation.
But what I'm saying is, what did they occupy in Jordan that made King Hussein unalived in 1971, 25,000 Palestinians in one day? Please answer me that.
Because King Hussein is a traitor and he was never a good leader. That's why. Hashem King Hussein is a chayim. That's why.
I go back
That's
to
not
occupation.
that is not the
Doesn't
answer to
mean
my
that
question.
that you have to go occupy Jordan for the Palestinians' resistance to go follow those who are with you, who are betraying the Palestinian people. Do you understand? And I go back and I say occupation.
And Kitty,
So,
King
and
Hussein
who
was
did they
paid.
occupy in
He
Jordan?
was paid by your
They
government to do that. He was paid by Israel to unallow the Palestinians because he was in your pocket. King Hussein was in Israel's pocket his whole life.
So this is another claim that we paid King Hussein money to unalive the Palestinians, 25,000 in Amman and in Irbid. Is that what you're claiming? I mean, how ridiculous can you go further?
Let me explain something to you.
Did
love
we
to
pay?
talk-
Did
no, no, no. Listen,
did
listen,
we?
listen.
Did we
Listen,
pay the Palestinians to unalive the Jordanian prime minister?
Listen to me.
Did we pay the Palestinians to unalive?
You downplay what Israel does. You downplay what you people do. Okay?
I don't need to
You already
downplay
have
anything. I'm
Jordan
in
your
Israel.
pocket. You already have Jordan in your pocket, and you have the Emirat in your pocket, and you have all these people.
Exactly, Kitty. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I've heard it all.
Tried to
Chief, thank you.
downplay the occupation
Chief.
as if you have done absolutely nothing, as the occupation doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's been 75 years and some. It's because of the occupation. Put yourself in our shoes. What would you do? Reverse
I
role.
live next.
What would you do?
I live next to so many Muslim, Arabs, Israeli citizens that want peace. I eat hummus with them every morning. They are in our universities. They are in our pharmacies. There are doctors in our hospitals.
Our universities, in our pharmacies, in our
Yeah. Okay. Cheap. Cheap.
If you don't let
Cheap,
them,
thank you very much for bringing me up.
and eat hummus with you.
I'm sorry. See you soon.
Cheap.
Okay. Thank you very much. Here, I want to just add my quick little 2 cents. This is the hard part. This is the hard part of these conversations, where you try to get to the root of the matter, And then other people try to say things like, well, the Qataris take a lot of money from these people. Money should be spent. They take it for tunnels. Therefore, it's always pushing away from the key point. The key point that I'm trying to, I don't agree with the tactics. I want to make that very clear. I don't believe in going into civilian areas, whether you believe it's your occupied land or not, and grabbing children. And that's not for me. I wouldn't do those things. At least I don't think I would. I hope I wouldn't. But I can't begrudge them from doing whatever they choose to do. It's their struggle. And if they collectively decide that that's the path that they're going to take, I don't have to agree with it. It's their struggle. But I understand the mentality that must drive that. And here's the thing. If somebody had something less egregious they could do to try to solve their problems, don't you think they would do that first? Because who the hell wants to go after plan a very dangerous and sneaky and cross the border? Now, if it is because people hate Jewish people, if that is the answer, then that makes a lot of sense. Because they do it because they're out of hatred.
I don't
All
think
they care about.
you know.
Hold on, King. Hold on. I'm on a little roll here. Because if they do it for hatred, that makes total sense. Therefore, they're just going to hate and hate and hate, and no matter what, they're always going to do hateful things, right? Because they're just violent, erratic, hateful people that nobody wants them, nobody cares for them, all these other things we hear. But if it is motivated by the perceived inability to have a peaceful and dignified self-autonomy, if that is truly what's motivating this, you can ignore it, you can try to paint it a different way, but if that is indeed the motivator, and then yet you put circumstances in place that deny that reality from occurring ever, then it's not practical or even sane to expect there to be peace. Because if the very thing that prevents them from being peaceful is the one that you continue to put in place and increase on an ongoing basis, to expect otherwise is absolutely absurd. It's sheer absurdity. So the answer is more brutality, because you're not going to create the conditions for there not to be a response. And my argument would be, and this has been my argument all along, after probably about the December 7th, after seeing the sheer brutality of this particular response, which is not out of the norm for what Israel does when it chooses to respond to different things that happen historically, is that Israel's hurting itself more than ever before. This is not something you can fight your way through and kind of clench your fist through, because the sheer brutality that's been metered out this time has been seen by everybody. And so before, it would kind of get hidden under the carpet. The media kind of only showed parts of the stories. They use these different sort of sanitized terms to say, like, Palestinians killed X number of Israelis, but so many Palestinians died or passed away. Like this passive language, like they just vanished somehow, like they fell off the side of a truck or something. So this has been the case. This is not the case anymore. And now we have a different fragmentation with real superpowers. So this is something that Israel hasn't had to face before. The Russians are aligned with the Iranians. The Iranians are the mortal enemy of Israel. And somebody said earlier that Iran is indeed the source of all the proxies. They do provide funding to the proxies. They don't like Israel. And I don't know, and again, I can't say for sure, I don't know what is in the hearts of Khamenei and others, if they really hate Jewish people. I don't think that's the case. I think what they don't like is the incredible disruptive, if you look at the reality of what happened in 1948, whether you want it to happen or not want it to happen, nobody can argue that it's been terribly disruptive, right? There's never been a peaceful moment leading up to and since this happened, because there were clear winners and losers. And there are certain people that take this stuff as serious enough to die for it, which is about as serious as something gets. Literally dead serious. So I don't know how the Israelis and the Israeli people who say they want peace, but government after government after government increases and expands the settlements at the condemnation of every country in the world, including the United States. And they keep doing it. And a lot of Israelis don't agree with it. Many do. But it's you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and then blame the other person because they won't just accept the fate that you've decided they're going to have on your terms, your brutality, your apartheid, the whole 9 yards, because you wouldn't want to do with that. You wouldn't want to be on the other side of that deal. And if you're willing to do something to exploit somebody else when you yourself wouldn't want to be exploited, in my mind, that makes you a bad person, AKA a Zionist. Sorry, that's the shoe and it fits. And wear it proudly, but be clear, you are supporting exploitation and unaliving of people at a record rate, and the attacks that come back your way, I'm not going to say it's justified, but it's completely to be expected and will continue indefinitely until those circumstances change. So you might as well make the change now and have peace than continue to brutalize and have more conflict. Palestinian American, what's up?
Hi, Chib. How are you?
Okay.
Just wanted to. I'm a Palestinian. I lived under Israeli occupation for almost 20 years of my life, and we keep asking the same questions and why the Palestinian behave that way, why the Palestinian don't behave that way. Let me just give you my honest and
Can I just
truthful
say real quick,
answer.
Palestine? So somebody in the comments said, Michael, who's a fan of mine, I say that laughingly. He said, Chip, you're wrong. So what about what I just said? If you don't mind just sharing with the audience, what did I just say? What about what I just said do you think was incorrect or wrong? You're someone who's lived there, right? You lived in occupied Palestine.
Yes, I did.
So what did I say about did I describe that incorrectly, or from your point of view, what did I get wrong?
Oh, you did not get anything wrong.
Anything.
No. I'm just saying that I need to give you my perspective. I need to give your audience my perspective on why people do behave the way that they do. Okay? But I'm not here to debate what you said and what you didn't say. All what I'm saying is that when I grew up in Palestine for 20 years of my life, the only thing that I've seen is occupation. I've seen soldiers behaving in the most outrageous way. When we're going to school, they will stop us and they will shoot their guns maybe on top of our heads. Sometime they will scare us in multiple ways while we are going from one town to another. So I have a lot of my friends have been imprisoned because somebody just dared to throw a rock at a military vehicle while they're moving. Just basically we have lived under occupation for all of this time, whether it's house demolitions, whether we've seen one of my cousins were killed by an Israeli soldier. So when you see all of that, you have an occupation that's a military occupation. It's not like an occupation that's coming to improve your life. It's an occupation that's coming to suppress you, that's coming to derail your life and control every aspect of your life, regardless of how you look at that. So when somebody comes and say, why does the Palestinians behave this way or whatever, we will behave that way and we will continue to behave that way. We are going to resist occupation. We will fight that occupation with whatever means necessary in our hands. If we have a gun, we will shoot it. If we have a rock, we will throw that rock. If I have a bare hand, I will slap with that hand. It doesn't matter what kind of things I have. We will fight and we will continue to fight, not for 75 years, and we will continue to fight for another 75 years. The Zionists need to understand that they cannot come to our land and take over our land, control everything that we do, and expect us to behave. And every time you talk to these people, the only thing they know how to do, if you did not do this, we would not have done that. But they are in our land, in our face, in our universities, in our roads, in every aspect of our life. They are there to control everything that we do. And any sane person, whether they are in the United States or whether they are anywhere in the world, if you ask them, what would you do if a foreign country, coming out of Brooklyn, New York, and coming out of, from Europe, from here and there, they come over there to control every aspect of your life, what would you do? You will fight. And you know what? I am in North Carolina. I lived in North Carolina for 40 years. If somebody comes to my town to control the way that the Israeli will do, I will fight them too. So it's not a matter of, it's like how should we behave when we are under occupation? When you are in the other shoes, when you are an occupier, then you always are going to come and ask us, okay, just behave a little bit, just do this, be nice, be this, don't do this, don't do that. They want to control even our behavior. They want to control what we are learning in schools. They want to control everything, every aspect of our life, thinking that they are just going to get away with occupying us, and they are not going to do that, and they will never do that. As long they talk about H group, they talk about this and that. If we don't have H group today, we will have maybe 100 of them tomorrow. So it doesn't matter what this person or what that group will do, and what me I will do, or whatever. Every person is going to resist occupation. They're going to fight, and they will continue to fight with whatever means necessary for them. Whether you are, it doesn't matter whether you are as an occupier, whether you are a Jew. We fight the Druze, by the way. The Druze, they are in the military, in the Israeli military, and they are not Jews, but we fight them as equal and as vicious as we fight every other Israeli army. So the Israeli army composed of certain different ethnicity other than Jews, but we fight them too. So it is not a matter of whether this is a Jewish person or not. If you are in the military and you're coming to our town, we will fight you. Yes, you have the power, you have the military, and you have the backing of the US, and you have all of that stuff. But ultimately, we know for a fact that we will get our towns back, we will get our life back, whether it is 100 years from now or 200 years from now. So just take it from there and stop this, those Zionists, when they come in there, they want us to behave one way or another, and we will just tell them our fight is just the beginning. We haven't finished. We will continue to fight you. It doesn't matter how long is it going to take.
Chip,
That's all.
I completely disagree with what you said earlier.
Hold on, Oz. We got to take turns, but I'll happily get you in. I promise. Palestinian, please hang on. I want to keep you here for a second, if you don't mind. Like I said earlier, I can't imagine living under those circumstances, and I don't know what I would do, but I would imagine I'd probably want to fight. I do know this, though, from history of this country. The American experience was born from occupation. We were occupied by the British. We were all subjects of the crown, King George III.
Exactly.
And Americans could not do and act as they pleased. They were under the rule of the British, and they didn't like it. It wasn't quite as harsh as what the Israelis do to the Palestinians, but it was still something they wanted to get out from under. And so it's natural. It's a normal human experience. If someone else is controlling you, harming you, taking money from you, whatever the case may be, it angers you, and you want to try to change it. And so it's not an oddball thought to think that if you keep doing something that gives somebody no chance for freedom and autonomy, they're going to want it. It just makes sense. But the problem for the Israelis is, in this particular adversary, they're the most resolute people that have ever lived. And that makes it very, very difficult to get your way with them, because no matter what you do to them, no matter what you try to do, they're not going to give up, no matter what. You have to literally kill every single last one of them worldwide. That's the only way they're ever given up. So I don't envy Israel's position. I think that they should do a lot more to be conciliatory. I think if they've been offered opportunities to do some major changes, which would be difficult, granted, but dismantling 710,000 people in settlements has got to be no easy task. But if that's what it takes to have peace for the Jewish people in Israel, I say it's a worthwhile trade-off. It's a big give, but there's never been a situation where the Israelis have wanted to give a real situation where there could be autonomy. And absent that, how can you expect peace? It's never going to happen. And it's tragic, but that's the reality. Okay, I think next was Sarsha, and then it's going to be Oz, and then Muhammad.
Can I just add one more thing or two more things?
Yeah, real quick.
One of the things this guy mentioned is, like, he throw a name, Hassan Salami. Hassan Salami was the chief of one of the intelligence unit in the PLO. Hassan Salami was an agent for the CIA. Hassan Salami was an agent for the CIA, and we know that. We, the Palestinians, know that he was the agent of the CIA. And the Israeli wanted to trim that responsibility down because he was connected to the CIA. That's one of the aspects in there. And then they come and say, okay, you know what? Why did King Hussein kill 20,000 people in Jordan? Why, the Palestinians, everywhere they go, that they are a troublemaker. I just need to remind that guy that this is exactly the same thing that has been told about Jews, that everywhere they go, they are causing trouble, and everywhere they go, they're being kicked out of those countries. This is what this is the anti-Semitism that they've been projecting their they've been projecting anti-Semitism on the Palestinians when it comes to, okay, these people are troublemakers. The Palestinians have lived in that land for over 2,000 years and more, and they have lived together with Christians, Jews, and other Druze and other minorities in there. We never had trouble till the Zionists from all over Europe after the Holocaust, they come over to take over our land, and they think that by just coming to that land and they're taken over, and sometimes Palestine didn't exist before. Okay, Palestine didn't exist before, so Israel didn't exist before, but we existed before, and we continue to exist today and tomorrow. You go to Haifa, you go to Jaffa, you go to any town that we are living in there. There was culture in there. There was religion in there. We had groups and singers, and we are one of the most civilized area.
Real quick, Mohammed said, "Oh, he left." Okay, please continue. I'm sorry. Just try to 30 more seconds if you could, please.
Yeah, just basically, I just want people to understand that that land has been, my ancestors goes back to 500 years ago. This is exactly how long I trace my lineage in that land. And somebody from New York, from Brooklyn, New York, they want to come over there, and they want to come and claim that land as if it is their land. It's just the only reason why they do that is because they are Jews, and they are giving that right by the state of Israel. But we, the people who lived over there for all of our lives, they are not allowed to go back to their towns. And the only difference between us is that he's a Jew and I am a Palestinian. I'm an indigenous person. He's from Brooklyn, New York. And that's the only reason why they will take them in, and they will take them in and be to be as a citizen. And everything they think, they are also racist. They're racist to the core. They are racist in the way that they handle themselves over there. They think they are above everybody in the world. They are the chosen ones. They are the one who understand. They are the intelligent people. They are the one who's above everybody. And that's really what's driving them crazy now, is because people around the world, they understand that mentality, and that mentality really need to be dismantled completely from not only in Israel, but also over here in the United States. So that Zionism cannot.
Let's do this. We have to give someone else a chance to come in. You made a lot of points. Someone in the chat, I think it's Sean's Fitness or something, said there's never was a Palestine or something like that. So there's just a little YouTube video I like to pull up when I hear this. If you go to YouTube, in the search bar, you type in Golda Meir, M-E-I-R, I'm a Palestinian, okay? I'm just going to play this little video. It's like 15 or 20 seconds, real simple stuff, okay? Hang on a second. I'm going to try to keep the volume as high as I can without my neighbor freaking the hell out. Oh, well, she's going to have to live with it. All right. If you hear any banging on the wall, that's what's going on. Okay, this is the short version. Let's play this one.
When were Palestinians born? What was all this area before the First World War? When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqian border.
You say there's no such thing as
East
Palestinian.
and West Bank, no. East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport. There was no...
So, in other words, now granted, there was such thing as a Palestinian Arab and a Palestinian Jew and a Palestinian Christian is what they called it at the time. But it was Palestine. That was the name of the territory. This is the only female prime minister of Israel said that. So I don't know. People say there's no such thing. If you type in Palestine map 1947, you'll see exactly what the region was called. You can type in 1897 or whatever. That's what the region was called. It wasn't a nation state, but that's irrelevant. It was a region. Most places weren't nation states until much more recent history. Okay.
Hi,
I think
Chip.
that's what.
I want to
Hold
make.
on, Bella. We have to take turns, Bella. The next person was Swarsha. Swarsha.
Hi, Chip. Wanted to just echo on what my brother was saying. You know, this is not only a mistreatment of the Palestinians on the ground. I can hear what you've been through. I've heard countless dozens, if not into the 50s, 60s stories about what's going on. So the evidence is just overwhelming. It's very clear. But I want to make a distinction here, because the Zionist takeover is not just on the ground. It's not just, funding wars, which is exactly what's going on. It is the takeover of media. It's the takeover of energy. It's the takeover of education. And let me give you an example, right? Bob Iger, CEO of Walt Disney, Zionist. David Hyman, which is the Harry Potter, all that entire franchise, Zionist. Jerry Bruckheimer, Pirates of the Caribbean, Top Gun, all the Transformer films, Zionist. J.J. Abrams, Star Wars, Mission Impossible, Star Trek, Zionist. Like, it just, if you start to put the entire picture together, it becomes very, very clear at what this is. This is a world domination matrix pyramid of hierarchy and control. I'm trying not to be emotional about it because a lot of people are suffering, but we really have to take a step back and look at this from a pyramid hierarchy of control, leveraged from families of yore, right, of a long time ago. And they've pretty much brought it in. They're going to bring in prophecy. I don't want to go too deep on the rabbit hole thing, but this is not good for any of us. They view all of us as animals, and it's in their books. I don't want to go too deep into that because Chip doesn't like conspiracy. Quite frankly, I don't either. But we're going to have to start looking at this stuff and dissect it properly, because if we do not, and we're late on this ball, right? Let's say we're behind the curve and they get to do what they want to do before we recognize what they're doing, we are all going to suffer. I mean, beyond anything that's ever been recorded in human history. So that's all I wanted to say, Chip. I appreciate you always giving me a chance to just voice my opinion. I know I don't align with a lot of the way other people think, but I think that all of our voices are important, no matter if they're disagreeable or agreeable. So I love you all very much. Chip, I appreciate the time very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, and just so you know, just because somebody comes up on a live and says what they believe doesn't necessarily mean that I either disagree or agree. It's not my place to kind of, now if somebody starts saying stuff, like somebody earlier tonight used some terminology that was just unacceptable. And so in that case, I warned the person, they did it again, I had to drop them. But for the most part, as long as somebody shares their views and other people have said that's anti-Semitic or whatever, listen, I don't know what motivates this person to say what he just said. Could it be because he has a hatred of somebody? It could be. Could it be that this is his observation of how he sees the puzzle pieces fitting together? Could be. I don't know. It's not my place. I don't know. I don't have the ability to put like a meter on somebody and figure out what motivates them. But I think it's unfair for people to automatically just dismiss a conversation as outright A, B, or C because they don't want it talked about or think it's inappropriate because it unsettles their sensibilities. So I don't automatically cancel anything ever, just as a matter of free speech. But I don't like hate speech, or I don't like things that are mean-spirited towards each other. Okay. All right. I think the next person that was going to go is it Seraphim and then Bella?
Hey, Chip, thanks very much for bringing me up.
Yeah.
That last gentleman was correct in his assumptions. The chance this guy's or the rest of us have. I fancy myself something of a realist. What I would love to see is the Palestinians adopt a different tactic, because their resistance so far has been deemed violent, and violence is always met with violence. And unfortunately, in this case, Israel is far stronger, and it would appear that they're far meaner. I think Israel operates more out of fear than anything else. They are terrified of the Arab world, in particular the Palestinian state or the notion thereof. Palestinians operate what appears to be out of hatred, which then contributes to this vicious circle of fear and hatred and fear and hatred. The Palestinians need a new tactic. Violence is not going to get the job done.
What's the suggestion you have if their current course is not one that you think is effective? What other course should they take?
Again, I kind of fancy myself a realist. The problem is going to be that indigenous people never win. They can go ahead and continue the fight. They can continue to be decimated. And before too long, reflecting back on our American experience, they'll disappear into the pages of history.
We will never disappear. We will never disappear.
Hold on a sec.
We will never
One
disappear.
second. One second. We have other people that have had to go first, but we'll get back to you. Here's a question for people just to keep in the back of their minds. So obviously the era in which the indigenous North American culture vanished, which was tragic, was in a time where there wasn't a lot of widespread dissemination of information. There wasn't a global system of communication. It certainly wasn't real-time video, of course. And so it was a little easier to perpetrate these types of mass-scale activities. Even World War II, as horrific as that was, didn't have this type of dissemination of information. It was much better than it was in the 1800s, but not what it is today. I think the difference is, and I'm not disagreeing with you, that there's a chance that what you said will happen. I mean, it's the way things have tend to work out. But the one big change in this conflict, which I think we can point to, as tragic as it's been, is the awareness. There's never been more awareness of this issue. There have never been more people vying for the potential for some sort of change, some sort of political self-determination, some positive outcome, whatever form that can take. And there are many more people now that are actually aware of what Israel has done. And you can argue whether you think it's legitimate or not, but people have been emotionally touched by what they've been seeing with their own two eyes on things like the smartphone. And whether Israel calculated this in or not, because I think in the past, they've always just been able to do what they do. And there's been very little repercussion because of the political and military backing of the United States. However, and let's face it, they've had a very good ability to control the message. They're very proactive about it. Good for them. But this time they weren't able to be as proactive. They had to be more reactive. And as Jonathan Greenblatt said, he's the head of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. He says, we don't have a left-right problem. This is a secret conversation that he was taped in a meeting. He said, we have a young-old problem. We have a TikTok problem. Because all the young people are looking at these phones and seeing this crazy stuff coming to them, these photos and video, and just it's like a horror show in real time, over and over and over. It has a huge emotional toll on people, which then makes them angry. And so I've seen so many people that I've never used to talk about this stuff with are talking about it now. So it's telling, is what I'm saying. And if that was the goal of this, if the goal was to tilt the political balance, because this is going to be a political solution in the end, everything is. That's been the biggest change that I've seen in the 35 or so years I've been following this.
If I may,
Okay.
just one last comment.
So,
Just one last comment. I entirely agree with you and your assessment of the dissemination of information. The problem, I think, is that should be our greatest fear, is that so very many people see this happening and yet are powerless to do anything about it.
Exactly.
We'll see what happens. I think that this is a turning point. It just feels different than the past. I think this is the beginning of the end of this story's chapter. It's coming. And I think Israel is going to have to make some concessions in some way, shape, or form. The international pressure that's going to be brought to bear over the next decade or two Israel can't survive it. No country can. And when the whole world gangs up against you, you can only play, you can only say, I don't give a shit for too long. And eventually when no one buys your stuff and your economy crashes, well, then you got to give a shit. Okay, I think it was going to be Danny and then, Bella and then Danny.
Hi, Chip. I'm gonna address Seraphim.
Okay.
You need to learn a lot about emotional intelligence. People act out of fear when they do something wrong and they're scared to be caught, right? You're always going to be, when you steal and do wrong things, you're always going to be afraid that people are going to catch on to you. They're going to come and want their stuff back, or you know what I mean? And in terms of the Palestinians, they don't operate out of hate. They operate out of pain. I don't know if you've had, if you've, seen your loved ones or your kids, your grandkids, your mom, your dad, your cousins being shred into pieces. Are you going to hate the person that did it to them? You're going to have both, probably hate and pain. But hate, you got to love the person before you hate them. So you were wrong about that. Palestinians don't operate out of hate. They operate out of passion and pain. Okay? They cannot hate. Hate is a very strong word. Okay? Now, in terms of what you just said, we've had so many empires, Roman, Ottoman, the Schmittler, all this stuff. Where are they now? They're gone, right? Evil doesn't last. There's no way. The First Nations people, we all know who they are. We see their art, we see their culture, we respect them, we know their story, and they do exist, and they do have power here in Canada and the US, right? So what you just said, and I agree with Chip, times have changed. We're in 2024. My grandma's generation, my great grandma's generation, even my dad's generation, my mom's generation is not like mine or the younger generation, the ones younger than me. People don't really have fear anymore. I don't know if you know that. Like, people are not really scared, especially after watching what's happening in Palestine and in Gaza. Trust me, no one has fear anymore. We're not scared of anything. The only problem that we have is that we have a bunch of cowards, morons, psychotic psychopaths that should not be in power, that are in power. They're too old. They're going to be out soon. And trust me, Palestine will win. Palestine will it's already won. I mean, we're 7 months in. You have the strongest so-called army, fourth army in the world, with the help of billions and billions of dollars from the US, the UK, the this and that, fighting a bunch of guys in their flip-flops, for God's sake. And with a population that's 50% children and women, deprived, suppressed for years and years, and they still cannot win. That's like a slap right, left, center in the face. With their AI weaponry, AI technology, this and that, they're not winning. And nobody's scared of them. If they have balls, they go fight Iran and Russia. They go fight a country that has equal power, not a bunch of children and men in flip-flops. Come on.
Yeah, it's a very difficult, but just to be fair to the Israelis, I mean, I think they have a decent military. I think their air force is top notch. I think when it comes to their ground forces, they have some troops that are well trained and active duty. They have a way larger force.
Sorry, can I cut you off for 1 minute? If I, for example, have air force and tanks, and the other side has no air force and no tanks, I sit there with my drones throwing a bunch. I can give a drone, the controller, to my 4-year-old nephew and tell him to do that. Does that make my 4-year-old nephew stronger than you or me? No. He just has more money, more power.
Yeah, that's a perfect.
Gaza is rubble.
Perfect. Yeah, real quick, just to let you know. So the Scott Ritter said this, and I thought this was really good. If you don't know who Scott Ritter is, you should. He's a military analyst, does a lot of interviews, has his own show. He was a former UN weapons inspector, so he knows a lot about these sort of situations. And he said, as far as the Israeli military is concerned, they're really good at knocking over old men, pushing over young women, and shooting kids. But when it comes to facing a hardened adversary, like a grown adult man who's willing to risk his life to fight you, not so good.
What's elderly? Chip, what's
real quick, hold on. So if you look at the landscape, the battleground in Gaza, it's incredibly difficult to fight that type of battle. So I don't want to say anything too, I don't want to be unfair to the Israeli military because it's incredibly hard. It's a lot easier to do what they've done, which is to drop massive amounts of munitions, work your way through town, blow everything up as you go, and try to avoid direct contact with a guerrilla enemy. But the problem with the Israeli military is, I don't know if you know much about how armor works. Armor's the tanks. You're supposed to have infantry, foot soldiers around the tank so that your enemy can't come up and put a bomb on the side of your tank. But the Israeli military is so afraid to die. These young kids, they're 18, 19-year-old kids that were on the beach in Tel Aviv 6 months ago, drinking whatever and having a good time. And now they're in a uniform in Gaza. And this is not the kind of person you want fighting your wars. Well, they're too afraid to go out in the open, so the tanks go in and the tanks get destroyed. So they're not able to fight this battle. It's a losing effort. They haven't killed anywhere near the number of fighters they claim they have. They've lost way more soldiers than they've admitted publicly. It's been a complete failure, although they have destroyed the landscape of Gaza. They've successfully done that.
Well, Chip, that's exactly my point. They're a bunch of psychotic psychopaths. All they know is destruction. They look at the destruction. Hate people, right? When you're broken inside and you're so destructed inside, this is what they're projecting, is what's going on in their mind. A war is blood, a destruction. These people are a danger to humanity. This is a one world order thing that we're working on. Whatever they do, they're cowards. They're definitely a bunch of stupid cowards, like
If I
literally
may,
cowards.
if I may say something, from my experience and from the last time I was back home, it was 1982. But like you said, Chip, they're not trained to fight the battle on the ground. They're only trained to fight the ammunitions. Okay? Because I remember they would never go into a home or a village one by one or twos by twos. It would be tens by tens just to get one person, and it would always be in the early mornings of the hour while people were asleep. You understand? They cannot face
Yeah.
they cannot face men just like one on one, or have that go down on the ground. That's not what they were taught. Okay. I remember I was visiting there. Okay. And one early morning, two of their trucks filled massively with them. They came to pick up one boy, my cousin, who was 16 years old. Okay, because they were out, the young men, and they were throwing rocks and whatever. They would not get them at that point. They would know where they live, and they would go all the time, Chip, at early in the morning hours. What they would do is they would knock on the neighbor's door and take a child from that home and take that child with them to that person that they want to go get. And they put that child in front of the door of that person that they're trying to get, which at that time was my cousin. And they make that little boy, knock on the door and say, "It's me, so and so. I am here with the Israeli army. Please open the door." And they would have their rifles aimed at the child and at the door.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, but that's supposed to be okay in some of these Zionists' eyes, because we're all criminals, right? Because
And
we
they
deserve
took
this, right?
and they took that young man, okay, with the mother and the family screaming and the village. And once everybody has awoken and started to come out, they all aimed their rifles at everybody and said, if anybody moves, they will be shot. Okay? They took that boy, and that case is documented in the UN. What they did to that young boy. They took that young boy, Chip, and the torture that they tortured him, I will tell you, when they demanded his body back and they said that he was unalive, they demanded his body back and they gave the body back. That boy had a full jeans, a pants jeans, a whole full jeans shoved in his mouth that only a little bit was out of his mouth. His eyes both were gouged. They shoved the glass bottle of Coke in his rear end. They, with their cigarettes, you cannot, on his legs, on his hands, on his eyes, on his forehead, on his face, all cigarettes were, they turned off the cigarettes in his body. It was a sight that haunts me forever and ever and ever.
You saw it? You saw that?
He was my cousin. Okay? And that's how they torture them. You understand?
Allah yarhamah.
That's how they torture them. Just remember what year I'm telling you this is.
So
So
sorry.
Kitty, real quick,
This was in the 80s. So imagine
Kitty, real quick,
untold
just
stories
Kitty,
of the Palestinians. I'm sorry.
Kitty.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. So I want you to address somebody in the comments. His name is Moses Apsan, and he says, "I don't believe her. She is making this up."
He can say, I'm making it up. He can say whatever he says. As God is my witness, that's my truth.
It's in the
That's the
UN.
truth.
I've actually.
My story is not unique, Moses. My story is not unique. Every home in Palestine, every home in Palestine
It's the
has
norm.
a worse story than mine. You understand? And if I tell you the name,
Exactly.
go look him up. If I tell you the name, go look him up, but I will not. I probably will write it to you, Chip, so you can look it up. But that happened. That happened. And I won't tell
Chip,
it because I don't want to say where it took place, okay? I'm very careful about things, okay? But this story that I'm telling you is not unique. This is one of millions of Palestinian stories and Palestinian families, and worse than mine.
I mean, this is crazy.
Worse than mine. This graping that happened recently in front of her husband, and they did this back then. They made a father watch them grape his daughter viciously and told him he had to watch, and he had a heart attack and died on the spot.
Well, have you seen them what they're posting with all the lingerie and like they're psychotic
Yes,
people?
I did, but this hasn't been this just did not start October 7th. This is what I'm trying to say. This is from decades and decades ago. Stories untold. People have gone, left us unalived a long time ago with their own stories buried with them, except for their families who know it. I mean, how do we even say that we operate on hate? Even if we do operate on hate, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you this. Would you have love and compassion for such people when you see what they do to your own people? Can you really say that I love them? Oh, I respect them. Oh, I will do this. I will do that. It's impossible for me. It's impossible. Knowing what I know, lived what I lived, saw what I saw. Okay. How many cousins have gone for Palestine, and we're saying, Alhamdulillah, thank God, okay? Because it's our land. Look what happened when Iran hit. All of the supposedly indigenous Israelis to the land ran away to the airports. They left. They're trying to leave. They don't want to be there. Indigenous people do not run away. They stay in their grounds. They unalive in their own ground. So I don't know what else to tell you except this is not new. And what we don't know is even worse. What we don't know is even worse. We only know what people show us, but what really other things, worse things are happening, we have yet to discover and find out.
You know, Kitty, I'm so sorry. Allah yarham your cousin.
This is in the this is 1979.
Well, trust me, I know. And this is what I wanted to tell Chip. You know, you should read the reports from Amnesty International, United Nations. There are many. Also, you should watch. There's on YouTube, like Breaking the Silence. There's another group as well that details things that they've done, and they're like so remorseful now. But to me, is like, how can I forgive someone like this? Like, you took the liberty. They talk. There's a whole show on YouTube. I forgot. I think it's called "If You Can See If I'm Still Smiling," and it's they're ex-ITF soldiers, and they literally tell you all the teas and all the unaliving they done to Palestinians, but now they feel bad about it. But like, to me, you're a criminal. You should be in jail. Like, no one is gonna feel sorry for you. It is bad. It's
a lot
really,
of bad stories.
it's not even that. Honestly, they actually look down at Christians more than they do at Muslims. Okay, their plan is to have 2,000 slaves per like one Zayo. That's their plan. So they believe that people that don't have like the Abrahamic religions should be unalived, like Buddhas and things like that. And they believe that Christians and Muslims, whatever, we should all then, whoever like they keep alive, that we all should be slaves to them. That is their true belief.
Yeah, I've heard that. That sounds pretty ugly.
Honestly, go look it up. That's the truth. That's why that's why they're resorting to AI technology, robots. They don't want to rely on humans that much because they have plans. These people, honestly, the truth, in my opinion, is they are not human. They're not civilized. They're barbaric. They're like still living in that barbaric, like caveman era, right? Look what they're doing. Then they don't understand love. They don't understand humanity. They don't know how to love. That's what I honestly think. This is why they have a supremacy, this and this and that. It's not love. It's like, oh, you're like me, so I have to like you because we're on the same level kind of thing. But it's not really love. They don't know how to appreciate other cultures, other people, other religions. They don't. They truly don't. Even if they claim to be right now that, we have Druze, we have this and that. Look at the hierarchy that they have there. Ashkenazi Jew, Mizrahi Jew, this, even between them. Like the Mizrahi Jews were their slaves to the Ashkenazi Jews at the beginning.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, it's concerning.
is scary, you know. And what they do in Palestine is like the Brovar, like they use them as guinea pigs. Like they try things on them, then they bring it on to us. Trust me. What they're doing there right now is gonna happen. They're trying to do it, normalize it. Like, oh, okay, another child unalived, oh, whatever. That's what they're trying to do. And this is what we should be doing. Don't ever get okay with it. Don't ever let it. I know we've been watching it now for 7 months, but you should never allow yourself to be okay with it. Because I know, like, I'm sorry, Kitty, but to Kitty, I know what she means. It does happen there. This is normal to them. In Palestine, everyone has a person in jail. Everyone has a person unalived. Everyone has a person who's been tortured. And it's like, it's not out of the norm, I'm sorry to say, which is really, really sad. And this is what they're trying to do to the rest of the world. Normalize what they're doing. Just normalize it. Oh, it's okay. You know, they just boomed another school. They just boomed another hospital. Oh, they just unalived another 1,000 Palestinians. We should not be okay with it. Nobody should be okay with it.
Yeah, I
And that's all I
agree.
have to say, really.
Thanks for sharing that.
And I'm
I
so
think
sorry, Kitty.
that's okay. Thanks, Belly, thanks for your comments. Rodel Puma, I can't read the last name. Sorry, my eyesight's not that good. Rodel, are you there? Let me see if I can make sure you're not muted. There you go.
Good night. Good night.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm here from Jamaica.
Welcome.
Could you give me at least 5 minutes? Could you put someone else up? I'm here and taking care of my niece and my nephews. I'm putting them to bed.
Yeah,
Sorry about
sure.
that.
Hang tight, yeah. Well, yeah, and speaking of going to bed, I actually have to go to bed soon here too myself. So,
Same here.
maybe we
Thank you
can,
so much, Chip. I always enjoy your lives. You're so informative. I mean, if I have to ask for anything or know anything, I know where to go. I appreciate you. I appreciate your audience. And I didn't mean to put a damper on the chat. It's just when I don't mean to go after Serpian, whatever. It's not, we don't operate from hate, sir. We don't. We operate from what we've lived, what we've seen. And the world has been blind to us for so many years. It's our opportunity. This is our chance for the people to look at our plight, to understand where we come from, to know who we are and what has happened to us over 75 years. We are not hateful people. On the contrary, we are the most humble, hospitable, good people. You come into my house, you will feel part of my family. We make you feel part of our family, and that's our demise. We allowed them in, we felt sorry for them, and this is what happened. We are not hateful people. We do not hate, but we have a land, we have a plight. We have a plight, we have a land. We need our land back. Thank you, Chip. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
you're welcome. Thank you
Hopefully, I
too.
can give you a quick answer on that.
Okay.
It sounds to me the dehumanizing language that comes out of not just the Israelis, but the Palestinians as well. I mean, we heard our last speaker call them and paint these people as beasts, animals, not human. Tell me how that doesn't sound like, at least, hate.
Okay, Surfem, I'm gonna answer you. What would you call people, what you see right now in the past 7 months, right? I didn't just come up with these words. This is what I'm witnessing. A bunch of adults, unaliving children with booms, shredding them into pieces, running them over with tanks, letting a dog eat them and watching and enjoying it. I don't know if you've been watching what we've been watching. This is exactly what I would call them. There's no other names for them. If there was a name in the book to call anyone this, it would be this now. Like, what do you want me to call them? Angels?
Let me do
People
my
of
mea
God?
culpa real quick. Here's
Oh,
my
what do
mea
you want
culpa.
me to call them? Honestly, like, what would you want me to call them? Oh, these angels, these doctors, these life-saving people, like these loving, kind, amazing people. Like, what should I call them?
I have to give you my mea culpa from the top, and that is that I live in the West.
Uh-huh.
And because I live in the West, I am a victim of the media of the West.
No,
Like,
what do you want me to call these people? Like,
I'll
you
tell
have
you. I'll
social.
tell you. I'll tell you.
Listen, honey, you're on social media. You have TikTok. You're on TikTok with Chip on here. You can see everything on TikTok. It's all over. Come on.
Okay, I consider all the media to be biased one way or the other.
He said,
People are filming. Hold on, Habibti. People are filming from their cell phone, risking their lives. How is it biased if somebody's walking and filming it right before you, like showing you from? If I open my phone right now and show you, how is that biased?
I've seen much. I've seen a lot of news. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to say that I
Have you
always.
seen? Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question. Have you seen an Israeli ITF soldier sitting watching the dog eat a Palestinian body and saying, like enjoying it and watching the view? Have you seen that video?
And that's where I was going. Is that no? I have not seen that. So I
You
have not.
have to go,
I
and
am
I'm
not
sorry
on.
then to tell you, you should not come on Chimp Barnes live because, you know, everybody watches. There's 100, 200 people watching. You should not come up here if you're not educated. This has been 7 months. You're an older man. You should have educated yourself before you come up here. You should have done your education. You should have been watching, looking for resources, right? We don't want to brainwash you. Nobody wants to tell you what to think. You need
Forgive
to
me
think
that
for
I haven't.
yourself.
Forgive me. I do believe I do think for myself. But what I was trying to say is that the Israelis also have stories and tales about what happened to them. And they want everybody to believe them as equally
Okay,
as you
listen,
want
I'm
them
sorry
to
to
believe
cut you
you.
off right here. This is what we call propaganda. This is what we call fake news. We've been asking them now, but everywhere on the news, show us the fact, show us the evidence, show us they fabricate, they lie. There's a list, there's this, there's that. This is the issue. This is why the whole world is against them because I can lie. I can say right now, I'm sorry, Chip, but I'm going to say this. Hey guys, Chip Barnes raped me yesterday.
Oh my
Okay?
goodness.
I know, but you see what I mean?
Someone's
Like,
gonna record that and put it on TikTok. I can tell you that right now.
like, but you see, I'm sorry to use this really bad example, and this would never happen, guys. I'm just using a really like sick example because I don't know what else to say. You know, if I am a woman, if I lied and said that, wouldn't the whole world just, you know, automatically, you know, most of the people would say, "Oh my God," like, you know, I need to prove it. I need to have facts. I need to have evidence, medical evidence,
hold on,
not
Billy.
fabricated evidence, right?
I'll just return
Excuse
to
me,
my
sir.
original
Did you
premise, which
not, were you
is
not
hate
aware
and
of
fear,
all the accusations that the
and
Israelis came
fear,
up with were
hate
debunked?
and fear.
Listen,
No.
Surfam.
If it's
Before we
hate and
beheaded
fear, it
babies.
would
Hold on,
be
Kitty
hate
Habibti.
on
Hold
the
on.
Israeli side and fear on the Palestinian side. You have it mixed. But I'm telling you, in this day and age, you have all social media at your fingertips. I'm sure if you were to go out there, you would find what you're looking for. But what is it that you're looking for? Are you looking to sympathize with one or the other or with both? Because you cannot have it your way, and you know you can't have your cake and eat it all, because what's out there is damning on the Israeli side.
I
Okay,
think that
and
I think that you're a reliable witness that the United States is in an uproar over the horrors going on in Gaza, me included. I mean, there's no doubt that there are horrors taking
Well,
place
how
there.
can the United States be, you know, so horrified and like so concerned when they're giving them the weaponry to
But I would then
unalive
ask you, I
children?
would then ask you to do your homework because this is a geopolitical situation. There's more to it than just
No, trust me. I'm not Palestinian, just so you know. I'm not Palestinian actually. Okay, and look at Chip Barnes. There's a lot of people, maybe except for Kitty and a few, a lot of people like who are fighting for Palestine are not Palestinians. but we are well aware of the region. We know exactly what's going on. We've done our research, and I grew up around that region, so I do know what's been going on for a long time, and I understand what you mean by that part. Yes, there's a lot of politics involved, like with Saudi Arabia, with Iran, with this and this and that, but still, there's no excuse in the world, okay, to give a bunch of crazy old men, weapons and whatever to throw on 50% of population children. And now, I don't know if you've heard that Satan Netanyahu is actually talking about building the settlements in Gaza.
I don't doubt that.
Line from the get-go.
So how do you explain this? Like, no, you were saying, but the Israelis have this and that. This is what's called propaganda. This is what's called, trying to twist the truth because they have a bigger goal. They have a bigger plan. All they want is the land. They want the shore. They want the beaches. They were jealous of the Gazan people, even though they put them in an open air prison, but they want that. They want to make it another Hawaii. They want to make it another vacation spot. They want to profit from it.
I would say this in a much more stark way. They want to be rid of the Palestinian.
And they want the land. They want the land. They want the money. They're a bunch of thugs. They're thieves. They're criminals.
I would invite you, sir, to go to social media and look up and see what is out there and see what people on a daily basis, if not on a 5-minute basis in a day, what they're posting, what they're doing. Just like when I said before, those drones with the crying of the baby to lure the people who are in hiding to try to go out to save those crying voices, just to be met with bullets and alive. And he also denied that. They will deny everything. Okay, the issue here with the state of Israel, they are over the decades got used to people believing them blindly, that they are hurt at this moment, that they're not being believed anymore because
Kitty, it's not that they got used to, they worked it out. They control the media in the West. They were used to brainwashing, the West. But as Chip said, this generation, there was that recording that I heard, they don't realize that new generations is not like the old generation. And it's mostly because of technology as well, right? But
As you mentioned, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
and this is the reason why they're trying to ban TikTok is one of them. And honestly, Surfam, I understand. Like, I don't fully blame you, and I really don't blame a lot of people in the West, because when you live in this environment and you've been brainwashed and conditioned to believe something from your like your grandparents keep telling you, it will be so hard for you to venture out and kind of accept a new fact or a new reality on your own. It is hard. And I do honestly, like Aaron Bushnell, every Western person who's standing up for Palestine, I have so much respect for them, truly, because it's not easy. It's not easy. It is not easy.
This is why I was making a mea culpa, because I understand that I have limited access to information. I do read and listen to all of the internet stuff, as much of the network stuff as I can, but I recognize that there's still limitations. I am not in Gaza.
You know what,
So I know that my view
I'm
of
sorry
it
I'm sorry to
is
cut you
through
off,
the
and
media, whatever it is.
I want to
But
make
the
a
last
good.
thing I want to say here is that the one thing, I am an older man, as somebody suggested. I have older children, but as I was raising them,
with all due
the
respect,
one thing that I asked them to do was to take responsibility for their actions.
Mm-hmm.
And so long as they did that, I believed that they would do well in this world.
Surfam, to your defense, I do want to add one thing, okay? And Kitty as well, I want the pro-Palestinian people to understand this as well. You got to remember, they are now also controlling social media. And to be quite honest with you, even my own family, a lot of people don't see the pro-Palestinian content on their feed. They're trying to hide it now on social media as much as they can. So I would say it is actually hard for a lot of people to even really see what most of us are seeing, because our feed now is set up for us to get this information. There's a lot of things that now they have to do to TikTok to change the setting to allow these things to flow. It's hard to find these posts, to be honest. Now it's been like this for the past 4 months, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not gonna lie, and a lot of people don't really have Telegram channels and all that stuff. So
Good night, brother. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. This is Rodel Purance Adams from Jamaica.
Hello,
I
Rodolphe.
was I was born and grew in Jamaica, and I was born and grew in an evangelistic home. So we see what they are doing right now, and um, what I want to say, this thing, um, many people think this thing has started from the 7th of October. I mean, people with conscience, people like me don't like to see people that being unalive and stuff like that will say, well, the age group have done this and that. But I'm going to tell you from a personal perspective, growing up in Jamaica in an evangelistic home, I know about the Torah, I know about the Bible, I know about those religious stuff. And what has happened is that we in the West were brainwashed to think that God has ordained or chosen certain people over certain people. And it has become a racism, it has become a atrocity. I mean, what I've learned is that why would why would a people that is being chosen by God supposed to analyze other people that has been welcomed them in their home when their atrocities wasn't done by them? Because that is
Well, you know
history.
why, Rodolphe? Can I just tell you
Hold
why?
on, Bella. Hold on, Bella. Sorry, Bella. Let me finish, please.
You know,
Please. What I'm trying to say is that I know the history, and I'm a realistic person, even though I was grown. And I mean, my father was analyzed by the COVID-19, whatever, and we didn't spoke for more than say 3/4 of our life. From the 90s, I haven't spoken to my father. We didn't share a relationship because I didn't see why one set of people, and you would understand what I'm saying, Bella, can do anything they want when it comes to crime against humanity because they are God's chosen people. When it comes to the United Nations from 1948, even before that, but I'm going to stay right there. 1948, come back to October 7th. I mean, we're all one human race. We're all supposed to share this earth together. And if you're a religious person, whether you be a Muslim or Christian, I care zero who you may be. If you're going to tell me that you have more superiority over other human being, I ain't gonna stand with you. Brother Pumarang Adams will be the one that's gonna say that's wrong. I mean, the Native Americans, if they just stand up and say this is their land, and we know history shows what happened to them. Aboriginal, even me in Jamaica, live in Jamaica, the Taino Indians, because we were taken on slave ship to Jamaica. What if they also should say they need back their land because this was their land? What would happen in this world? What is so special about these people that they can analyze so many people and they can reenact a biblical statement or a biblical story to justify their thing? Because it don't matter, 3,000 years ago, 100 years ago, we are in 2024 now. This is modern time. We have humanitarian laws, we have international laws to let us all live as one. So, I mean, I don't want to talk too long, but Zionism is one of the worst things could introduce to humanity. And
I agree
if
with
you
you.
don't take away Zionism from humanity, it's going to be a worse atrocity on this earth. And in last saying, Chip Barnes, kudos to you. I love you, Chip Barnes. I love you give the heartless Zionists time to show their real colors. And Chip Barnes, you're a hero like Eric and couple other life. I love you, Chip Barnes, and you can see me commenting, and I'm against Zionism. I love Jews. I have no problem with Jews because they are peaceful people. They were there with the Palestinians before. That's history. But these Zionists, they need to go. Thank you.
Chip, I wanted to add to what Rodolphe just said, and I want you to actually look up a study done by Harvard and a study done by Hopkins University about the DNA of Palestinians. Jewish people is a religion. It's not an ethno-religion. You can be Muslim and switch to Jewish. You can be Jewish, switch to Christianity. It doesn't run in your blood. Your religion, honestly, doesn't run in your blood. Okay? You can be black, white, Chinese. You can be Jewish. You can be Persian and Jewish. You can be Egyptian and Jewish. You know, it doesn't have to be, it's not in your blood. Okay? And this is the thing that they're trying to confuse people with. And just like Rodel said, God's chosen people, okay? God's chosen people, first of all, no religion should be telling you to unalive other people so that you can be superior. Or when they tell you, oh, we're God's chosen people, that's literally, what does that mean? That's literally saying that we're better than all of you. You're all beneath us. You know, why would God choose you over anyone else? Like, it doesn't make sense. What, do you bleed ink? I'll only believe that you're God's chosen people if you bleed ink, okay? If a God tells you to go unalive other people, take their land, unalive children, rape the women, and do this and that, you're confused, honey, Zios. This is not a God. It's called Satan. You're Satan's chosen people.
My sister, that's why
That's some
Rasta
strong
say
language.
one love.
Walk his
Sorry about
dog,
that
and
chip.
then
Sorry about
I'm
that
gonna
chip.
say goodnight.
That's why.
I
Sorry about that,
appreciate you.
Kitty. Sorry about that. Sorry, I apologize.
No, don't
That's why.
apologize. I'm just saying good night. Love you guys. Thank you so much, Chip. You're the best. I appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, love you
Thanks
too,
for being here. I
sis.
appreciate
But
you.
that's why Rasta say one love, one heart. If Chip, if your head is hurting you right now, I swear, my brother, my head is hurting me. Once you're a human being, and once you're a part of life cycle, I love animals. They are part of life cycle. I love insects. If they are not contagious or dangerous, they are part of life cycle, like the bee. Everything have a
Bob
cycle.
Marley, Rodel. No, you're amazing. And that's how it should be. Life is short, honestly. And we should, like, what's wrong with loving other people? Like, there's enough room and enough food and enough everything. They try and make
Everything
it.
is there. My sister. And if we got the chance to talk, I don't care how many people is here right now on the panel or who's listening, but if it's only two of us, what I want to say, the billions that has been spent for atrocities, for unaliving people, for democracy, what the hell they say they're fighting for. If they would invest those money in human resources, human development, I mean, all human beings would be okay right now.
Do you know where you're at? That ain't gonna happen. Sorry.
Who's
Why
talking?
not,
Yes.
why not, Seraphim? Honestly, tell us. I really would like to know. Why not?
Because we don't live in that kind of a world.
But who?
The
Who?
reality of our world is war
But
and
that's not
hate.
true. That's not my reality. That's not
That's
every,
whose reality.
that's not
Whose
our
reality is
reality.
that?
That's like barbaric mind thinking, like, oh, like, you're not in a survival mode. You don't need to unalive other people to survive. You're not like
No, we
you're
don't.
not in the wild.
I would say that there are many in this world that would think otherwise.
Listen, okay, honestly, this is the old people's, like, generation's way of thinking. Now we have technology. You honestly can make water. There are machines that will make water from condensation, like humidifying the air. You can have water. You can grow, like, things have changed.
It
There's
is
enough
not.
food.
It is not for lack of water. It's for lack of love.
Okay, so this is exactly my point, right? In my culture, in my religion, we are brought up on love. Love is number one. Like, I prefer to have love over $1 billion, whether you believe me or not. I would prefer to be with a man I love, even if we live in a shack, over living with a man in a freaking mansion. Okay, and this is the big difference that I see, right? The mindset that you guys have, honestly, especially you, Seraphim, like that, oh, it's not gonna happen. No, it happens. This is the problem, that people do live poor, but they are happy and they live in love. Like, they don't want anything else. They just want to live in peace and love. They don't want money. They don't want any of that, Western stuff that you know what I mean?
I know that there are tens of thousands of nuclear weapons in arsenals around the world. I know that there is war in Gaza, war in Ukraine, threats of war in Taiwan. I know that we came through 2 world wars and there's been wars ever since. That's what I know.
Who creates these wars? Honestly, who created World War I, World War II? Was it the Muslims and the Arabs? Or you know,
Does it matter who created the
it
wars?
matters. That's the
Yes, it does
problem.
matter. It does
It
matter. It
matters.
does. It does. It does.
Because you guys keep attacking us. We don't want war. We don't want your money. We don't want none of that. We just want to live in peace with our loved ones.
Well, based on what I've known,
Maybe that'll
and
happen one day.
this guy that is using some form of computer voice.
No,
Listen a moment. Listen a moment. Listen a moment. Listen a moment.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that how I've grown in the Western world, I've grown to think that Arabs were some horrible people, Muslim. Because you have Arab Muslim, you have Arab Jews, but Muslim, if you want to take it religiously, every other religion is like some terrible whatever people. But people are people. And that's what we were told. And history shows that even in the Crusaders, the Arabs or the Muslims were the one that welcome every single type of religion or race. That's reality. Who want to go around reality, go around it. But these people, these Zionist people, these racists, because they are racist. Once you say you're God chosen people, that's a part of racism. I can't see you who want to agree with me.
Oh yeah,
But
that language is going to bring
that
peace.
is racism.
I would invite you to look over the history of the world and find any 50-year
I've seen the
period
history of the world, bro.
and identify
I've seen,
any
bro,
50-year period where there was no
I've seen the
war.
history, bro. Don't tell me about the history of the world. Don't tell me about the history of the world. I know about the history of the world, and Africans have more right to fight for their land and fight for more right to exist more than these people that came in other people land and asking people every day.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you think
yeah.
it's not really the time the right to exist? I
Everybody
mean,
thinks
I
they got a
mean,
reason to fight.
I mean, I don't even want to talk to artless people. I swear I don't want to disrespect you. I want to be civil. I want to be a civil person. But people like you, I don't really debate people like you because you have one intention. You're one-minded. You're brainwashed, or you're working for this Zionist group that don't see reality as the world is seeing it today. And people like you think the world is stupid. Think people like me in Jamaica that was born in an evangelistic home, which is a human being, which feel Muslim, which feel Christianity, which feel Jew, which feel every single human being pain. That's the type of person I am. I don't want to be over anyone, which at the same time, I don't want to see people over me. Then I have a voice, you have a voice. But you Zionists, you think that this world is yours. That's why you write your books and saying that you're God's chosen people, and in which your religion is not another person's religion. And reality is that most religion is a culture.
I just fancy myself a realist. That's all.
But
No,
your reality
no,
of Surfam is different than other people's reality. You can't say that your reality is same as mine, right? A lot of
no.
nations, let me finish. A lot of nations, like the Hawaiians, the First Nations, they all lived off the land. They learned how to survive off the land. They never wanted to go and wage wars. The only countries that have been waging wars, World War I, World War II, now World War III is coming, whatever. It's not the Muslims. It's not indigenous people. It's not the Hawaiians. It's not the the Haitians, or it's not the Africans. It's the
It's the
West.
Europeans.
It's the
The
Europeans and the
Europeans.
West. You guys are actually the T's, not us. Okay? Look
How
at.
does that change the reality of war?
But that's not reality. That's your Western mind reality. It's not my Eastern mind reality. It's the Western society's reality. That's how you guys were brought up.
Bella, can I answer him?
Yes,
how that change the reality of war, you know, how that change that Heartless Zionist, it changed it because people see the hypocrisy, all the hypocrisy that is going on. Like if you're not, as long as you're white, it's all right. If you're brown, you can stay around, and if you're black, you stay in the back.
That's
That's
the
the
most
reality.
racist thing I've ever heard. I have
No,
never heard it.
that's the reality. That is the reality. That is the reality of life. That is the reality of Western colonialism.
Well, let's see if
That
we
is the
can
reality.
work it out.
You guys, the reality about history. The Inquisition was the one that persecuted Jews.
Let's see if we can manage to
Hold
have
on.
no war
Schmittler, I
with
don't want
race.
to call his name. The Yazidis were the one that persecuted Jews. When Jews were taken away from Jerusalem or your land, it was the Arabs that say we need multi-racial, multi-religion. And they send for the Jews. That is history. We are not stupid. I don't deny history. I'm not a man going to deny history. So talking to a Heartless Zionist, I mean, why is it that the Libyan leader, based on the amount of so-called international law that they claim that he has broken, after being unalive, the Iraqi leader, based on the amount of international law, and is not real, with their settlements, with their atrocities, with their heartless desires, have done so many more, and they have not been accountable. There's no accountability because what? Do you recognize the state of is not real?
I think we're saying the same thing.
Is it?
Listen,
Are we?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, yes, we have problems in the Middle East as well. I'm like Muslim, but I'm not very religious, and I also do not like the extremists and the radical Muslims, whatever. But I've been hearing from my other like friends that these extremists were actually created by the West, and which I'm gonna tell you this right now, okay? The groups, the T groups that they were claiming, the T-Ban and the ISIS and the other whatever, right? They're supposed to be Muslim extremists. Where are they right now? If this was true, if they were really Muslim, right? And let's say, hummus is like, religious, whatever, it's all about Islam. How come these radical Muslims that went all the way to the US to do this and that and do T attacks, and they're not worried to like unalive themselves and all that stuff? How come they're not helping in Gaza right now?
It's our propaganda.
Like, isn't that suspicious?
Remember,
Like, as a grown man,
Chip, sorry about that, Bella, but we gotta be realistic. The three of us on the panel, including Chip and who is in the comment section, we gotta be realistic. There's a thing called lie. If I'm on the right, I don't need to tell lie. I don't need to hide things. I don't need to say, well, they have raped my daughter, and when the police come, I don't want to give up my daughter for inspection to say that they raped my daughter. I don't need to go and show a calendar and say that this is the calendar that they wrote with the names, because I talk patois. Me talk patois. I chat little in my patois business. That means I'm going to talk my dialect. You guys don't understand. So if it doesn't take a person that understand patois to see what they have shown on the calendar, me as a person in Jamaica wouldn't understand that. I would thought that yes, the ITF show me a calendar and there's the age group, and with with translation, and my Arab friends show me that, and the real internet and the real media, because I'm not talking about this conservative or whatever media, because they're not relevant anymore. They're
Rhoda,
not relevant anymore.
Rhoda, I
Jump in real
literally
quick, Chip. I want to just say thank you. Good night. I see you're trying to wrap it up.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here too. Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody, for your conversation. It was enjoyable. Good night.
Find
Yeah.
out the art, my brother. Find out the art. Find out the art, and know that what is going on is wrong. It's not real. Doesn't have the right to attack another sovereign nation.
And I want to add to Rodal. Thank you, Rodal, so much. Seraphim, there's enough space in the world. You know, the whole lie that they keep feeding you. There's enough food. There's enough space in the world for everybody to survive. Where none of us is gonna live over 100 years. Okay.
No.
Exactly. So there is, every time someone passes away, there's a newborn. There's enough room in the world for everybody. In fact, if you go look, Japan, Greece, Italy, their populations are aging. They need people. They've been begging people to come there. So whatever they're trying to feed you about that, it's nonsense. The rich keep getting richer off of wars. They use the sheep of the world, by putting fear in you and scaring you. Oh, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen. Nothing is gonna happen. There's enough room. Everybody can live and enjoy life and die from
My sister
natural.
Bella, my
Mhm.
sister Bella, you know the problem is, and they are the one that going around fighting, talking about democracy. It's not democracy, it's capitalism is the problem. It's not real, it's a capitalist
It's the
state.
greed. It's a greed and power. That's what
But
it is, Rodal. You know.
it's
And
not real in America. If they're not in a war, the economy doesn't go up because they live on weapon of mass destruction. That's
yeah.
what they do.
To be honest, Rodal, I'm from Kuwait originally. My mom's Egyptian, but I've been living in Canada. So I know everything and I can see it. And I do feel really bad for people in the West. They are very brainwashed. And they're scared of their own shadow, you know? It's so sad. It is. They're scared of their own shadow. You know, you
My
have to.
sister,
Mhm.
my sister, my mom, which I love so much, and there's nothing in the world can change the love from my mom that I have for my mom. We don't see eye to eye right now. I don't talk to her as much because of my ideal and my reality.
Oh
Because
wow.
I say, Mom, because as I told you, they are Christian fanatics. They are evangelists, Christian that think that is not real, is God chosen people. Because they were brainwashed.
That's crazy. You know, I
That's going
never
on right
knew.
now.
I
That's what happened
never.
in the West.
You know, I was on Seb's live the other day. You know, he's from Nigeria, and he was telling us how they're going to all the churches there, brainwashing the people, making them donate to Israel. It's so crazy. This is like slavery, like the slavery of the mind. They
Very much so.
See,
Very
this is
much
why,
so.
you know what? This is why they don't like Islam, because the Muslims will not ever submit to that. Like, we believe that the only person that we should be afraid of is God, Almighty, Allah, you know, because He's greater than all of us. He's not a human. We don't know what He looks like. He doesn't. How can you trust another human being? Come on. Like, fully.
I mean, when it come to trust another human being, you gotta trust them based on their ideals. You no matter who they mean.
I know, but Rodal, I mean, like, we're not angels, right? This is why, like, for me, like, the only person that we have to like fully submit to and fear is God, is Allah, because then you're gonna always have that in your heart. You're not gonna be, you're gonna try to do your best. You're still gonna
My
make
sister,
mistakes.
my
Mhm.
sister, this is my knowledge. My knowledge and how I get my knowledge is based on knowing my identity. A person that is Arab, he got to know his identity. A person that is European, got to know his identity. I as an African, as a Jamaican African, knew my identity. And I know what caused me to be living in Jamaica at this time. I know
Mhm.
my history, I know my culture. My mom, they didn't get the time because they were brainwashed. So to study even Africa in Jamaica, Jamaica is a Christian society, and in Jamaica, even though they have universities in Jamaica that teach about African history and roots, the Christian society resent knowing your culture, your roots, where you're from.
Hmm.
That's why I'm not a religious person.
I know. I like my religion. I love Islam, but I'm not very religious. It's, I know exactly what you mean. And honestly, this whole, for me to hear that from you, that even your mom, like, and you and your mom, because of your stand right now, I've been hearing a lot of this stuff, and I've been hearing it for a long time. And I honestly think what happens in these churches is scary. It's a brainwashing. It's like a cult. It's, the fact that they actually think that these people got chosen is just insane to me. And then if you go and dig the Zionists, they actually have it in their culture to spit on Christians.
No, but the thing about it now, the reality about it, this Zionist regime doesn't respect Christians.
No, they don't. Not one bit. They
They
actually
doesn't
respect,
respect Christians.
to be honest, they dislike the Christians more than the Muslims.
Sorry about assist, but big up the Irish friend them. The
This,
Irish, I know about the Irish Revolution. I know about it. Love my Irish brothers and sisters.
I do
Okay,
too,
sister.
honestly. Rodel, you're amazing. I just want to say something to Chip quickly. Chip, you're amazing too, and I know there's a lot of drama happening on the Propali stuff. It's because honestly, you just have to understand that there's a lot of like mistrust, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of frustration. People don't know what to do really at this point. Like everyone just trying to help, and they also infiltrate TikTok. You know that. They have a lot of traders, there's a lot of that stuff, which can happen in this hostile situation. Like, what do you expect? People at the end of the day want to survive, right? Like, it is not, not everybody's the same. Some people are weaker, some people, are stronger.
My
It all depends, right?
my sister, based
Mhm.
on what you have said, and I'm going to address Chip. Chip, I've been on your life, and the heard that Zion is telling you that he has reported you and the FBI and yada yada yada, and because you're neutral. I understand your life, Chip, and I love your life because
You're a good man, Chip,
you're
honestly.
neutral.
You're
You give them
very,
their time to embarrass themselves. Sorry, Bella, my sister. But
no.
Chip always give them their time to talk what they want to talk. Then Chip always fact check them. I
I
don't
know.
I don't think Chip is on the Palestinian side or the Israeli side.
No, he's
He's just
unbiased, and that's how it
for
should
the
be.
truth. I'm on the Palestinian side.
Me too, but for Chip,
Chip
and
on the Palestinian side. But Chip, you're on the side of justice, and without justice, as Bob Marley said, and as Peter said, you can Google the song "Equal Rights and Justice." Everyone
honestly, Chip, that's how it should be. Because Eric Warsaw Rodell, and I've seen you on his live like 6 months ago. He was the same. He was at first, very, unbiased. He was like neither any side. He just recently, I think, became more pro-Palestinian because of all the truth he uncovered. He was
No, but
actually the big.
I
I'm
mean,
definitely pro-Palestinian though, but I try to keep it equal as far as people
No,
have
you know
yes,
what? You don't have to be, Chip. Like, you have to be with the truth. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's what I mean.
You have to stand up because there are Palestinians who are Ziots too.
That's pretty gross.
yes, they are.
There are many
Yes, they are.
now. There are Arabs who are Ziots. This is what I'm trying to say. This is not about religion, race. Like, honestly, this is a cult. There are
My
Iraqi Ziots. There
sister,
are
my
Palestinian
sister,
Ziots.
my sister.
Hmm.
You say this is not a religion, but I'm going to tell you. And he said it's a cult, but this is a cult under this guise of religion.
It
We
is,
can think we
exactly.
can all agree on that. I
To
mean,
be honest,
the,
Rodell, I'm sorry to cut you off.
my sister.
Mhm.
I mean, based on what the Zionist is saying, and we all see it, we all see what they are saying. There can never be a country in this world
No, it's
that
over
is
with.
only for just one set of people. No country in this world.
No,
No
that's
sovereign
that's
country.
Schmittler. That's exactly what Schmittler wanted. You know?
They're talking about Iran, they're talking about Iraq, all these countries, Yemen, they all have diverse religion. I mean, you have minority, you have majority. In the Western world, you have majority Christians. In America, you have majority Zionists. In the Muslim world, you have a majority Muslim. That's the reality of life.
Have you seen the Persian Jewish community in Isfahan?
No, I haven't. You gotta
You
recommend it
know
to me.
look up the Jewish community in Isfahan, Iran. Look at the Jewish community in Lebanon. Look at the Jewish community in Morocco. You know, they still live there. They live normally. They practice and they do whatever they want, and they don't want to move to Israel.
No, but the reality about life. This is the reality. Once you're a Jew and you're against Zionism, what these Zionists and Satan Yahoo and his cult government is doing right now, the real Jew doesn't agree with them.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. The real Jewish people, Rodel, any religious person, because I want to go back to the point that you made earlier. When you have a religion, first of all, when you adopt a religion, is honestly the ultimate goal is to make you more civilized, more loving, more caring, basically a better human being. Not a barbaric wild animal that runs around, wants to unalive other people, steal their stuff, and do all that. No. If a God tells you to do this, this is not a God. This is the devil. This is Satan, right?
My sister, based on what you said a while ago, my analogy, this is me. I'm talking, this is my personal analogy. Every single concept of every single religion is a human concept. It was
Exactly.
by a human being.
Exactly my point. You want to know how I was brought up? I'm a Muslim, right? I was taught this. We respect Jesus, we respect our prophet Moses, we respect, of course our prophet is, Muhammad, but we believe that Judaism did come first, then Christianity, and we're all the same religion. Basically, it's just like one is improving the other. We never were taught to hate this or hate that or look down at this. Never. Never. My family is so diverse. I have nephews who are half Chinese, nephews who are half black, half Italian, and my brother's wives are there. They don't have to convert to Islam. My sister's husband didn't, he converted because he wanted to, but no one forces you to do anything. You can live your life, just be peaceful, do the right thing, just don't unalive and steal other people's stuff.
My only problem, my sister, the only people I have problem with, and I swear, and maybe people can read between the line, Chip, anyone who's listening to my voice can read between the line what I'm saying right now. People that is anti-life, anti-nature. I know what nature is. My mom and my dad's nature brought me on this earth. And the bee, all the animals come together to keep life going and active. Negative and positive run earth. That is the reality. And just give me a couple seconds that people can understand what I'm saying. I mean, people have their choices. Human beings have their choices. But if your choice is not pro-life, the way of your life is not pro-life. It's atrocity, or it doesn't, after your life is finished because you choose to be in the same junction, not a junction, but the same conjunction of life, which is not going to prolong life. Rodel Pomeranz will not be the one to support you. I'm going to be the one to support pro-life. woman and man come together, life will prolong. Human beings live together. There no unnecessary analyzing of people. We respect each other views. We each respect each other's analogy, and most of all, we respect the world's nature, the nature of Mother Nature, the earth. What can make us sustain? What can make our children and life sustain? That's my analogy anyway.
And I like it, Rodal. You know what? Honestly, it's so sad. I've come to learn that a lot of people don't really know how to live life, or like the society and the like their community and the governments like put so much pressure and stuff. Like why? Why? We're not gonna live at 1,000 years. Like, you know, life is short, really, and there's a lot to learn, a lot to do, a lot to see, a lot to enjoy. Life is meant to be enjoyable. You live it for a short time, you develop, you become better, you know, like the people before us. How are we here now if we didn't have people like Ibn Sina that, you know, made penicillin and things like that? And being alone and having, honestly, you can have billions and billions. Like, you think living alone, like you're gonna enjoy your life, or living with the same kind of people as you, it's gonna be boring. This is why there's different cultures, different this. So for you to learn not to get bored, you have to respect other people's cultures and learn how to live in diversity. That's the problem. Honestly, the problem of the world is supremacy, division. You're better, I'm less, you're this, you're that, fear of the unknown, like when you don't understand other people's culture. And honestly, I can say sometimes I find that too in the East. Like, don't get me wrong, people are not perfect, people are not angels. I am saying a lot of the world right now needs to learn, like get re-civilized somehow. Like, we need a civilization movement. You know, we don't need to go like wild animals. You know, like what's the difference between us right now? You know, like that guy that was here, Surfer, whatever. He was saying that, oh, this is the nature of the reality, whatever. Why? Why? Do we live in the wild? Like, do we live like, you know, with wild animals? Like, why do we need to do that? We can build homes. We can create our own food. We can have our own space. You know, the only reason why wild animals attack each other, first of all, because they're wild animals, they live in the wild, and they do it to survive, to eat, and all that stuff. Why do we humans nowadays, you know, after all this technology and everything available to us, why do we need to do that? I don't understand. Like, why?
Sister, you know why not us? They. You know why
Oh,
they?
but you know, they need, you know, I don't want to point fingers. I do feel sorry for people that think like him because they've been
No,
brainwashed.
sorry, sister. Sorry, my sister. Sorry. I don't want you to get me wrong. When I say they, I'm talking about they that is in the
Zionists. I
hierarchy.
know. But you know why, Rodel, as well? They have also been indoctrinated and brainwashed since they were kids that the Palestinians, you know, don't like you or this and that. They are being put in fear. And they're
My
forced.
sister. My sister. My sister.
Mhm.
I've seen clips. I've seen
I've
many.
seen, trust me.
Hold on, my sister. Hold on, my sister. I've seen clips of racism from America, from the KKK in America up to Zionism. And the biggest problem is that even Satan or even is demonic cabinet, they were taught that way. We've seen where the picture that we have seen where so-called Orthodox Jews being spitting on Christians coming out of the church with their cross.
Yeah, oh, you've seen that? Yeah.
I've seen them all. I've seen them all, sister. I'm well educated when where this is concerned. And what I've seen some 12, 9, 8-year-old children doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because
So
they teach
in the West, we have May is Child Month, and the theme of Child Month in Jamaica is that children live what they learned,
Of
and
course.
children learn what they lived. Teach them the way to love one another, and there will be more love in the world. And I don't see that going on in the world right now.
Yeah. It's hate people, hurt people, hurt people. That's what it is. When you, Rodel, when you see them, honestly, when you see these like hate crimes, whatever, like, the supremacy, honestly, how do you feel? Like for me, I pity them. I feel so sorry for them. It's like, oh my God, you're wasting your life instead of enjoying it, getting to know other people, other cultures, enjoying like working on yourself to overcome your fear and hate of things that you don't know. Instead of like enjoying it, you're living in
You,
misery. Like
you know
look
what
at
I feel, my sister?
Hmm.
You know what I feel? I swear, when I see what's going on right now, I see kids in even America telling Afro-American kids stuff. And I see what's going on the Gaza right now, and I see what's going on internationally, the hypocrisy. I feel so helpless.
I
That's how
know.
I feel. I
But
feel so
don't,
helpless.
Rodel, don't, because that's exactly what they want. We're not helpless. We're not helpless. Trust me. We are not. They will not. They're lost already. They have lost. They've lost the worst loss they can ever imagine. And it's going to affect the poor, innocent Jewish people. It's going to affect generations to come. As I said before, look at Schmittler, look at Roman Empire, look at whatever empires you had before. They are not here anymore. Persian Empire, Ottoman Empire. These things don't last. And whatever
That's
they're
why
doing,
sorry about that, my sister. But I've got to show respect and love and honor to Chip Barnes. Because what I've seen he has done, I mean, I've the chance to come up on this live talking like I'm talking now, but I've always in my comment with the Zionists, and I've learned over the 6+ months to control my anger.
it's
But
it's not debating them. It's pain. It's a pain in the
it's
butt.
useless.
It's
But
because
I
you're
mean,
not debating. You know why, Rodel? You're not debating. They read from a script, as I'm sure you know, and
they
they.
don't.
Mhm.
Yes, sister. Sorry about that.
No, no worries. Go ahead, please.
Because I mean, there are some people. I'm not talking about the ones that read the script, because I've subscribed to so many YouTube channels that is showing what's going on. And even though this is TikTok, you have some YouTube channel like what it is, LBC, couple other
No,
channels
I
that
know exactly.
yeah
Which
I
one.
watch them, and I listen to the questions that they ask these Zionist propagandists. And I mean, the world is seeing their hypocrisy. Even what went on the weekend, the world see their hypocrisy. No matter what they want to say to the world. And I mean, that's why I'm still going to give my love, honor, and respect. And I wish I meet Chip Barnes one day to come to show him the love and honor I have for him. I love you, my brother. Yeah,
Chip Barn, honestly, I do too. I think you're amazing. I've been watching you for a long time
he's
too.
an amazing guy.
And I know people, you probably done things in the past, whatever. I do forgive, because I know people living in the West have been brainwashed, and it is not, honestly, I'm gonna say the truth. Like, imagine if I grew up in an environment or in a society that tells me this all my life. Like, what am I gonna suppose? Or, they shape your way of thinking. They brainwash you. They
Sister Bella,
program you.
Sister Bella, remember when I just came on the live, I told you how I was grown. We are human beings. We have feelings for other people.
Like your mom, Rodel. See, like, see how
Yes.
you woke up, like God gave you this vision, this third eye to see the truth. But some people, cannot. It becomes too late, or it's just harder. Like as you get older, I think
Because,
too.
as I told you before, I'm a Jamaican African, and I gotta know my culture, my roots. I gotta know. I don't do the ancestry thing as yet, but my name is gonna change soon or in the long term. But what I'm saying, when I was going to school in Jamaica, I went to a secondary school and we started to study history. And when he told me about the history of how Jamaica became Jamaica, I was like, and oh they were teaching me, I was like, something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's something wrong.
Your instinct, right? Everyone has
Yes.
an instinct at certain point.
Because the first thing he taught us is that Christopher Columbus, aside for maybe you don't understand why I say Columbus, it's Columbus. But
I know.
in Jamaica, we as a revolutionist, in Jamaica's language, we call him Columbus. Christopher Columbus. Well, for international reason, I'm going to say Christopher Columbus. When I was in secondary school and they say Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica, and when they taught us about the Taino Indians that he came here and saw, or the Arawak Indians, I was like to my history teacher, hold on, stick a pin. Was someone living in Jamaica? He said yes, they were the Arawak Indians. I said he didn't discover it. He was the first European to come to Jamaica because people were living here, and discovery mean you're the first person to discover knowledge or to recognize something that other human being recognize, if you understand what I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're going to tell me that you discover a land that other people live, that is not
It's
discovery.
always them discovering land somehow.
And I mean, what they did to the Taino Indians was the reason why Rodel Pomeranz Adams is here talking to you now. Because it was a genocide. And there was no one, and what they did to the Native Americans and all these people in the Caribbean, the Americas, that is history. That is a written history. And then come
That's
back to what
so
we're
sad,
talking.
honestly. That's so
Come
sad.
back to what we're talking about. Their religious views. That's why you see me as a Jamaican have a Palestinian flag. Because what the Palestinian is going through is what my ancestors went through.
I know. It's many. I know a lot of people in like South America, Jamaica, Caribbean, Puerto Rico. What do you call it? Cuba. Look at Cuba. You know what they've done to Cuba for some reason.
I mean, talking about Cuba, sorry about that, if I can get a couple seconds to talk about Cuba. When I'm a socialist, in Jamaica, you have two parties. You have the Jamaica Labour Party, which is the government of Jamaica now, which is capitalism. And you have the People's National Party, which is socialism, which I'm a part of. And what they have done when you talk about Cuba, when Cuba came to Jamaica, Cuba have left their stamp on Jamaica. Building universities.
In a good way, or
good way. Listen, they left their stamp in Jamaica, in which they build universities, they build hospitals.
Beautiful.
They invest in the agriculture sector, and we were booming.
This is called Chip. This is called civilization, development, not
And then,
destructive.
sorry about that, my sister. But what they did, what the capitalists did, in Reagan and the guy before Reagan. Who it was? I don't want to call it. Jimmy Carter. I don't remember. The guy before Reagan. They were the one that brought the sanctions on Jamaica.
It was Carter.
Carter, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. I'm a historian. I know my history. And they just sanctioned on Jamaica. And
On
they brought
Jamaica or on Cuba?
on Jamaica because we were sticking to Cuba. We know the sanctions about Cuba, but I'm talking about Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought
I honestly love Cubans. You don't meet a lot, but
they're my brothers.
they're
They're
good
like the
people.
Palestinians.
They
Palestinians.
remind me. Sorry, Rodel. They remind me of the Palestinians. They have so much like similarity. Like they're so much alike. To be honest.
Yeah, they're resilient and they know what they know what they have been through. And in every culture, you have people that say, "Hey, I'm going to stick to the Zionists or the Western world," and you have people going to stick and keep their culture.
Is Cuba still sanctioned? Like still?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Why?
Yes, they are. But I'm talking about Jamaica. You know what they did?
Hmm.
They had an influx of guns and ammunition, weapons, and they started a civil war in Jamaica. That's how Bob Marley became Bob Marley.
I love Bob Marley.
That's
Who
how
who
and the main
doesn't love Bob Marley? Honestly.
I'm going to tell you, that's how Bob Marley got shot. If you check Bob Marley's history when he got shot, that was the same thing because he was, remember Bob Marley's songs, Get Up, Stand Up for Your Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance to the color of his eyes, there will be war. No woman, no cry. He was the one, he was a revolutionist.
I love Bob Marley.
You understand? I can tell you other songs it was in those times.
It's so crazy. Rodel, I have my friends here in Canada who used to go to Jamaica. They love Jamaica. And this girl, my friend, she's half Japanese, half Canadian. She fell in love with a Jamaican boy, and oh my God. She was older than him, but she loved him. She didn't care. She would do anything for him. I actually had a few friends that they love Jamaican men,
My sister, in every culture, I'm going to tell you. And I feel good that she found a man that is real. Every culture, in every single culture, you have people that is real.
Sorry, Rodel, my sister, she's married to an American man. He's whiter than Chip. He's a redneck. He's from Mississippi, okay? And we're from Kuwait, it's just so crazy. See, honestly, the color of the skin, the this and that, you would never think that my sister would marry this guy, but they love each other. We don't, in my family especially, we're very different. We don't look at people as a skin tone, as a color, as a religion. I look at you as a person with a personality, with likes and dislikes, and you're a person.
My sister, in every race, every nation, you have people that love people.
I love people. I do love people.
There were Europeans and there were Americans, Caucasians that were unalive for the civil movement, for the freedom of black people from slavery, all this stuff.
Look at Aaron Bushnell. Look at Eric Warsaw.
Yes.
Look at Chip Barnes. Look at so many European, and honestly, this is why I hate generalizing. This is why I said there's Zayos who are Arabs. Look at the Saudi Arabia. Look at the Egypt. Look at Jordan. The king of Jordan is the biggest.
I can't listen, Sister Bella. It's come down to what I've been saying. It cares zero your pigmentation or your physical looks. It's all about the heart that you have in you. It's all about the love that Liberty Avenue, one human race. We are all one. I mean, all right, okay. Say for instance, you're Arab, Chip Barnes is a European, I'm an African.
He's
I
not
mean, Chip,
European. He's American. It's different.
yeah. He's an American. It's just a for instance I'm giving. I'm just giving an illustration.
I know. I'm
And
just
then,
joking.
I mean, the Native American, the Aborigine, the African, the European, the Arabs, we all have something that we all need. We all need. Some have oil, some have agricultural product, some have technology. If we could all come together and say, all right, I'm going to trade with you. You have this. If I'm not, you understand? I'm not going to say the one. I'm not going to say I'm going to take everything and I'm going to canalize. If we all come together and say, each one teach one, I can get something from you, you can get something from me. We live in love and harmony.
This is
I
how I've
mean,
been brought up. Like, exactly Rodell's have been brought up. Like, we're all gonna go. We're all gonna go. I swear to God, like, we don't even live 100 years. We enjoy maybe only from like, let's say maybe 15, 16 till you're like 70, maybe like 70 is even pushing it, right? But like, we don't really live a long life. Like, we don't have
my
that.
sister, my sister, if Bella or Chip Barnes or Rodell doesn't live that long, but our seed, the generations live on. They're gonna live on. It's all about how we live when our time is up on this earth. Cause I agree with you that we're just a little spot. We're in this cycle of time. We're not even recognized as personally, but individually, ethnically, we're all there.
No,
And if we don't,
100%.
if we doesn't realize that ethnically we can live together, you
And
have
and Rodal, I want to make a very important point to this, okay? You know how like Bob Marley lives forever and everyone loves Bob Marley. Like who doesn't love him? Like if someone doesn't love Bob Marley, they have a serious issue, right? Like
my
no one's gonna respect
my
the
mom,
person that doesn't love Bob Marley.
my
Period.
mom, my mom,
Why?
Christian is a Rasta. Christianity doesn't love Rasta in my country.
So are there people that don't like Bob Marley?
Yes, in my country.
But okay, like generally speaking, he's very famous all over the world and people love him,
Yes.
right? Now compare Bob Marley to Schmittler. Who loves Schmittler? And can you openly say, I love Schmittler? If you do. Probably not, right? It's considered a crime. He left a bad legacy. He left a trail of hate, of uncivilization, of crime, this and that. Nobody wants, unless you're a psychopath, you want to be like him, but he's a bad example of humanity. Am I wrong, Rodell?
No, you're not. Based on how they taught us about him. Based on his historical.
Okay, that's what I mean. Like when you commit atrocities, like what Is Not Real is doing right now, when you're unaliving all these kids and doing all this stuff, in the future, in history, like this is now 2024. Everything is recorded. People are downloading, saving, all this stuff. You're not going to be able to say, oh no, we didn't do it. You did it. We have proof. It's going to stay with us for life. You've ruined your reputation for 100 billion generations to come. It is over for them. It is. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They've lost this war the minute they boomed the hospitals and the schools and stuff in Gaza from day one. It was over.
All right, folks, I am absolutely wiped out. I loved having you here tonight, but I have to get some sleep. Okay, but Bella, you were wonderful. Yeah, Rodell, thank you so much. You all were great.
Rodell is amazing. I learned so much honestly today.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What's
sorry,
wrong?
Chip. I just want to know what Heliku, whatever his name is. What's so funny, dude? Like, did I actually, honestly, Chip? Did I say something funny?
Well, not
It's
Did
that.
I
gonna be.
say? Was it wrong what I said that what they're doing is gonna affect them generations to come
Oh no, that's definitely true.
in a negative
Hey,
way?
my sister,
Hmm.
pay them no mind. Chip,
I like to engage them because I really would
Chip.
like to know what goes on inside that little brain of theirs.
No, no. Don't try. Anyway, Chip, enough love, my bro.
And
Enough
Chip,
love.
yeah, Chip, and
Big up
honestly,
Jamaica and
I
Jamaica love you. Yeah, but
Right
Bella,
back to you. Right
don't
back to
try
you.
go. Don't try to go in the head, Bella. People are people. You be you, and you understand you,
Well,
and
you know
don't
what,
try.
Rodell? Sorry, wait. This guy wants to come up, Lime Rick, whatever. Chip, can you wait 2 minutes? I'll just bring him up. I want to hear what he has to
No,
say.
he's had a lot of adult beverages.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, then you know what, Chip? I want to tell you, please stay strong. I've seen a few things and I know what's going on, but trust me, you're doing a good job. Stay unbiased, stay with the truth, do your own research, find out more truth. Then you make your own decisions based on your own findings. And I'm gonna tell you right now, there are a lot of politics in that region, and it is. But you got to remember, when in this kind of hostile environment that's been going on for 75 years with that much atrocities, think people get scared. They're gonna do things like to survive because that's our nature, survival, right? And these Zios, the torture that Kitty was telling you, is not a joke. It's worse than that. What they do.
It's terrible.
Go look up the internet.
Sister Bella. I mean, Chip wanna go and sleep right now, but what I'm gonna say, Chip is the only platform and TikTok that I listen to that is properly that I listen to that come with Zionists because he's not a poly.
That's the thing.
All the poly, sorry sister, all the poly live that I go on and hear they are Zionists on it. I mean, I've unfollowed them. I don't listen to them. Chip is the only one. I swear.
Rodell, they came up with this they came up with it. There's nothing called we are against unaliving children. We're against hurting civilians. We're against unaliving people and war and bloodshed. It has nothing to do with Palestine, pro-Israel. We're against the criminals. Okay, that's it. That's all it is.
Justice is for justice.
Exactly.
Without peace, without justice, there'll be no peace, Chip.
That's true. That's exactly
no
With
justice,
humanity.
no
Like,
peace.
what part of that don't they understand? If you're a civilized human being, if you're not a barbaric animal, you're gonna be against this. Period.
Yep, of course. It's beyond obvious, but they want more. That's why they're not going to allow them. They want more.
Chip, this should show you guys who created the division. They want division. It has to be, this and that. It has to be pro-Pali, pro-Israeli. It has to be Muslim Shia, Muslim Sunni. It has to be Catholic Christians or evangelical Christians. It has to be this and that. It doesn't.
Is it okay if you want to continue tomorrow afternoon or early evening? I'll probably have another live. So please come back, Bella. Please come back, Rodell. I'd love to have both of you here.
And thank you so much. We have to let you go. And you know what, Chip? Please stay strong. We're all here for you. We're all rooting for you. Everyone loves you, to be honest. Even
be safe, my brother.
Don't love you, they love you.
Yeah, Bella,
Be
I have one request, because most of the people who had that hubbub had never seen my work before. They just went on the assumption.
We know, I swear to God, we know. And things like this, Chip, when in these crazy times, things like this, arguments, people are frustrated, things like this are going to happen because honestly, Rodell said, we feel a little bit helpless and we feel like we can't do anything. So everybody's frustrated. It's been 7 months. We've been on these lives nonstop day and night. So we're burnt out too. And we are angry and upset. And like, who? Like, it's crazy, Chip. Right? So don't take it personal. Trust me. Give it some time. And I'm sure, people will keep watching and they're like, okay, I feel guilty. Because I've been called a Zio. I've been called a Zaya by pro-Palestinians, but because people don't know who to trust, because this division that they've created If you go to Palestine, everyone feels the same. There's a lot of, the Arabized Israelis, the infiltration. They've made it this way that nobody can trust anybody. Okay?
Hey, somebody just said here, and this is a fair question to ask. Listen, people always complain about this. It's pronounced, I think it's Hilliku. This is
Oh, do you pray for the hostages? Why wouldn't I not pray for the hostages? If they're innocent, of course I pray for the hostages. I pray that your government doesn't boom them. I pray that your
Pray for
government
that.
doesn't pew them when they come holding the white
Sister Bella,
flag.
Sister Bella,
Mhm.
can I answer?
Of course.
I mean, I pray for the hostages, and I don't pray. I meditate, and I think about them every day. Cause I don't pray. I meditate. I wish the hostages, and I know that they're okay at the moment. If Israel don't BB them or boom, whatever they want to say.
Exactly. I'm not worried that they would.
I'm all Sister Bella. Let me answer. If we want peace, my people are my people cannot be in a place and I don't know where they is, and I'm gonna be booming them.
Exactly.
And that's and for all they call the hostages, and I would call them prisoners of war. I may be wrong, and I can apologize for my wrong cause I'm a human. But for them to be safe and to return, we gotta all come to a ceasefire and an agreement. And the agreement not going to be in favor of one side. It's got to be in favor of all sides.
Exactly.
That's my analogy, and that's my take.
I pray that your own government doesn't unalive them, right? I pray that I'm not worried that they're with hummus, because clearly when they came back, they were, happy, smiling. They were okay. They're not being harmed. At least they're alive. How are we going to get all the unalived kids and women in Gaza? How are we going to pray? We pray for them to come from where? From the dead? At least your hostages coming back with smiles from ear to ear. If your government doesn't unalive them, get a grip, you guys. Like,
As I say, my sister, I don't pray. I swear, I'm not the one who have a God that I pray to. I only try to work that humanity can find their sense. That we all can live together.
But honestly, common sense, guys. Common sense.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go to bed. I'm so sorry.
I know you look tired. No worries.
I'm really tired. So thanks for being here. Just let you know, this is being recorded, so it'll be up on my YouTube or Rumble channel. The link is in my bio. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. I got to go. I'm beat. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Love you, Chip.